지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충이 쳐봐 너도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충이 쳐봐 나도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 오면 나도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 오면
We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Meet the Rivals. Okay, today our first guest is a legend in the scene. We got Donald Vanguard from the Chiefs representing in Pacific OCE. How you doing, Donald?
Hey, I'm good, Lager. How are you, bro?
Good, thanks too, brother. All right, let's get into it. I want to know, the people want to know, how did you start your esports journey and how did you end up on the Chiefs?
Look, my my esports journey's been nearly a decade long, mate. Obviously had like modest success, nothing crazy. I've played, I started with just some, friendly, like I used to play split screen, FPS competitive stuff with my mates, and then went into a hero shooter, played that one for too long, and then played a MOBA, and then back to that hero shooter, and now we're here.
Respect. We love a game out here, but outside of gaming, outside of competing, what's your profession?
So I work in public health. I'm a manager at a private cardiology practice. So it's pretty full on as well. Trying to juggle that with scrims is painful. My day is kind of work 8 hours, go to the gym, scrim, go to bed. So I don't know how I've successfully maintained a relationship this long, but it's full on.
Now I'm going to hit you with some quick fire questions, okay? Straight away, off the bat. What's your favorite MCU movie or show?
So yeah, I'm watching the Daredevil series at the moment, but I think my favorite overall has got to be the second Deadpool movie. So I watched the first and second one, 2 days, and then 1 day before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. So it's kind of a trilogy in 3 days, and I enjoyed that a lot actually. Yeah.
Now in Marvel Rivals, what's your favorite hero to play? Straight away.
Yeah, I mean Magneto's kind of like, I don't know. If you look at my profile, obviously scrim time isn't recorded. So I'm not a one trick, but it's pretty bad. It looks like I am, yeah.
Okay, well, we call him LeBron for a reason, everybody. Come on now. Now, what's your least favorite hero to play against?
I don't know. Long time LeBron fans would know that I hated Wolverine and the first MRI, and it's still pretty irritating. The dinosaur existing now sort of remedied that a little bit. It's probably still Wolverine, or maybe I don't know, half the strategist roster.
Which hero do you wish you were good at?
There's a couple of heroes I haven't had a chance to play recently that I used to. So at the moment, my Hulk and Cap have fallen off a bit, and people be like, "Yo, is that the Hulk guy?" That doesn't happen anymore. And it's just because whether it's because the meta changed or I don't know, the game caught up to me. Yeah, I'd probably want to say Cap and Hulk.
What Marvel character would you like to see added to Marvel Rivals?
Okay, so there's a couple mutants that I'm a big fan of, but I want them to be vanguards, so it makes it hard to pick somebody. I prefer ranged vanguards, obviously, and ones that can headshot are cool too. So Oh, actually, thinking about that. No, I want Big Bertha from the Great Lakes Avengers. Yeah, I want to play as Big Bertha. Yeah.
That's a good pick. That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut. We like that. What's a new team up you'd like to see between heroes?
Yeah, so a team up I want to see, it's maybe not necessarily like due to lore or anything, but more so their abilities. So I'd like there to be a Black Widow and a Magneto team up where, you know, Black Widow's the anchor and then Mag gets the ability to headshot. Yeah.
What is that?
Look, I'm a simple man. I just want to play Mag every game. Like, come on.
Hey, he's gonna make Black Widow meta now. This is crazy. What hero would you nerf all the way to bottom tier? To the depths. Worse than Blade. Worse than Black Widow.
Blade is like, you might be surprised, man. The FMCL Blade might come out again. It's okay into Dinosaur, especially with a bit of rocket.
I've been asking.
Yeah, okay. I think Sue Storm has been in the limelight a little too long. She's not like as crazy as she has been right now, but she's still pretty consistent. Maybe White Fox actually, a new addition. That's kind of, and yeah, I mean Black Cat is a little OP as well. I mean it's better for our team when Daredevil is the one crazy DPS that runs everything. But no, Devil Dinosaur is perfect and probably needs buffs actually. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, well yeah. Following it up, what hero would you buff to the top? Straight to the best.
I mean, yeah, obviously Mag, Devil Dino. I love playing with Loki. I think having Loki in the game's a lot of fun. So getting him when he's good, the game's good, in my opinion. When he's banned, the game's good as well. So like, yeah, get him out of there. I don't know. We need a ban. We need to buff something that brings it up to Gambit's level. So it, you know, first ban isn't just always Gambit. That's what it needs to be. So it shouldn't be Magneto then, so I can still play him. Maybe it should be something I don't like or I'm bad at. So yeah, like I don't know. Maybe Black Widow. Make Black Widow overpowered. Yeah, when it was just Black Widow Hawkeye ban, that's easy, right? Everyone was doing that. Like, yeah, bring it back to that.
True. Okay. Well, you spoke about him earlier. What is your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think he is super duper versatile. Can be played as the, you know, like in the Groot Venom sort of archetype, and can also be the like have a similar playstyle to like appealing EMEA. He struggles a bit into super duper mobile characters on like wide maps. There's one in specific that I lost a scrim on, and yeah, I was very upset. On push maps, like top 10 out of 10, better than Groot, like blah blah blah. Like you want to pick him. People are taking one-sided in scrims with us. Granted, we scrim other regions, so I'm not sure what else he's gonna do. Yeah, he's good. He's good, but he's beatable. His hitbox is massive, so just shoot him in the head. Okay,
well, somebody else is coming down the line. Cyclops. Do you have any predictions what role he'll be?
Oh, Cyclops is he's always been like a. I've liked him as a character a lot, right? But
you know your X-Men. You know your X-Men. I know you do.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't know the love triangle between him, Jean, like Wolverine. I absolutely despise that. Like this guy is he deserves the world, and he deserves to be played by somebody like me. But he's like, it was Devil Dino's a Vanguard, so Cyclops is probably going to be a duelist. If he's a strategist, I'm going to lose my mind. But yeah, I mean, hopefully he's just like a hit scan sort of. I can't imagine them giving him like crazy movement or anything. I don't know how they'll keep it close to like, you know, comic book accurate. But yeah, I mean, as long as he shoots straight and does a lot of damage, like that's all I can ask for.
Now, you've been scrimming, you've been preparing for Ignite. Now, we want to know, what is your opinion about the current meta?
So the current meta is probably the most flexible it's been in a hot minute. A lot of things are good. A lot of things aren't. So it's map dependent comps. So like, I think that's the biggest. And I mean, yeah, you just switch characters, get a better matchup. Can't just pick one comp and roll stuff because people will pick stuff that's good into it. It's really flexible, and I really don't like that. Our team is definitely a bit of a, you know, just play the same stuff, smash our head into a brick wall until it works kind of team. And yeah, it takes us 30 seconds to figure out a comp swap, whereas that's one fight we've lost effectively. But yeah, it's fun. I feel like we will get better, and everybody will get better as the season goes on. But yeah, and it's hard to get the understanding. We had so much time on last tournament's patch that everyone sort of knew what was good, knew what needed to be banned, blah blah blah. So now it's fresh. You'll see new stuff every day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Now, if you could compete in any other region in the world, which would it be?
I've competed in Asia in other game as well. Yeah. So I mean, another English speaking region. I think NA is obviously like what is considered the best at the moment, and I'd love to drop my stuff over there. I can imagine, I'd come in as like a weaker tank there, but the tier, like the quality of practice and whatever else, right? There's so much more. Oh yeah, even EU would be great too, actually. And China would be fun too, because I feel like that's probably I've got a lot of friends that play in China, and we scrim a lot of China. So yeah, I think that's my answer actually. And a lot of them are decent at English. Yeah, I'd like to play in China.
Hypothetical scenario, okay? Multiverse. You have to swap teams for an entire stage with another player. Who's it going to be?
All right, so for the, I mean, I want to stay in O's, obviously. I think
Respect.
This is where the stories are, right? This is where my friends are, the people I care about. So the Chong MRC season that I was on the team, by the way. We came first. FMCL didn't wake up for the 10 placement games, so I subbed in as flex DPS for Chopper Mag, best team in Asia at that point. And I played some thing. That was the third. That was the DPS. So if anything, I'd like to swap with Pethic, FMCL, get back in the DPS slot where I belong. Yeah, it's the most recent tournament win I've had. So hey, obviously worked out for me.
All right. I mean, maybe this might answer the next question. I don't know. Who in Ignite is your biggest rival?
Ooh.
Who on site? Who is it? Like,
who's on site?
You're like, I'm versing them. I'm going all in, full comms, no holding back, not even letting them get one pick.
Oh, I mean, every day, mate. That's just like every game should be like that.
True.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, like main rival Gen G, blah blah blah. Like they're sort of seemingly like an insurmountable obstacle at this point. So we look down a tier and we focus on who we think is contesting us for second. And yeah, it's Kanga. It's kind of the energy when we beat Kanga is great. I'm sort of always zoned in on it no matter what, but the rest of the boys will join in. We'll resonate off each other. It's always Kanga that's kind of BTA as they put it.
Okay, Kanga, but who specifically? I want to.
Oh, who specifically on Kanga? Oh, Tinigakari, mate.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, Tinny, mate.
All right. I might interview him next. We'll see.
All right.
What city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN?
Oosh. Well, I'd love an Aussie one. I think Melbourne would be pretty chill. Yeah, I'm from a smaller spot, so yeah, don't come here. Or yeah, I think Sydney was great for a different event I went to. But also, if I'm qualifying to it, prefer for it to not be in my country. So yeah, I don't know, somewhere in Tokyo maybe. That's a holiday. That's the next holiday destination. So go there for free, it'd be wicked.
Final question of the evening: why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Look, we've actually had this conversation as a team, and I know so gaming is like the one thing that keeps me it is my passion. Outside of the woman I love, right? This is like my favorite thing ever. And I mean, one day, making it the entirety of making it my career, or at least, I've spent so much time on it. I want, to not necessarily build a legacy, but when I have kids and grandkids, they'll be like, yeah, your grandpa Seth went to X country playing games. That is pretty cool. And yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting old, getting up there. I just want to, leave a legacy, do something relatively cool. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's for the love of the game mainly, but also it's a rare opportunity. Being the best at anything is really, really difficult and really impressive to me. So yeah, being good at games is the same thing as being a good football player in my mind. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of talent, a lot of skill. But yeah, man, it's just my favorite thing to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Donald. Wish you all the best in the next stage, and everybody who've officially met another rival. Have a good night.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 또 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Meet the Rivals. Today, I've got a guest with me. I've got someone who I've known for a very long time. We're talking about Zanstari, the Vanguard, out here representing Gen G in Pacific OCE. How are you doing, Zanstari, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, Lager. Thanks for asking.
Happy to have you here today. Now, let's just get into it. You know, we want to know, how did your esports journey begin? How did you end up on Gen G in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
As most of you know, I came from GZ. Well, I went on to GZ as first as like the little introduction of my little career, I guess. And then after that, we went unsigned, went to Chopper Mag, went to Atlanta, did pretty well as an unsigned team and got the green light basically that Gen G were, looking to put us on. And here we are. So, yeah.
Respect. Well, you've been competing very well right now, top of the region, but outside of competition, what's your profession?
This type of thing is my job at the moment. I don't have any extracurricular activities, or I did have school, but I don't have it anymore because, I had to prioritize this a bit more in the moment than school. So I have, dropped out of high school to pursue this a bit more efficiently. Yeah, other than this, I don't have any other profession.
That's fair play. Fully committed to the grind. We respect it. Now, in the MCU, do you have a favorite film or TV show?
Look, I honestly do really like the Moon Knight show, but my favorite categorical of Marvel heroes would probably be the Fantastic Four. I don't know, something about them just reaches out to me a bit more than any other heroes and whatnot. So
a choice to make. What is your favorite hero to play?
Overall, everyone knows that Venom and Groot are my most standing out heroes that, I'm known for back in the day. But at the moment, Season 8, Devil Dinosaur is going to be up there. I'm not going to lie. Even though he's OP and he's broken and whatnot, he's still really fun to play in the current Season 8.
Hey, that's all it is. It's all about the fun. But who's your least favorite hero to play against?
It would depend. I feel like for me, it all depends on the player. I don't have a preferred hero not to play against. I mean, Penny is kind of annoying, but it all revolves around the player. But I think good Venom players are annoying. I think it'd be annoying to play against the Venom. I'm not gonna lie, or a Cap.
Now, which hero do you wish you were good at? Someone that you feel like you're not good at, you want to be like the best at.
I think it would have to be Captain America. I think if you're good at Captain America, I think you will carry at least 95% of your games. The hero is just such a high impact hero. It's like fits well into the meta at the moment. His ult is really good. Yeah, if I think I'd be way better if I got better at Cap than what I was at the moment. So
That's a good shout. Good choice. Now, yeah, you've watched a little bit of Marvel, maybe even read some comics. What hero or villain do you want to see come to Marvel Rivals?
maybe I think Carnage would be cool. Expand on that symbiote roster a little bit more. Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like it could. I feel like there's. I would see how they would work around that. Seeing that they could kind of do maybe the same abilities, but because Carnage is a bit different than Venom, could expand on that a bit more. But I think that'd be pretty cool to expand on that symbiote roster a little bit.
I like it. I like it. I wouldn't mind seeing Agent Venom as well one day. It'd be pretty cool. Mix it up a little bit. Now, speaking of mixing it up, what's a new team up you want in Marvel Rivals? Maybe you want to give your favorite hero something cool.
I would honestly not mind them bringing back the Spider-Man Venom team up. I can't think of a new proper team up, but I would prefer like a really good old team up to come back than them having a new team up and it's just absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Which hero would you nerf to bottom tier? Absolute worst in the game.
I'm gonna be a bit biased about my own role because some people say that Tank has the highest impact and Tank is the most OP role in the game, but I'm not gonna lie. I think we got to tone down Black Cat a little bit. Her
Okay.
kit is really cool, but I just think that the damage output that she has is a bit high for what she can do as a character. I think we might have to tone her down a little bit. And Phoenix, we got to stop buffing Phoenix. I'm not gonna lie.
I can agree. I can agree. Well, who would you buff to the top tier? Who needs that buff? Who should be up there as strong as Phoenix even maybe?
This is hard because honestly, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind Magic. I wouldn't mind Magic. I think Magic. I think real sometimes Magic could be a good contender to be a decent hero in some situations.
Now, you spoke about him earlier. What's your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the no bias. I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the most overtoned heroes that they've brought on release. Maybe I think on release Gambit is a bit better. Always the heroes on release is always they're always stupid and they always take a while to tone down at least like until 8.5 and then they're still not even that toned down. But I think Devil Dinosaur is probably one of the most fun heroes that they've released in a while for especially me as a tank player. The infinite overhealth, the sustain, the grab, the bubble, even the ult as well is really good and it's really fun to use. I think there's a massive skill ceiling in it as well. I'm not gonna lie, even though it's pretty basic of just sitting main and you can grab people and beam and whatnot. I think the skill ceiling is very high as well. So I do really like the new hero that they brought out.
That's a good shout. Well, speaking of new heroes being brought out, what are your predictions for what role Cyclops will be?
Look, they did what did they release last season? What Black Cat, White Fox.
Yeah.
They did what Angela, blah blah blah. And
Daredevil, yeah.
I think yeah, Daredevil. I think he suits the DPS role. He just has to. If he's a support, I think they're doing something wrong. If he's either a DPS or a tank, then it suits him because it's just for what he's known for. It's too much to put as a support. It's just you just can't. You just can't.
Currently, you're in the process of stage 1 for Ignite in OCE. How do you feel about the current meta as a whole?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit, maybe a little bit messy. I think for some teams it's very straightforward, but I do think the comps that you can play around Dino is very experimental. As you see in some of our games, we play the Rocket Atom. I don't think that's overly a strong backline comp. I just think that with the dive and with the sustain that Dino has at the front line and Adam Rez and, you know, all the other contenders. I think that comps like that can get really experimental. I think there's no really definite. There's obviously a definite meta, but some people are still figuring it out. You know, there's new things that people learn that are good and what's bad and what can work every single day.
Now, let's talk hypothetical scenario. If you could compete in any other region besides your own, where would you go?
I think every person that you would interview would probably either pick EU or NA because it's just the most competitive, but it also is the most high. It's almost the most highest player count. So, you know, there obviously is a whole bunch of skill ranges that differ going into a highly populated region like that. But I think it would probably be EU or NA that would obviously show the most.
Okay. Well, let's add on that. You know, let's say you had to swap teams with another pro player for just one stage. Who would it be? Any region.
It's completely hypothetical. So I'm just gonna be straight honest. I would maybe swap like myself maybe for Vinny to go 100 Ds. I think 100 Ds is a good team to, you know, participate in and whatnot. You know, their players have had a lot of experience, but yeah, I just think that 100 Ds is a good team to move forward with and whatnot.
Who in Ignite is your rival? Who's that one player?
Look, I mean, you know, every person I talk to that's on the other teams, we all have banter and whatnot. I just think that for me personally, it would have to be someone on my role. You know, you can't banter someone with the DPS role. You can't banter with someone on support. It would probably have to be maybe Tinny or Isaac on Kango or Donald or Beast Node on Chiefs. You know, you just balance out the playing field. You know, got to have that ego on each side.
Now, a little bit of a fun one. You know, what city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN event?
I think somewhere maybe like England would be cool. You know, I just think for everyone it'd be cool to get that type of you know, knowledge around the world, and I think England would be a cool country, or, you know, whatever it's classified as to go to. In NA, I think maybe like California or something, or either one of those two. You know, maybe it'd be fun to host a tournament in a really big state where everyone can see.
Why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since like I was little. You know, I got my first Xbox when I was 5, and I always loved playing games and whatnot. So I just think that having this opportunity to finally have something done with what I've always wanted, you know, not even just going pro, you know, just loving playing games since I was little, you know, I kind of do it because of motivation, because of that. And, you know, now that I've came so far, you know, there's no point on going out of it after, you know, not getting what you want. So I think it's just the whole factor of motivation and, you know, support really that keeps me going in this. Just wait until mid-season. You know, we're gonna get a different placement than 5th and 6th, hopefully a bit higher, and with the meta will changes, you know, and we're gonna be the kings of Pacific. I bet that. I bag that.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Zenstari, and everybody at home. Congratulations once more. You've officially met another rival.
Thank you.
Time, space, time.
Coming, but with it not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering even more.
When the butterflies comes through from Saffron, instantly homing onto stage 0. Ultimate to overcome it as the legend gets grabbed out just to get the invisible.
Used early, actually, from Kickcat. Heaven's Retribution trying to go in for the dive. There's not really that much time to work with.
the last leg of the group stages, day 2 of week 3 here in EMEA for stage 1. I'm your host, Vodable, at least for the first half. We got Ryan and got Moxie here to close out some really amazing matchups today. But before we get into any of that, Ryan and Moxie, I mean, how are y'all feeling about the competition so far?
It's been a good stage, I think. Like, we've seen a good amount of different like metas and styles, a little bit of silliness yesterday, but at least for these first 2 games of me and Moxie are casting, like, there's no hijinks. It's really important games and pretty much what you want to expect going into the latter end of the stage.
What about you, Moxie? How are you feeling?
I mean, today, I said it yesterday, I think is the most genuine read of the meta that we're going to get, because everyone knows Na'Vi have been hiding strats, Virtus.pro have been hiding strats, some of our other teams have also still been hiding strats, and today is the most important matches where every single one of these wins is going to really count for these teams, and since playoffs will be played on a totally different patch, there is zero reason the teams even said it themselves in the interviews. There is no point in hiding strategies after today.
Yeah, especially because this is some of the last matches for some of these teams as well. Will determine who the top of Group A is, some of the seeding potentially for Group B. So a lot on the line for the teams who are competing today. But there's been a bit of a shift since week 1 into the other stages of competition, at least through this stage 1 action. And Mox, I mean, you got to talk about it a little bit with the meta. I mean, what have we been seeing so far with these teams and prioritization, at least on that strategist lineup?
Yeah, I mean, the strategist lineups changed quite a bit from each different week, and the big winner is Rocket Raccoon. This is the stats overall from both EMEA and NA, so you can see it's not just region specific. Everyone is understanding how strong this hero is.
Wow.
BRB, in case you start losing someone a little bit early on. Imagine your Dino goes down early, BRB just brings him right back. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier as well means that you get the opportunity to find a pick through a strategist ultimate, which is always going to be a big reason for a strategist to have a high amount of uptime. And that's before we even talk about the team up with Star-Lord, who has now risen to a very prominent place in the duelist lineup.
Man, Star-Lord's just going crazy out there. I mean, especially with the team up that they have, as you mentioned, just having that kind of get out of dodge free option available to you is so effective. And then, I mean, teams have been having to learn, at least in Americas, a little bit more of the Rocket Raccoon. We've had it pretty much perfected in EMEA for some time now, and it's been great to see the difference in strategies between the regions that way. But we got to talk a little bit about the standings and what's on the line stakes-wise here, Ryan. I mean, talking about some of those permutations, how are things looking for the teams trying to secure their way into playoffs?
Yeah, for Group A, it's still a little bit more open, at least for like Pulsar, Rad, and the Lions are still gunning for those like top 4 spots. It boils down to like Pulsar win today, they would make playoffs. For Rad, even if they win, it comes down to their last game against Lions tomorrow. For Group B, things are pretty much a lot more in place. Like, despite like the Chosen Ones having a couple more games, their head-to-heads are not looking good against Reason Gaming and Fire Strays that are just trying to confirm their spots. They've got a couple of games, some of which are up against like the top dogs of like Heretics and Shikigami that have like very comfortably qualified for playoffs. So it's a little bit more of an easier week for them. It really is just like this first game and how that can impact the rest of Group A. But it's starting to solidify to give us our teams for playoffs in July.
Yeah, which is great to see, you know, how the competition's been feeling out each other with the meta, seeing how it's been evolving throughout the weeks of competition itself, and now we get to finally cement this weekend on who those top teams are going to be, what the seeding will eventually look like, and finally tomorrow we'll get a look at that playoff bracket as well. But we have today's schedule to tell you all about what to expect. We have some really good matches to start off, Moxie.
Yeah, Pulsar versus Rad is one that I think a lot of people have been looking to see where exactly Pulsar will match up into the power rankings of Group A. Rad were a team that did very, very well, excelled past Shikigami in the preseason, which I don't think a lot of people were expecting when weighing Shikigami's performance earlier up against them. So very interesting to get to see that one come through. And obviously the big discussion for Pulsar is that we've got a role swap. Crisis, previously a substitute duelist for the team of Na'Vi, has come through on the strategist for this team, which is sort of locking them, I feel, into maybe a little bit too much triple strategist lineups, but we'll have to see if they've moved into a more 2-2-2 friendly format.
And then, of course, the marquee matchup, I would say, of all of Stage 1 is Na'Vi versus VP, the grudge match, rematch from, you know, the World Championship that we saw at DreamHack Atlanta, but also the pre-season as well. They were the first team to give them a loss in quite some time. And then Heretics versus Fire Strays. I've heard from Oscar on Fire Strays that they have some interesting comps cooked up. Don't know what that means for that one. And then Crownfall versus Reason. That's a bit of a grudge match as well, because Crownfall was the reason, no pun intended, that Reason Gaming did not make it into the playoffs last time. Could have had the 3rd seed in their group if they just won that series. I'm still mad about my predictions being ruined because of it, but I digress. You know, still for people that are using their predictions in chat, though, you do have till the end of the day today, I believe, to use your redo tokens to change the positioning for some of those. So definitely recommend doing that after the matches today. One last chance to try and get your predictions correct and get that All-Seeing Oracle title in game. But we got to talk about, you know, this matchup specifically here. I mean, Moxie, you were talking a little bit about Pulsar, that role swap with Crisis. How are we feeling it's been doing so far?
It's tricky to say because they've been trying to put him on aim-heavy strategists, obviously. Ideally, you want him to get the Luna. Unfortunately for Pulsar, you're in a meta where Luna is a default second ban in the draft, so it's do you try to put him on the Adam, which they tried, did not go well. There's been a lot of Invisible Woman, but that then takes it away from Lepsis Sotilas, who used to be the go-to Invisible Woman for this team. So I really do think that there's going to be a lot of targeting towards Crisis to just push him onto a hero who can't be quite as carry heavy as some of the strategists in our pool.
It's actually interesting to see too, Luna's been more of a priority than Invisible Woman a lot of times as well, because of that you know, synergy that we see with that Emma Frost team up, but also just how good she is as an aimer dealing damage now, and that fits Crisis to a T. But I mean, looking on the other side of things here as well, Twitzy, that's a big question mark I have for Pulsar specifically, how they're going to perform for this team. You know, are we going to be seeing them step up against the roster that we have for Rad Esports? Because Rad Esports, I mean, they are a menace to be dealt with. Yes, they didn't have as good of a performance as they wanted in preseason, but they took down Virtus Pro, sent them out with their lowest actual placement ever that we've seen here, Ryan. But now it feels like Rad are kind of evening out. The honeymoon phase seems to be over.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Shikigami in the sense of Shikigami finishing top 3 in preseason. What can they do in this meta where it's looking a little bit different? For Rad, it's you haven't changed up much outside of your coach leaving and bringing in Shu, I think, to fill in some of the spots. It really is just how good is this for Rad? Because they 1 win, 2 losses. The 2 losses were against Virtus Pro and Na'Vi, which is a given. They tried some experimental stuff and it didn't quite work. But this is one of the few teams that is happy to actually not go for the protect onto Devil Dinosaur first. They're leaning more towards Black Cat, which makes sense when you have a player like Crazy Kitty on your roster. They sort of know what they want to lean to in the meta. They've just not been allowed to play it whilst everything's been sort of standardized of what a meta should look like.
Quick question, do we see Crazy Kitty get the Black Cat?
It would mean that it would be I think it's 3 out of the 6 games that they have, Rad have protected Black Cat first 3 times and Devil Dinosaur twice.
Wow.
It would be, it's one of those instances where I'm manifesting it, or at least trying to. Me mentioning it now has probably broken it, but I'm manifesting a game where both teams go for the Gambit ban first because you have to. They both protect someone like Black Cat, and then they both ban out Devil Dinosaur, so we get our first no Devil Dinosaur game, I think, so far in all of the regions. That would be amazing.
We do have, you know, a bit of a head-to-head between DRP and Ducky, right? Former teammates from Chopped way back when. Same win rate that they've had in previous matchups as well. I mean, this is a bit of a bittersweet reunion on this side too, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, DRP playing up against some of those Chopped players from last year. He was their main vanguard, and unfortunately, with this rebuild of Rad, I think Ash, who was the coach at the time, said that he was looking at Final Dance and Chopped because they were the 2 best unsigned teams built around them. And DRP just wasn't on the list. He's been moving between teams. He was on Lunix, he didn't qualify, and then Reason Gaming in and out of that team. And now finding his feet on Pulsar. So he's going up against pretty much a vanguard that replaced him in a sense, right? Because Ducky was one of the players that was brought in alongside. So he's played up against some of his older teammates, but up against some of the stronger vanguards to see who really is the better one.
I mean, speaking of that vanguard line, what can we expect in this matchup here, Moxie, between these two, but also the team itself?
I mean, Ducky's known for Groot, so I'm sure at some point they'll be able to pull that one out, especially if they get the Mantis Loki Groot team up coming on through,
Yep.
but also Dino EMEA is a formidable front line, which we saw yesterday. Like, changing one of your vanguards off of something like a dive split onto the EMEA, just being able to shut the front line down and win the Devil Dinosaur matchup can be really important at just finally being able to flip the point. Because one thing that we've seen in the current meta for domination is that these fights go so long. If you pick up that first cap, you're able to farm like 40% of the point in one brawl. It's insane.
Sometimes even more for some of these teams. But going to Krakoa, this is interesting, right? I mean, Ryan, talking specifically about this, looking at the matchup between these two teams, we've only seen Pulsar play this map before. We haven't seen it from Rad, so really curious on what to expect between these teams in this matchup specifically as we go into that pick and ban phase.
Yeah, thanks, Vodable. I mean, yeah, it's not really been like the best results for either side, but you sort of look at like, okay, on the side of Pulsar, you lose to Na'Vi and you lose to Team Heretics in preseason groups, for one, and then you beat Lions. For the likes of Rad, it's very similar. You beat Crownfall in preseason, you lose to Reason Gaming, though, and then Verse Pro. So, like, this is the one map that we really haven't seen how strong it is, because ultimately, the teams that they've beat, they should be beating. The teams that they lose to, Moxie, they should be losing to.
Yeah, we also have not seen Pulsar or Rad perform so far this week, and a week's break does a whole lot for you to be able to work out in scrims what's working, what's not working, where you want to lead your draft, where you want to move away from. So I think for both of these teams, a stronger identity, it's fair to say, will have been found.
Rad are doing it again.
As Rad are doing it again. Crazy Kitty will be able to get his Black Cat, which means that Pulsar Esports likely this next ban goes down onto the Devil Dinosaur to be able to secure one-sided Vanguard. And Rad ban out the Mantis, which, yeah, Pulsar Esports, it hasn't been Crisis picking up the Mantis for them. It's been Twitzy, but wait a moment. That's not a Devil Dinosaur one-sided secured for Rad just yet.
I mean, this sort of feels like this is the game that you'll play, because Pulsar are like happy to like leave it open, because Rad are just going like, we don't care about protecting the Devil Dinosaur, we can play without it. So in that case, Pulsar could just go, all right, we're not going to ban it, because we know that you're not going to prioritize it. We want to take out some of these other characters. We essentially get like a free ban. We're not trying to one-side it in this case, but a protection of Ultron is also interesting, because that's one of the things that Pulsar have consistently been leaning towards. The bans of stuff like Luna, like Ultron for Cap, like Rad have been very keen to take Ultron off the table, but they're not going to get the chances. Pulsar protected it.
Oh, that's one-sided Lunar Snow, though, secured for Rad. But, I mean, Pulsar Esports, yeah, they have to double down on this. Because you're going for an Ultron play, right? You have to take out both the Rocket Raccoon, but then you also have to remove the Star-Lord, because even though you've taken out one of the iframes that Star-Lord is able to get, you have not been able to take out the one-clip potential, the auto-reload off of the right-click when he's able to close up onto the distance of the Ultron, and the fact that a lot of teams, when they want to lead with Rage of Ultron, simply cannot because of Galactic Legend being up for the other side. So there are two bans being burned to secure this Ultron pick, and have Pulsar have it safely. Free even, I would argue, because the Phoenix is also going to be a very good choice of targeting the Ultron because she's hit scan.
Also, it's one of the few times that we've seen Protects not be one-sided. The only one side that we actually have from that is the Lunar Snow right at the end. So, like, Black Cat was protected, wasn't one-sided. Pulsar protected Devil Dinosaur, didn't ban it out. So both these teams are very much like expecting this, I guess. Like, we have the characters we want to prioritize. We don't care if we get yours. But for Pulsar, win this and you're in playoffs. For Rad, you have a little bit more pressure on you as you need to go up against Lions. But this is a game of the ages. Pulsar looking on fire in stage one. Rad wanted to show that they're not just a one-trick pony.
Well, Ballast going to be running out on the Elsa. We got to see a lot of his performance on that hero in preseason. We also got to see Smashness play a whole bunch too, as Rad have opted for Angela to be able to interfere with the Ultron, not having the Phoenix, not having the Star-Lord. They know that Pulsar want to have an Ultron play and they want to take it out.
Pulsar running the triple strategist with Ballas over on the Elsa. We've seen a lot more play, but I think that's just mostly because the Jean Grey has been taken out in this front, but it's going to be matched on either side with Crazy Kitty over on the Black Cat, hoping to bring a little bit more bad luck on the side of Pulsar, and their chances of making playouts. First Blood goes over towards Twitzy, though, with a little bit of help of the Elsa from Ballas, who's going to try and leap into the fray, fighting off these plays on the high ground, and Rad just off of that one pick alone onto Vertigo, happy to actually give up the point and let it flip over to Pulsar.
Yeah, Rad can't even find a trade raid onto Lapsus Satilas, who just uses Regeneration Domain. Then Ballas is able to peel for his Loki. Twitsy's able to keep the damage coming. But for Rad, there is a big thing that we have to talk about, and it's the fact that Ducky was able to actually farm up Banhammer within the first fight, soaking all of his damage into the Vanguards and preserving his life. So they still have the ultimate. Lapsus Satilas likely has to react with Regeneration Domain, since Pulsar do not have a Strategist ultimate. Running triple Strategist cannibalizes the ult charge.
And Hammer's going to come through from Ducky a little bit later than you'd expect with the Deadpool in the 7. Blair's actually held onto it. There's no real need to use it after the picks that he got initially, so it's going to be traded out. See the damage taken away just from the harassment that is coming in from one of the latest Vanguards to be added, but it's actually Blair that finds the pick again onto Lugia. It feels that Rad, they're only losing a couple of players in these small droves, but it's forcing these big resets, and it's put Pulsar to 50%.
Rad are on Mystery Heroes at the moment. Lugia's rolled out on Angela. That didn't work. Then he went Cap. Now he's coming through on Venom to be able to have the team up symbiotic shenanigans with the Jeff, as well as a little bit of extra survivability when looking for the hit into the back line. But that means that Pulsar have ultimates to be able to play with, and they'll open up with one of their own instantly. Rage of Ultron coming over from Twitzy. Smashner's trying to offset the momentum with the Apex Predator, but that just gets fully shut down, and Ballas finds the battle.
But Ballas is just coming in with his own Glortrox. It's a little bit more of a leaner Predator to go in for the fight, and the picks are there the same. And whilst it's seeming like this fight is, again, just going to die down, there's not really much chance for Rad to go and fight this. They might have to switch over to Strange to contest, but you can already see that Ballas, the rest of the team, looking in position to get that information. Doesn't look like it's going to be dedicated here, but it is going to be tight on touching the point.
Do Rad try to go for this? Smashnez is onto the Psylocke to have a little bit of extra mobility, as well as the opportunity to try to shred down this Ultron. But Mash has already used the It's Jeff, which means that when Crisis uses... Oh, no. I was about to say, when Crisis uses Invisible Boundary, you don't have to worry about playing inside it. But if you're Rad, you do have to worry about actually being on the point, as no one touches, and Pulsar complete a very dominant 0 to 100%.
I get this feeling every time I seem to watch Rad on Domination, especially for like the frontline tanks. Like, sure, you don't really care about Devil Dinosaur. You don't want to build around it that much. That's fine. That's understandable almost. No eliminations. No eliminations on the side of Rad. Nobody got a pick. Lugia went down 3 times, switch heroes, it was a problem. But this seems to always happen. Like the Vanguards, whether it's Lugia or Ducky, it is just a sort of musical chairs of which Vanguard gonna... They change it so frequently. When Rogue was meta, they were like in and out of playing it. They wanted to throw some Hulk or the thing in. It always seemed to be this like panic, like switching very quickly, that they never felt like they got any cohesion together.
Well, Pulsar also healed, I think, a total of around about 13,000 amounts of damage. And the fact that Rad weren't really having cohesive dives meant that the damage just was not enough to be able to break through the triple strategist uptime. And crucially for Pulsar as well, it means that they start this first fight with 2 ultimates on strategists, good to go to be able to match Fate of Both Worlds coming on through from Vertigo. As Rad have moved away from the dive, they're looking to just brute force the Elsa 1v1 with the Mantis damage boost.
But it's not an Elsa 1v1 anymore, as Ballas has switched over to the one-sided Jean Grey. Now the Lunar is going to bring out that Fate of Both Worlds, and Rad trying to protect and prioritize the Black Cat haven't really got a good chance to use it. They're going to have to try and use the one-sided Mantis instead, which is still pretty good, you'd say. But the elimination's still going away to Twitzy. He's at least finding the final hits, but this time it's looking like a bit more of a trade. Ensong Inferno leaping down to make sure that those regeneration domains, the lamps are very clearly snuffed out in flames, whilst Lapsus Sortilas is able to get the copy over on the invisible boundary. More of a brawl, more what we expected in this first fight in the second point, Moxie, and Ryder having to use everything to try and make this a close one. Even finding the pick over towards Ballas is going to force Pulsar to respect this a little bit more than the first objective.
Brilliant rampage come through from Lugia, targeting the one person you absolutely had to take out in that fight, and that was Crisis. Invisible boundary advantage for Pulsar would have been absolutely huge, considering Lapsus Satilas was able to offset Vertigo's ult with the Loki cooldown, as opposed to using an ultimate of their own. So if the fight went long, Crisis having an additional invisible boundary should have allowed them to overcome the damage that Rad could do, but the Dino takes the Invis out of the fight and out of a position to be able to use the ult. Lapsus Satilas now swaps onto the Rocket, so if you sort of lose someone early in this combo of Strangling Prison Apex Predator, you should be able to bring them back and continue taking this fight as Twitzy moves over to a hero that we've seen him actually go multiple times so far this meta, the Moon Knight.
It seems to be becoming more and more prevalent. Rad switching over to mirror the composition with triple strategist to Pulsar, and Pulsar switched to the dive that Rad were running beforehand. So the mind games are plenty here. It's Invisible Boundaries actually forced out quite early from Pulsar Esports, looking at them like they do find that pick, so they're going to take it. And whilst the Elsa sort of screams out with the Glortrox, and is interrupted actually. Smashness is not going to get the chance to use it. The copy has to go over for the fate of both worlds, and Twitzy finds himself two, one of which was the Elsa that had to put the Glortrox back into the back pocket and give up this point for the first time.
I mean, yes, it was a very early invisible boundary, but it totally split Ducky away from his team. And when you're relying on Strangling Prison to be your setup and you don't have the Groot, a lot of your plans just fall through. As Pulsar, now going to be in a very good position, can just spam Rad's walk up, make sure that they get so much damage on through, and Ballas can look for an opportunity of having Endsong Inferno just off its own, dodging away from Ducky's ultimate and keeping up the pressure.
Rampage is coming in, and you've got a Hand of Conscience that's just come online, but he's got to hold it. I mean, this is an awful place for Rad to be stuck if you've got a Moon Knight ultimate potentially coming in, but the picks are still through, and Rad falling into the same traps despite being on a more, like, standard composition with keeping your team alive. They lose the picks, and they have to sort of reset again.
Yeah, farming time. Crazy Kitty just basically telling his team, take a little bit of poke so I can heal it. We can build up Rage of Ultron, and we can go in with that since Pulsar don't have a brilliant answer to it. You can't use Hand of Control on the Ultron because he's just going to be in the air. Blur will apply a little bit of disruption, trying to stall up Rad's players, catching them in one position with Feast of the Abyss, but there goes the Rage of Ultron, and Crisis is already down as Lugia swapping onto the cap, flanked all the way around the back, and hit Pulsar's back line, but BRB brings him back, and Pulsar are able to actually win out the trades because of it.
Rad now trying to go in and fight on this one as it's getting towards the latter stages for Pulsar to be winning on Krakoa. Hand of Conchu was held for a while for Twitzy. He could have built another one up in that time that he had it, but he wanted to save it for the right occasion. Not going to lead to a pick, but it does get a little bit more of that aura out from Rad as another strategist ultimate was used. Smash there's now switching over towards a Psylocke that we saw briefly. Just as he's coming back, he's starting to lose the rest of his team now that these Anks are set up and the sparks are flying from Ballas on this Jean Grey.
What is the answer here for Rad? Like, you'll try to lead with Freedom Charge. Vertigo swaps onto the White Fox so you have more team-up survivability, but oh no. Mash gets picked early. That's devastating. Vertigo has to go for the Strange, but because there's no one in place on the point to stall out, Rad unable to get the portal or the touch through, and Pulsar complete the 2-0.
Rad pretty much on the fence, it feels like here, like maybe outdrafted in a sense. Pulsar knew how they wanted to play it. They made the adjustments at the right time. But Rad now have the choice to take us to a map. It has been Jalia consistently, but we'll have to see if there's going to be a couple more curveballs in this one. Whether Pulsar are going to make it to playoffs or not, we'll have to wait and see after this break. Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Iron Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not been treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA in Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Dominant seems to be a bit of an understatement of a word for what we saw from Pulsar Esports against Rad in that first map on Krakoa. Looked insane in the first bits, had a little bit of a struggle meta-wise, I guess, in terms of composition towards the second point, and then they locked in afterwards. I mean, with your segment that we saw during the break here, Ryan, I gotta go to you again on it. What's the meta with Rad in this matchup?
Lord knows, really. I think it's here. It's the fact that one team is able to get a one-sided Rocket and a Jean Grey in any stretch. It doesn't matter what I say when it comes to like what Rad are being able to prioritize. Those two alone seem to be the two main ones to gun for. They're not going to be the highest priority as like a Gambit or even a Devil Dinosaur or Black Cat could be. But if your team has it and the other team doesn't, we already went over the stats. It's very much leaning towards having the Rocket there. Even with like Mantis being one-sided and Luna, it didn't seem to matter because there was no like picks happening at all on the side of Rad.
No, it didn't matter at all. And what did matter for the side of Pulsar, MVP wise here, Moxie, is just the damage and also decimation we saw from them against the other team.
Yeah, Ballas was an absolute pain. I think it's fair to say for Rad to have to deal with, and we even saw it when we headed into the second submap, right? Both having the Phoenix and the Moon Knight spam damage meant that even though they got one-sided Mantis to bolster up the Elsa, as we discussed, there were no chances to develop the angles for said Elsa, so likely when we actually look at overall stats, Smash Nezzers will be fairly low.
I mean, speaking of those stats, real quick here as well. I mean, this is the craziest stat line we've seen from Rad, I'd say, on a domination so far. The least amount of final hits we've seen from Smashnez and Crazy Kitty. I mean, they had the Black Cat in the bag, and it just didn't seem to be enough, Moxie.
Yeah, it was like that first fight on Carousel, you can see what Crazy Kitty's thinking. He wants to target the Loki, he wants to get as much fortune as possible off of the doppelgangers. But there's just no Vanguard to be able to hold the space for him when the peel from Ballas comes through, so Rad very quickly just lose players and playing dive into retake as opposed to playing dive when you won the earlier fight and are now in a position to hold your space on a choke and jump the team when the Vanguards go past are vastly different experiences.
I mean, we got to talk about the winning team, of course, here, Ryan. I mean, what was the big difference maker, you would say, in terms of not just necessarily composition, but just performance in this map?
I mean, I've really enjoyed like Twitzy on this team. I think like it's easy, I suppose, for Pulsar Esports to sort of build that backline when you have got like that focus over onto like Rocket for one, and then you've got so much flexibility to go for other things if needed. It's just you missing out on Mantis and Luna, but it didn't seem to matter. Rad weren't also building around like White Fox and stuff, right? So it didn't seem that there was like those kind of moments to go for. Here it just is like Twitzy because he has been like a sub bench for like a good portion of time. We hadn't seen him play at the top level for a while now, since like the days of All Business, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It just felt very like he's sort of slipped into this team and also found himself a good position as that like flexible duelist player alongside the likes of Ballas. I mean, you put Crisis on Strategist, like goes to show like your duelist options are good enough that you feel confident in doing that.
Yeah, and I did like seeing, you know, the swap from the triple strategist at the start then to more of the traditional 2-2-2 towards the end of it. I mean, the flexibility here, Moxie, really just goes to show the difference between the best teams and some teams that are still a little lacking out there.
Yeah, flexibility is an absolute must. Like, we cannot undersell that enough, especially in the ban draft, because you don't know who your opponent goes after. If you have a player who is very non-flexible and stuck in their ways in terms of the heroes that they can pick, like, they will get picked on in ban draft so that you're fighting a constant 5 versus 6.
Ooh, okay, Ryan, talk to me a little bit about this map pick. Spider Islands, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that some teams are going for it. Like, for Rad, like, we've never seen them play it, like, at all this stage. And it's only, like, the one loss that I guess Pulsar had against Alter Esports, which I guess kind of, like, says a lot. But that was, like, in the very early stages, I think, in the preseason groups. It was a very different Pulsar team, so a fresh face for both sides.
Well, we'll get into this map momentarily, see if Rad can bounce back, force the issue, and get us to that map 3. We'll find out after this.
I wonder at this point, when we have like the Black Cat being protected and then Adana being protected and at one side, whether just both teams just like omit it. You know what I mean? Like they just kind of go, we're not even going to like protect them because we know that you're not going to ban them. Is it going to be the same? No, Rad is still very like bullish on trying to get that Black Cat into play. At least it feels that they have a little bit more of the map to play around instead of just on domination.
Yeah, Spider Island's a very strong map for flanks, very, very good for dive, as Pulsar will be able to secure a rocket ban. Now, do they go for the save on Dino so that they have the opportunity to play the front line but also peel the Black Cat? Yes, they do. I really want Rad to start looking at the Rocket and the Phoenix at some point in this ban draft, because if they don't, I fear it might be just more of the same. Ballas being able to go absolutely burr, as there's the Phoenix ban, but it's on Pulsar's end, not Rad, as they target out the Mantis instead.
It's looking like the bans are pretty much going to be the same, just again like that protection of the Ultron, which Twitzy's been very much sat on comfortably. You start to see it all like coming to the fray now. Right here, it's a different order. Like last time they did ban out the Star-Lord last time, and with the Rocket being banned, it seems like that would be a good thing to do here. I'd imagine that would be like the reigning option, unless they feel like just making sure that the rocket is out of play is going to be big.
Oh,
Invisible Woman, yeah, they're going after Crisis a little bit more.
Yeah, you know how I said literally 5 seconds ago, if you have a player who is not flexible at all in the characters that they can play, one thing that you can do is just hard go after them in the draft, and that's exactly what they have now done. This now means if Pulsar want to put Crisis on a strategist, the options that he's played in the past that have not been targeted are White Fox and Adam Warlock. And Rad still have plenty of options open to play a very heavy damage burst potential composition, which can break the res cycle before it comes through, because Loki is actually still available. Rad went for Crisis' hero pool, not Lapsus Sotilas's, which means that Loki Adam stall comp is potentially in full effect on the side of Pulsar's defense.
Maybe, just maybe as well, like the Ultron Protect might be a bit of a failsafe that if we do see the bans going over towards Crisis, because I can't imagine this is the first time that a team has done this, right? Maybe you can move Crisis over towards the Ultron and then Twitzy can play something like the White. We don't know. Like, we do know that there is a little bit of like crossover, but maybe that Protect onto the Ultron just confirms that both of these like ex-Duelist players and current Duelist players, I guess with Twitzy, has the freedom to do it. And with Twitzy locking over to the Star-Lord, it really is just a question of what is Crisis going to play.
Rocket, apparently, because you're able to secure the Star-Lord. And you don't really want to go for an Ultron look when Rad went for a save onto Star-Lord themselves. So, like, Rad starting off in the attack, you can see if they're expecting an Ultron composition, this is the way that they deal with it. Angela and Star-Lord both taking the 2 versus 1 when they know that Pulsar, likely only having Loki available for Lapsus to be able to play, would simply just not get an opportunity to heal if they go into an aerial battle, because Loki's healing is AoE based. The only way you'd be able to reliably heal a flyer is if you splash the AoE off of the terrain around them.
Rad leaping out into the fray to see if they can pull this series back into their favor. Spider Islands was used to a T yesterday to make those series a little bit more closer in proximity between Reason Gaming and Shikigami. But Pulsar Esports trying to fight back on this defense, and Rad trying to draw this line with this comp, wanting to go at least for a little bit more of that leap in. And Lugia starting on the Angela. We saw a lot of switch rounds last time. At least he's playing on it a little bit longer than last.
Okay, something we absolutely have to talk about is the fact that Rad are playing Mantis in a double strategist line. Now, this is something that people have theorized is actually viable off of the amount of headshots that you can secure from Dino, meaning you're constantly refreshing your Mantis resources. But we'll have to see if there's enough sustainability off of both the Mantis Loki and the Vibrant Vitality team up to keep Rad's players up when Pulsar decide to get aggressive.
Makes sense when you don't really have that many barriers as well. Like, even if it's not the Devil Dinosaur, you've got stuff like the Deadpool. It doesn't have that much to mitigate the damage. But speaking of which, Blur has brought out the Ban Hammer to allow Pulsar to try and go for a counter-attack, or at least suppress these angles that Rad are trying to carve open. If it isn't the Crazy Kitty on the Black Cat, it might be the Angela, but Crazy Kitty has found that pick onto the Lapsus Otila, so the Loki is going to be out of the fray at the moment. And the trade actually doesn't go the way of Twitzy at all. Vertigo comes in to help a little bit of Lugia over on the Angela, and the saving grace of the Angel might have actually forced this to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, that's first just picked up. Rad play it absolutely masterfully. Lugia on the Angela baits the attention of like 3 players from Pulsar. Crazy Kitty gets the entrance he's looking for onto Lapsus Sotilas once the regeneration domain's been burnt out. And Rad don't have to worry about not having the sustainability of the Loki rocket because there's not any opportunity for a 6 versus 6 brawl. They simply pick apart Pulsar with the Mantis damage boost and scattering the split.
Rad also just getting the full rejuvenating team up between Loki, Mantis, and Groot, which is starting to like slip in a little bit more with the focus going elsewhere. So Rad might be able to show that that is something that you can't ignore in the case of Pulsar. Another pick goes the way of the attacking side of Rad. And Crazy Kitty is sort of showing why the priority is there. The BR back is also going to be broken to make sure that nobody can come back from Pulsar to try and contest this. And really, it's pretty much the inverse of what we saw in Domination. Pulsar constantly losing the fights. They have to back off. And Crazy Kitty has completely shoved them all the way back.
Yeah, Pulsar are trying to work out how they want to be able to peel this dive. Like, DRP can play very frontline heavy. He's not going to be able to help his backline because Rajas have too much mobility. They will run circles around DRP by the time he's able to catch up to his backline. So, Lapsus off of the Loki onto the White Fox. No Luna team up, but you do still have Spectral Surge to be able to charm your opponents. As Blur sets things in motion with the Banhammer coming through. Crisis setting up the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier around a corner, so Red have a hard time breaking it. But what they do have is Strangling Prison plus Soul Resurgence and a Galactic Legend when Pulsar run out of all of those survivability options. DRP unfortunately too far away from having Psionic Seduction to interrupt the Star Wars ultimate, and off of the back of that, Rad will be able to secure second and head into third.
I mean, it was a good hold from Pulsar, all things considered. Even through the Galactic Legend Strangling Prison, nobody got eliminated, but it was just the fact that they ran out of juice, I suppose, and Rad still have a lot of ultimates to work with on this attack.
Okay, what are Pulsar going for now? Lapsus goes to the Rocket, so Crisis can play the White Fox. I do want to see how Rad are able to deal with headed into the terrain from third, since there's a lot less opportunity for these flanks to be able to come through, and the moment that you do try to get aggressive, DRP can just shut you down with Psionic Seduction. So we're currently seeing Lugia just duel out Blur to make sure that the Venom can't get past and go pressure Rad's backline, because as we've already talked about, Mantis Loki, not a lot of reliable, strong healing when your attention is diverted into multiple pockets of fights. Calling card mirrored from both of these teams. So far, no picks off of the back of it, but Rad slowly wearing down some of the spaces that Pulsar have to play with, and they just want to go first. Out comes Sonic Seduction, Vertigo taken down, but Rad equalized with 2 picks of their own once the Emerald's done.
There's not much else to go off of now for Rad. It's more about cleanup, as Pulsar have actually been able to stall things out for the time being. DRP is taking a good chunk of damage, trying to survive the best that they can, and Yan Amplifier is going to try to punish Rad for maybe overextending. That Heaven's Retribution held from Lugia for a good amount of time, and DRP now with a full charge using these clones as a way to make sure that that damage output is tasty enough has meant that this is more turning into the brawls that we've been seeing over the last couple of maps. The fight is a little bit more treacherous though, and now you've got the Soul Resurgence catapulting Rad into this fight. Lugia just making sure that there's no like counter dive, that the backline is going to be safe, and Ducky has now found himself the 2 picks that he needs. One is going to be instantly brought back with the Rocket utility, and Pulsar now pretty much ushered over into their spawn again. Heaven's Retribution now going to be used to stop anybody from stalling, and then you've got the Galactic Legend to tidy up everybody behind. Smashnez has found everybody on the side of Pulsar. There's not going to be too much left to actually stop this engagement once it goes through, and it's looking like Rad on their choice of Spider Islands are going to finish it out once they get these players down one at a time. Kimiho has to be used, but anything that Pulsar has, it has to come through, and they might have just been able to stall it out for a second, but the Yan Amplifier has been copied from Rad. They now have a bit more damage output. More time is stalled. There's still a couple of players and pixels to push, but Rad finish out on Spider Islands.
Fair play to Lugia, the goat coming through with the spear of the Kumeho Unleashed right into the abyss, which means that even when you go back into Fox form, you're still taking a fight versus gravity that, unless you have a player you can TP towards, you will lose. Major pickup coming on through as Rad, we talked about it. Running the Loki Mantis, it worked to a point on first and second because you were able to just scatter Pulsar's attention away from taking a 6v6 brawl. But when we headed into third, it became a little bit harder to secure those opportunities. I feel as well like Ducky coming through the Strangling Prison was more of a sort of bait for Cosmic Yawn Amplifier as opposed to Pulsar trying to punish Rad's overextension, because no one from Rad is actually in a position to get caught out by Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. They're already all behind cover. They're sitting on one-sided Mantis ultimate as well, which means that it's one-sided strategist fight for Rad to be able to try and force the issue and take the 6 versus 6 in the one situation that they actually have more healing than Pulsar.
I mean, it's one of those instances where, like, Rad have been so happy to just kind of, like, not ban out the Rocket and have it be one-sided for Pulsar. Surely at this case, with how much of a focus it's been, only 2 eliminations against Rad as well on that, most people being uneliminated. It feels that, like, Rad are like, we know that you want one-sided Rocket. We don't care. We have contingencies for it.
Okay, Pulsar, what do you have for us on attack? Is yet again, Crisis' hero pool being fully chipped away on in the draft leaves him having to play the Adam, so they're locked in for the long haul. If Rad are playing a very burst-heavy glass cannon style composition, Pulsar are playing the 9 to 5 clock in, clock out, get the double res, triple res if you count BRB cycle up, and outlast your opponent.
I mean, the damage output that Adam can have is certainly useful, and a Loki to copy the Kamet Revival to keep everybody going is not bad. We've seen it on this map. It was egregious to actually experience and watch, but not usually on the attacking side. So Rad have pretty much drawn that line in the sand over onto third, and the defense is looking like it's the typical defense of Spider Islands. One pick, and the defenders of Rad actually have to scamper a little bit more.
Yeah, the difference as well is that Pulsar now actually have 2 very strong defensive cooldowns, which Rad now have to force, both the regeneration domain but also Crisis' soul bond. It's very problematic for the dive because it just simply absorbs all of the damage they can do. Lugia, though, takes Crisis down. He does still have the cocoon, so if he wants to bring himself back into the fight, he can, but that will then come at the cost of playing into when he has the Comic Revival up.
Lugia is really making this Angelo look solid. She's certainly one of the vanguards that has fallen out of popularity the most, you'd have to say. But Rad on the attack and defense, making it work with confirming these eliminations. And that's handy when you're trying to run this dive. Ducky goes for the Strangling Prison, but it gets interrupted, though. We didn't even hear the voice line from Groot. It was good proverbial approach from Pulsar, stopping it in its tracks. And he goes down for his trouble. So Pulsar found themselves a grand opening to push this past first, just off of that stun alone.
Yeah, Pulsar also just living until now. Smashness does have Galactic Legend, but Pulsar losing Crisis don't have Comic Revival to be able to bring their fallen players back, so a little bit quieter as Pulsar wait for the regroup before they decide to full push. And when they do, Ryan, it's a long haul fight. Mash can get a copy off onto Vertigo, Twitzy will start things off with Cosmic Ion Amplifier, and Rad try to just break through it as quickly as possible, so Ensong Inferno does not get the amp, but it does connect onto Mash, and Rad now only relying on Mantis and Groot team up heals are likely about to fall to the amount of burst damage that Phoenix Adam can do.
It's just too much, really, in the end. So Rad are starting to drop like flies. You'd say it's like an easy take for Pulsar to get onto first, but some time at least was bought, and we've seen second stall out a little bit longer, and now Pulsar actually have some things to build off of with 2 Kamet Revivals, you'd have to assume, or yeah, an Amplifier, whatever Lapsus or Telos wants to run, and there's no Jean Grey on the other side to actually break any of those deployables.
Well, the problem for Rad is how do you break a double Comic Revival cycle when you only have 3 ultimates, 4 if you count Strangling Prison, to be able to play. But Strangling Prison isn't about pick potential, it's more about setup. There goes the Groove, but the block from DRP off of the EMEA shield is perfectly placed. And Rad have to rely now on the other Vanguard crowd control ultimate. Heaven's Retribution sets up Crazy Kitty to just come through with 2 picks in neutral, but Crisis just brings everyone back with the Comic Revival. Up onto high ground they fall, and onto the low ground they drop to continue the brawl.
It means that now Lapsus Sotiles can be quite content to actually go for the Iron Amplifier copy to make sure that this rotation of ultimates is going to be well suited. So Resurgence is going to be copied over on the side of Mash, and then Calling Card now for Crazy Kitty, who held on to it, knowing that the Counter Revival was about to come online, now starting to try and use this as a riposte to counterattack onto Pulsar, who seem to be so far dealing with it well. The leap-in might have been a bit of an overextend, and DRP gets pulled in for his trouble. Pulsar have to give all of this up.
Yeah, the Cosmic Ion Amplifier copy might have been jumping the gun somewhat, as Rad just burn it down very quickly, push on forward with a Soul Resurgence and take all of the space away from Pulsar. Now you're waiting for Twitzy to come through with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier to boost up Ballas, and you're hoping that DRP swapping onto Mag will provide extra shield coverage for the players to kite away from Smashness' ultimate, because the chances of you getting Meteor M up before Galactic Legend is used are so slim.
We've also seen a couple of instances of the Meteor M with a Yarn Amplifier, just instant throw, being able to get an elimination. But there is the Galactic Legend in the sky. Soulbond trying to mitigate or at least spread out some of the damage for the strategist to deal with, but it's not going to be enough as all 3 strategists are the first to fall. Smashness absolutely cleans up house with near enough a team wipe all on his lonesome off that ultimate. And like you mentioned, Moxie, Pulsar had absolutely nilch to deal with it.
Yeah, Rad just have so much damage. Like, you're running Loki Mantis, you don't have a lot of sustain if the fight goes long, but these fights aren't going long because Pulsar are being funneled into chokes, losing players before they can even attempt to get a 6v6 going. Strangling Prison comes on through, this time not blocked by the EMEA. Twitzy tries to heal off of Cosmic Ion Amplifier, but Rad just break it, and the rest of Pulsar's team.
It's looking a little bit dire for Pulsar as a map 3 is looking to be on the cards. Pulsar, like we've been mentioning, a series win here would put them into playoffs at least comfortably. For Rad, they still have good chances. It's not like they're going to get eliminated if they lose out on this, but it certainly makes their lives a little bit easier, and avoiding strong teams on the other side of the group in playoffs is going to be the key thing here. Bit of poke coming in from the Venom now, as there's a couple more changes for Pulsar that want to try and leap in a little bit more. Devil Dinosaur not going to be in play, but now the picks are still coming in on the side. Twitzy trying to switch over to the Black Cat, see if their dive could work a little bit more, and Crisis already forced out with his own soul revival means that that's not going to be useful for this last fight.
Yeah, and that's a big problem because Crisis has Karmic Revival. Pulsar don't have Burst Healing up against Rad's ultimate economy. They can go for Heaven's Retribution calling card combo. Pulsar won't have the means to heal it. They'd be reliant on Karmic Revival bringing the players back instead, which is why Rad, they're just running the time down at the moment. They know that they don't have to go first. They know that when the fight moves to the point, Pulsar's position will be forced, and Karmic Revival could potentially mean that they're off of the objective to be able to pick it up. Heaven's Retribution comes from Lugia. Vertigo with the Soul Resurgence, setting Rad to run forward, and Crisis falls off the map!
He gets pushed all the way through, and he had Karmic Revival in hand, so there's not even a chance of, like, if a Loki was still in play, that you'd be able to copy unless you jump down behind it, but I don't know if that's going to be the play or the plan for Pulsar. It all runs out in the end, though, as Rad finished the map. Pulsar get held on first, and a third map is on the way.
I tell you what, I know exactly what I'm doing when my shift ends. I'm running to that replay and I'm watching how the heck Crisis fell off the map. Oh, they were so reliant on Karmic Revival. They were like, yeah, we know that you have ultimates. We know that you'll get picked off of the back of them. We'll just bring everyone back with Karmic. And it all falls apart.
See exactly where we're going after this, whether we're going to see more from Pulsar. Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The start sort of lineup that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, a be right back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Iron Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he is shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA in Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Well, that was an interesting scenario for Pulsar Esports, to say the least, that had a very high high and a very low low towards the end, and a bit of a tumble, I guess, that we saw. Moxie, I mean, you went in game to see exactly what happened. Tell us what went down.
I mean, yeah, I said I would on cast, and I did. We had a 5-minute break. I booted up my game. I went into replay thinking, like, surely it must have been a push to spear coming through from Lugia. Go, no, you know that sort of like gap in between the floorboards when you're trying to push slightly up to the high ground of Second Spider Islands on the right side, and then if you try and jump back, there's somewhat of a 1.5 meter ditch before you can actually get over. Unfortunately, Crisis fell through that 0 seconds before Soul Bond came back online, which would have afforded him flight ability, and he would have been able to pass it no problem. So it was not an Angela Spear, can confirm. It was the Adam taking an absolute tumble.
It just feels like the cherry on top of the way that that map went, unfortunately, for this team of Pulsar. The bans didn't go in their favor. They were trying to turn things around towards the end when they are on the attacking side. It felt like they got some momentum. Maybe the ult usage wasn't as good as it could have been, and I feel like Lugia out here, Ryan, was part of the reason. I mean, not going down once, wow.
He was just so good at making sure that there was no counter dives that could come in from like DRP on like any Venom play. The whole warding off areas of the map, being able to like take some of these engagements, appeal for his like backline or have people dive in with him to take some of those early fights, as we saw going on to the likes of like Twitzy and stuff when he was over on the Star-Lord. And it's a good character. Like a lot of teams have moved away from it naturally, but it's like this is not going to be a priority to take out in a ban, right? So it means that if there's another map in this caliber, we can see Lugia actually be able to show off that hero pool. And that's one of the reasons why I think Rad are very like happy to just let the Dino like slide through if it gets banned out against them. Great, because they have some of the most flexible Vanguard players and they get to show MVP performances on CD tier characters like Angela.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it feels like part of the reason why this worked so well was because of the target of Crisis, right? We didn't see the Invis, we didn't see the Luna. Those are two that really shut down that Angela play that we've seen. And I mean, targeting Crisis was the way to go, it felt like, Moxie.
Yeah, to the point that honestly for Pulsar, I think you're looking at first save, and maybe if Rad don't go for a second instant ban onto Luna, you go for the save onto it, so that you can then at least guarantee that Rad won't just chase down Crisis's whole map hero pool, because it's not just Crisis who gets impacted by that, right? It's also forcing Lapsus Atilas onto having to pick up different heroes that he can try and offset the ones that are available, and Crisis still has up.
It also kind of felt like Twitzy had to flex a little bit more towards the strategist when you saw that Rad just had a better look, specifically on the duelist lineup. I mean, Smashness here, Ryan. Also a great performance from them, right?
Yeah, easy, I'd say. So far, you've got like some flexibility happening, but you got to say as well, like Rad respected him to making that like Mantis Loki double strategist line work as well as it did. Like Ducky had a rough time with some of his ultimates early on group, but again, goes to show how strong he is on that character, that even if the meta is leaning towards certain other Vanguards, it's still fine for Rad to play around their strengths. I'd imagine for Pulsar, like that second protect over onto the Ultron can be like given up on omitted for something for Crisis to be playing around.
I mean, what do we see coming out here, Moxie, with maps? I mean, what can they go to?
You want to avoid maps like Hull of Deucalia because that's where things like the Angela work, but it's also a very strong Phoenix map. So maybe if they want to try to go back to Ballas being the carry, coming on through with things like the Elsa and the Phoenix, you go there, but Symbiotic Surface is actually going to come through instead. And I think this is smart from Pulsar, like moving away from maps where a lot of teams have already seen the compositions that you want to play. But truly, I think for me, it does not matter which map they had decided to go to unless something in the ban draft changes, because we all know that Rad will just go for the same strategy unless Pulsar circumvent it.
Well, why don't you take us into the ban draft? Let's get it underway.
For records, really not too much to go on for either side. Like Pulsar not seeing this again. If we had some data over from preseason, we just have to ignore it because it almost feels like a very different squad. And so Devil Dinosaur has been protected. Black Cat has also been protected here for Rad to make sure that they get it. And the Mantis is also good because that is one of the other options for Pulsar Esports to go in for these protect, right? Like they have gone for like protecting Mantis, Invis, Jean Grey in some of these instances. Maybe even like the Invisible Woman might need to come back up into the rankings if they can get around it.
Well, it's also like if you're going for Crisis's hero pool, you're not, and they are going to continue to go for Crisis's hero pool, you're not going to be able to take out the Phoenix from Pulsar Esports, so you absolutely want to deplete the Mantis uptime with the Phoenix for Ballas to have constant damage boost, which you potentially don't get access to. Rad could go for one-sided Lunar Snow, but they'll secure the Star-Lord as they saw how problematic it was for Pulsar to have to deal with, especially if Pulsar continue to try to go for this Ultron crutch in that core composition.
Now, Luna, Loki, it's pretty much all going to be strategists in the ban line from the look of it, and the protect over to Invis.
There we go.
An inspired choice because it at least gives Crisis to play around.
Yeah, there we go. Rad won't be able to target Aitsu, and you have to know, like, if the save there from the side of Pulsar was not Invis, if it was Ultron, Susan Storm would be the Invisible Woman for the amount of time that we would get to see Crisis able to play her, as Rad now take out that Loki so that they don't have to worry about double uptimes of Invisible Boundary plus Regeneration Domain, making it pretty problematic for Black Cat to be able to find her footing, as we'll have to see if this save onto Invisible Woman is the saving grace for Pulsar in this free map series.
You'd have to say, just generally, like a protect onto Invis would not be worth it for the majority of teams. But like in this instance, yeah, if there's a Mantis open, that would have been protected for Crisis. If there was any other like strategist for him to be playing, he would be on it and protecting it. In this case, it's just giving him something to play around because other options are just way too limited. So Pulsar, the ball is in their court to make the right adjustments, and they're going to be the ones attacking first, as Rad now have to try and defend and give themselves the clearest shot of playoffs that they've had so far.
Yeah, we can already see Ballas on the Elsa Bloodstone wanting to relive the glory that was his run of Krakoa, where they looked unstoppable. But when you weigh up their performance on Spider Islands in comparison, night and day difference, like a huge difference maker in the bad draft coming on through on the side of Rad, but this time Pulsar are able to sidestep the impact of Crisis's hero pool being totally depleted, and we go back into this brawl state coming on through from both of these teams. Blue are also going to be rolling out on the Vanguard Deadpool, wanting to have as much uptime on the ultimate as possible off of the sheer amount of damage you'll be able to do to Ducky, as Rad do have two ways of play: frontline for the Dino and backline disruption or full dive hits with the Black Cat and Cat.
So much Rad have to sort of shuffle back, and because there was that Loki ban in, it means Rad might be pulled away from playing the Groot, as you don't have that team up with Loki. You'd still have like the Mantis and stuff. You've got that one-sided, so Pulsar don't have access to it, but Crazy Kitty leaping in to see if he can go for that fight up against Crisis. It might not matter what character he plays, Crazy Kitty might just have him on a lockdown, so Pulsar still shuffling forward a little bit, trying to decide whether they want to go in and out with this fight, but as soon as they start to press the S key, it feels that Rad are just going to dive in to see if they can get a little bit more ult charge.
Yeah, you can see Twitzy as well having to guard his backline, but also the position of the BRB from Lapsus. Like the fact he's putting the teleport network on top of it basically means if Pulsar scout Rad moving towards the BRB, Twitzy will be able to teleport back and guard
Big
off
pick.
of it. As Crazy Kitty goes down, which is huge, it means that Crisis gets much more opportunity to survive the oncoming fight as Blur pushes the team forward. Banhammer very early on picked up before Rad have a strategist ultimate to survive it, and that should allow Pulsar to start picking up point percentage, but not the full 3 ticks potentially, as Rad could decide to recontest.
Not going to go in for the portal, and yeah, just actually trying to regroup because of how awkward this second point can be. If they can sort of position well and take some of these high ground areas, it means that they might be able to afford a couple more battles, and where Pulsar stood at the moment could be where this payload actually stalls, but a great first attack for them, and it's just being able to get the pick alongside that Banhammer meant that they had enough momentum to build it into actual objective damage.
Here comes Apex Predator from Pulsar, and Ducky goes down. Galactic Legend from Twitchy tries to come through, but what a shutdown from Crazy Kitty. Catches him right in the startup of the Starlord ultimate, and that would have been huge for Pulsar. Like, they would have been able to totally deplete Rad's players. No high ground position, no strategist ultimate up in time to be able to survive it. Now, if you're Pulsar, you're just fully reliant on Cosmic Ion Amplifier and the damage you can do off of base kit alone. Crisis catches Crazy Kitty yet again. Smash is having to use a Galactic Legend to just zone Pulsar back, since they have no way of breaking Cosmic Ion Amplifier, but this gives so much space up.
It's very much a case of just using this high ground now, seeing if Rad, with like the strategist ultimates that they managed to bank up with the invisible boundary and the fate of both worlds, could do too much. It's a great freeze actually to connect onto Blur, but with that positioning, it's going to be hard to contest it. Another Banhammer going to come through from Pulsar to see if this could be just a quick second checkpoint take in similar sense to the first one, but it's forcing out everything from Rad. In fact, those ultimates sort of almost lined up a little bit too close to each other, with a calling card, the last thing to come out from Rad to go in for this fight. More stuff starting to build. You got Captain America for more sustain if they need it, but Pulsar thinking that they've actually managed to get quite a lot out in the end, decided to back off a little.
Lapsus is able to move the BRB. Crazy Kitty clocked it, and Lapsus changes its direction, so they'll go for the rocket instead, try to break the cooldown that way, but it's a trap! Crazy Kitty gets baited into the Elsa snare. Fast does get taken down, and Rada finding the picks, which eats away the space Pulsar has been able to so far pick up. A closer hold that they feel confident to be able to take with this Freedom Charge up and available for Lugia to get online. As Twitzy tries to build the Galactic Legend, that's Pulsar's engagement opportunity. Rad, no strategist ultimate, but they do still have the cap to live.
They have so many good like duelist ultimates coming up, and then the freedom charge now is going to try to sustain things a little bit more for Rad in the end, but it's not going to be enough to stop Twitzy. He's able to get 2 before Mash is able to snipe him out of the sky, and you think that that's one of the biggest win conditions. You don't have those strategist ultimates available for Rad just yet, but Ballas very close to having his own Apex Predator if he can find those eliminations. Unfortunately though, in that backline everybody might still be going down. Crazy Kitty is completely cutting any momentum out of Pulsar, even with the banhammer used to get that pick in the end. It still feels that they don't quite have the numbers. Luckily, the payload hasn't moved that far away from where these guys are coming from in their attacking spawn, which means that they have the reinforcements a lot faster than Rad.
No strange TP from Rad, full Reline. Okay, there we go. They are going to use it because you can't really use Galactic Legend when Pulsar can simply just hit you with the Apex Predator, but that is the worry when they all tumble through Strange Portal now. Ballas potentially looking for the Glartrox to grab players out of position, which is the reason why it's only Lugia teleporting onto point to be able to confirm that touch. There's the Apex Predator. Lapsus will Cosmic Ion Amplifier so the team can survive Galactic Legend coming through from Smashnez, and Mash falls crucially close to his ultimate, which means that Pulsar are able to brute force the point and head into third.
I mean, the defensive spawn from the end of third is not too far away, so not having a portal for these next couple of minutes might not feel too egregious in the end, but Pulsar play up the numbers nicely. Rad, I think with the Invisible Boundary and Fate of Both Worlds used so close together to sustain, and then also the Captain America ultimate from Lugia, it just provided a perfect opportunity for Pulsar to find those eliminations in the end now. So for Ballas, he's still looking for those picks, nowhere near to building up some of these ultimates for the duelist, but Twitzy having the Galactic Legend on the horizon.
I mean, they have to be so paranoid about where Crazy Kitty can be, though, with how far the front line plays split from the back line on third of Symbiotic Surface. Invisible Boundary paired alongside Fate of Both Worlds from Mash, which means superior sustainability on the side of Rad. Galactic Legend from Twitzy, once it's fallen, forces the double strategist ult again on the side of the defense. And Pulsar still think that it's winnable. They try to pair up the damage to be able to break through the heal uptime with both the Rampage and the Star-Lord ult. Blur's brought back by the Battle Recall Beacon, but Rad still have gas in the tank and Ducky in the whole of Pulsar's team, rampaging on forward, which means that Rad should be able to establish some hold right now.
90 seconds left now on the clock, and like Lugia is going to be behind in some of the progression made for the Deadpools as he switched away from the cap. Blur is very much being using this momentum consistently out of the first fight, but now there's the calling card for Crazy Kitty that has managed to turn this fight consistently in favor of Rad when they've had the chance. So reset is going to be required, but they're not going to be able to escape in time as Crazy Kitty is gone absolutely feral alongside the rest of Rad to send Pulsar all the way back. They're going to respect this space, reset, and make sure that Pulsar don't have much to work with.
He's just been an absolute highlight reel for Rad so far on Symbiotic Surface. So too, though, has Ballas. Like, these Apex Predators have been so good. Rad being very cautious, not wanting to stack all of their team up, understanding the Elsa ultimate is good to go on the side of the attack. Lugia could kickstart off with the Banhammer, but Smashnez will go first instead, forcing out the Cosmic Ion Amplifier. Good Guardian Shield Stagger coming through from Vertigo, but Blur's able to get on top of the Star-Lord through the shielding and take him down, which means that Cosmic Ion Amplifier stays standing. Rad get pushed back. Now, if they want to be able to touch onto the objective, they have to go directly into the Glartrox.
Feels that there's these strategists building up these ultimates, not really cycling them out very well. It's like 90%, 8%. Great for Rad, but not if you use them together. Banhammer is going to be the way to actually go in for this fight, and Vertigo finds that pick over onto Blur. It's going to be taking out a one Vanguard down for Pulsar. That now it's getting to 10 seconds. You've got to be expected to run in and touch, and the Glartrox isn't going to count for that kind of progression, but it is going to lead to the eliminations, even through this Fate of Both Worlds from Mash. The picks are aplenty, and now you need to worry about the Galactic Legend. But nobody touched the point. Pulsar seemed to have the game pretty much at an advantageous position to keep moving, but nobody was nearby.
Oh, no. Oh, that could haunt them. With how close it's been between these two teams, that absolutely could haunt them. Especially because if you thought Crazy Kitty was problematic on defense, he's about to be just as problematic on the attack. Like, Pulsar's back line is constantly going to have to be able to mark out where the Black Cat is Like, they're not running the Daredevil, they're not matching the Black Cat, so there's very little they actually have to be able to gather information-wise outside of just scouting Crazy Kitty's presence. But Black Cat has so many options available. Helm of Hades is perfect for being able to sneak your way into those positions, into the back line, getting in, getting one pick, and getting out.
Gotta say, like, these stats are making Blur look very good over on the Vanguard Deadpool. And, like, on attack, he starts off with it early. Banhammer leads to first point take. He's able to make those, like, progressions to buff up whatever bits of kit that he frankly wants. He was very much a star in letting Pulsar actually, like, make some moves over on that attack. It's still a good position for it to end in. It's not, like, a complete worst-case scenario. But now Rad have a very clear line. And, yeah, I see Lugia go on Spider-Man 2.
In the eternal words of J. Jonah Jameson, okay, no, Lugia won't continue to be as much of a menace that he was on Spider Islands, at least not on Peter Parker. He'll move on to the other hero with the red costume, and that will be the Vanguard Deadpool, as Smashnez applies a little bit of token pressure. Ducky on the Emma actually means that Rad have a lot of brute force potential to just shove Pulsar off of this high ledge and let them be so much closer, just dropping on point and walking at Rad when they've been able to build up that first Banhammer. But Blur is already ahead of them. In fact, he's already got it.
He now needs to find his target, and while Smashnez is building up the dopamine with all of these headshots onto the Devil Dinosaur, he's not going to be able to pale in comparison to a Banhammer available this early. But one of the things that has led this way is like Blur, okay, wants to go for this counterattack now on the defense to push these people back. But in these moments, Crazy Kitty has been exceptional at trying to find these eliminations. Unfortunately, though, the peel is just a little bit too hard. He's got too much of the focus. All 5 players from Pulsar turning around to deal with him. He was so close to actually honoring up the, like, evening up the odds when it came to the people available in the server. But that was great peel from Pulsar to survive.
I mean, it was also great target focus from Pulsar. Banhammer, instead of going onto a strategist, went on to Lugia go. Then you split the back line from the front line, you catch Lugia, which means that you actually fully reset his Vanguard Deadpool ult charge because he goes down. Ballas now being able to take advantage of Rattle being shuffled up in choke, sends out the Gladrox trying to grab players out of position, but Lugia's been able to break through, and that means that Crazy Kitty is on an absolute tear. The backline of Pulsar is no safe space, and Rad have finally been able to break through first point.
And they have so much to sit back on too if Pulsar want to go aggressive. You got DRP that went for the Strange, but didn't see a portal inside. Don't know how much progression he made to actually getting it. So whether it's on cooldown or not remains to be seen. But Rad having both the Strategist Ultimates available and then this Galactic Legend, it can match Twitzy, who has to be a little bit more selective on the targets that he wants to go in for the fight. Crazy finding the Beer back, though, however, is a major move for the attackers as they're going to try and force Rad out to be a little bit more offensive. So Pulsar now have to give up some of the space. The picks are still coming in as all of these players try to shelter themselves into the alcoves, but Crazy Kitty on the Black Cat is already there to cut through them just as easily. Great play from Rad to go off the ultimates, but also getting that Beer back sent themselves a grand old fight.
I will say, Pulsar did make the most out of the stall that they had. DRP making sure he goes down on objective once Pulsar know that they've given up the fight secures them one more opportunity at taking a fight before we go into final fight territory on second here. And Rad could potentially be burnt out of a lot of their ultimates, which would then bleed into snowball potential for third. Crazy Kitty with the calling card, just waiting on the walls. Slaps the Satilas, makes the first move. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier plus Galactic Legend. The Crisis is taken down instantly. Vertigo with the ultimate catches all of Pulsar's players as they navigate from choke. And there's just too much damage for Crisis to be able to stand up and use Invisible Boundary in the next fight.
It's too much to deal with, yeah, and Crazy Kitty has been absolutely feasting on these. There might not be 9 lives left for Pulsar if this defense keeps going the way that it is, but honestly, this is a pretty good job of them to keep on stalling. It felt that the fight was lost maybe 30, 35 seconds ago, and actually, the fight wasn't lost at all. It was just a bait and switch as suddenly Ballas has found himself some lovely picks to send Rad all the way back to spawn.
And there's the value of DRP going down on the objective in the fight before. Pulsar able to bleed Rad's ult economy out with only the Galactic Legend Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, and then DRP ending off the fight with Rampage to slow Rad's disengage, which means that Bass could get behind them and set up all of the shots. He's now on the high ground as well, has the Apex Predator, Rad reliant fully on Fate of Both Worlds, but this early pressure could potentially force them to use it before they even get to see the objective, which would be terrible because we're barreling towards final fight territory, and Rad, if they lose steam, won't be able to complete the second stage of the fight.
Banhammer going to be used. Apex Predator on the other side for Pulsar, and the Invisible Boundary is going to be matched up against with the Fate of Both Worlds as all of these teams going for this mad scramble. 2 minutes left. It almost feels like there's 2 seconds to go with how much has been forced out here. But Smashless is the first one to find a pick over onto Blur. Back is going to bring him in, but then Lapsi Sotilas goes down without the help of his own bit of utility. Galactic Legend stomped out of the sky. Jurassic Parkour apparently on the side of Pulsar as DRP manages to get the focus at the very least, takes him out. He gets taken out in proxy, and Rad moving things on might have been enough of a stall to actually go in for this portal, and now there's maybe a glimmer for Pulsar to stop things as they go in. The players are still coming back in from the reset, so now it's still going down one at a time. They managed to actually keep a hold of the points, so that progression needs to be flipped back over for Rad, but you'd have to imagine that this one at a time drip feed of picks for Pulsar isn't going to land holding on to this point much longer, and it's just given Rad plenty of ult charge for the next engagement.
Yeah, Pulsar were missing the crucial player in the portal recontest, and that was Twitzy. He went down super late and had Galactic Legend ready to go before Vertigo had the Invisible Boundary, but off of the damage done in the portal contest, he's been able to build it up, which means that if Pulsar used the solid ult to open up the space, Vertigo will just react with the Invisible Boundary, or Ducky could even use Sonic Seduction to be able to shut it down. Ducky's going to start with the Emma ultimate, which means that Crazy Kitty takes advantage of everyone having to take cover. No full shield Vanguard means that Pulsar had to fully block line of sight with the tree roots, and Crazy Kitty's able to catch the whole of the back line. Blur falls Twitzy down through the ultimate, and that will be Rad finishing off the map in style.
I mean, is there something to say about like Rad's ability to go through the draft, go through like whatever meta and find themselves the right theme? Pulsar, though, good effort, and for both of these teams, you'd have to say that they're still favorites to be making playoffs. Nobody's been confirmed, nobody's been eliminated, but Rad showing that they deserve to be amongst the pigeons, I suppose, that are the top teams of Virtus Pro and Navi in their group.
Well, I mean, this basically just turns everything up on a dime, right? We got to see a scenario where Pulsar were so close to clutching it up to make it into the playoffs, but unfortunately did not prove to be enough towards the end there. I mean, Moxie, this kind of boils it down a little bit too much, but do you think it's more of just like a synergy experience difference between these two teams?
I don't think so. I think it's lack of flexibility on the side of Pulsar's backline off of just the heroes
I didn't want to say it.
that Crisis is able to play, and then the amount that you can see getting done off of the flexibility of Rad's frontline, Ducky having an absolute huge Sonic Seduction to be able to force everyone from Pulsar into full retreat, just sets up Crazy Kitty so well, and that was the thing that Rad were reliant on, right? When Pulsar were able to fend off the Black Cat, when all the players were able to turn and peel him away, that's when they looked the strongest on the defense, but the moment that they started losing control of that space, well, the Black Cat slipped on through and stole the show.
Yeah, that's why I think like Crazy Kitty for me personally would be my MVP on that one specifically. It felt like they were able to be unleashed a lot more than we've seen in the previous maps, especially that domination where it just felt like they were kind of lost. The coordination that we saw between these teams also was just on another level, specifically with that duelist lineup, right? We saw Smashness being unleashed on the Star-Lord, then Crazy Kitty on the Black Cat here. Really everyone doing their role perfectly for Rad, where we can't unfortunately say the same about Pulsar specifically, but yeah, I mean, Crazy Kitty, of course, Ryan, still being one of the best Black Cats in the game.
Yeah, and you could understand why this team has been so keen on prioritizing and protecting this Black Cat, even though it really seems that like trying to get a one-sided hasn't been that valuable for squads. And it's just like you've left the Dino open, so you don't need to worry about protecting that. Like neither team's trying to one-side it either. It really was just that flexibility that Rad had been saying about what they focused on so far in the preseason is really starting to come out in full force. Maybe when the meta feels a bit more focused around like one or two characters in a specific like role, I guess, that's where they could feel a lot more limited. But it's not only winning out this series, it's showing multiple Vanguards, multiple duelists, right? And Pulsar, they're pretty much on the same wavelength. It's just they haven't had that time experience or reps the same way that this Rad Spots team has been able to get. When we get into like July and playoffs, assuming that both teams make it, I feel like Pulsar are going to be a lot more closer to what Rad have been able to put out, just with a bit more time together.
Yeah, and speaking of that time together, I mean, this is, a good change of pace for Crisis, right? We saw some adaptation, some more flexibility a little bit compared to previous weeks, of course, but still not enough, right? So hopefully as we go into those playoffs later on and even into tomorrow, maybe have some time to, get more familiar on that Rocket Raccoon. I'm sure, the teams on the other side for those matches tomorrow will kind of be looking at that. But Moxie, we got to be looking at these stats here.
I mean, the best way that you can see there was so much pressure on Pulsar's backline, which just was not there for Rads, are the amount of casualties that Mash and Vertigo go through in the whole map. 2 for Mash, 3 for Vertigo. If that does not speak volumes for the amount that Crazy Kitty was able to do, chipping away at Crisis and Lapsus, which then pulled the attention of DRP, Blur, Twitzy, Ballas, all into having to look for play more defensive as opposed to getting to be like really bullish towards Rad's own back line and start to deny some of them playmaking opportunities, I don't know what does.
I'm just really curious on like the adaptations we'll see for Pulsar specifically, right? That backline that we talked about for Crisis, maybe the White Fox needs to be, figured out specifically for this team a little bit more. Not having the Loki available also because that ban crucial, I would say, because they didn't have the double invisible boundary. It felt like ultimate wise as well here, Ryan, that they were a little off kilter.
A little bit, but I think there's some moments for Rad that were very similar, right? Like both teams could tidy up, and I'm really excited to see both teams how they go on and progress in the groups.
Well, we do have an interview ready here with the winners. We got Ducky on the line to congratulate them for their victory against Pulsar. One step away from making it to the playoffs. One more match against Lions tomorrow. How you feeling after getting a very solid win after those last 2 maps?
It feels good. Kind of disappointed we didn't 2-0, but it is what it is.
I mean, that's probably like the big question for me is like what went wrong on Krakoa, specifically for like, I think it was either you or Lugia, I think it was Lugia, that was like changing the Vanguards that they were playing very quickly at the start of like that map. Like he managed to come out with like some good looking Angela and Spider Islands, but that first map was like, we're going to go for this. No, we're going to change. Like what was the problem there at the start of Krakoa?
I'm not sure. We'd have to look back at it because I just didn't feel like we had an opportunity to do anything. They was obviously playing together really well, so we just couldn't find an opportunity to do anything, and I'm not sure why, because I think we still should have won, but we will probably look back at that, try to figure that out.
I guess for me, the turnaround in the series came in the ban draft of Spider Islands. Like, you guys going fully feral, and after Crisis's whole hero pool, whose sort of idea was that to go for it that hard? Because it's a big risk. Like, you let some pretty heavy hitters in the meta through to be able to just instantly lock Crisis out of a lot of opportunities.
I think it was just kind of a team decision. As a whole, we always talk about draft together so we can agree on something as a team and make sure we're confident on what we're doing in draft, because it's obviously really important before the game to make sure you have a good draft.
Well, speaking of the future for you guys, still looking to lock in that playoff spot, having to face off against the Lions tomorrow. Any thoughts going into that matchup?
Hopefully we can 2-0 them. Don't want to have a similar situation to this. This was very nerve-wracking, to say the least. I don't know how we lost the first map. It was just really bad. I don't know. It felt like all the practice we had just went down the drain, so hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Well, you guys get to enjoy your win, go back and VOD review, see exactly what went down, and hopefully make improvements for tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, Ducky. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
I mean, that's kind of how we felt, right? Like, Rad going into that first map, Moxie, it just felt like they didn't know what they were wanting to do at the end of the day.
I mean, they got the Black Cat through. Like, they probably came out of that ban draft thinking, like, yeah, we have this in the bag. It's just that some of the dives was like a little bit less coordinated. There weren't as many openings. Like the front line was going in at the same time as Crazy Kitty was getting out. So unlike in Symbiotic Surface, where you're both like working as a symbiotic relationship, your front line creating space for your dealers to be able to go in, there was none of that.
Well, we'll see if they can lock in their spot tomorrow. We got two teams coming up next who already are in the playoffs, but trying to determine who the top seed of Group A is. It's Nas Vincere facing off against Virtus Pro after this.
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? We make a killer
Even with the nerfs that we've seen, Deadpool is as viable as ever, as evidence of that last series. And well, you can pick up the partner team bundles in the game right now and gear up with your favorite team, showcase your fan favorite bundles out there as well. You can even pick them all up. I definitely recommend doing that. A lot of different, nameplates, emotes, different things that you can look forward to for each of our partner teams available through all of stage 1. And well, it's been great to see, the action so far here, YouTube, but we have the match of the group stages, right? Nas Vincere facing off against Virtus Pro. I mean, going into this one, Ryan, what are we feeling vibe-wise is going to come out from this?
I mean, vibes is very much an interesting word to use with how Navi have been playing recently, but you have to say it's just the colossal battle of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Moxie specifically, not as Area, they've been doing such a great job with Terra on this roster.
Yeah, the pickup for Terra has been huge. Like, granted, there were teething issues, but you could see that Na'Vi sort of understood that there would be, and they just threw themselves into as many matches, as many tournaments as possible to be able to get over that hurdle before the important ones get through. And I think that's a big difference for Na'Vi. They even say it themselves in the interviews. They're okay with dropping maps, they're okay with dropping matches, as long as it means that they're in a better position strategy-wise when it comes to the actual important ones. And this is an actual important one. There is a lot on the line for both of these teams. I think for Na'Vi, it's somewhat personal too, because even when they were able to keep ahead of Virtus.pro in preseason, teams were still saying that like Virtus.pro was the better team than Na'Vi, which in my opinion has actually now changed.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Virtus.pro, we'll see in just a second. It's the schedule for tomorrow, by the way, if you want to tune into that later on.
This game isn't
well.
important, so let's just focus on like...
We'll tell you about that a little later on. But, you know, Virtus.pro here, Ryan specifically talking about this team as well. I mean, what has been lacking from them compared to where we saw them last year?
Oh, I mean, lacking is such a strong word. I think it's just habitually this team has been very good at leaning into their strengths once they're aware of them. In any form of like draft system where it's been mirrored bans, i.e. Virtus.pro bans something above teams don't get to play it, Virtus.pro have been incredibly dominant. It's just now that you can specifically focus on different characters, where the meta may land. Naturally, they're the world champions, so there's a lot more focus on what they do. So if people have the answer to the meta, the one team that they're not going to tell is Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, look at these results that we've seen. The history is there to speak for itself, Ryan.
It's such a long list of like battles. Like, whilst it's free for like the wins, you have to add a couple more on, at least for like Na'Vi when they were rad. And it's the big wins, right? That first ever series loss that Virtus.pro had was back in stage 1 groups against rad at this point. I think the main thing so far is that Virtus.pro, once they find their footing, they look unbeatable. It's just the fact that at the start of this year for preseason, Na'Vi are just a little bit ahead of what the game requires from teams right now.
Yeah, and Terra with them, you know, undefeated record technically against Virtus.pro here, right? So that's definitely a good bet for them, picking them up. One of the best duels that we saw from the Americas region. Also Canadian, by the way. Just have to give that out there. But, you know, looking at our first map, Krakoa here, Moxie, what can we expect?
I mean, a lot of flexibility, I feel, between both of these teams. Like, we talked about Terra, but we have to talk about Jerky, who can play literally any role. Vanguard, duelist, strategist, this guy does it all. And it means that Na'Vi virtually unbannable when it comes to the draft. So I'm very interested to see what Virtus.pro have been cooking.
Well, I mean, going into the ban and protect phase, we'll have to see what exactly they're cooking, the strategies that they've been holding back to this moment. It all happens now.
It's a big one, and Krakoa starting us off is a terrific map because whilst both these teams are undefeated on domination so far this stage, Moxie, both teams are undefeated on this map for the full time this year. I think the last time these two teams played on Krakoa is going back to like stage 2 groups where Na'Vi kind of dumpstered Virtus.pro in 2025. So it's been a while, and Na'Vi immediately going for a bit of the rad juice by going for this Black Cat Protect first. And Virtus.pro are going, yeah, same. We don't care about the dinosaur.
Yeah, these will sort of like cancel each other out, right? Black Cat marks Black Cat, makes it a little bit harder for her to be able to get safely into the backline and start to shred through it, because even though Virtus.pro have already removed the rocket, which means that things like the Phoenix, the Starlord, all of those lose some of that value, you are still having a potential rocket of your own, which Na'Vi will now target on out. Phoenix still in play, Starlord alone, which even with the rocket removed has been problematic to the point that some teams looked at it. We've also got Luna and Dino, both totally absent at the moment, as it looks like the default for these two has been the Gambit into rocket ban first instead.
I was a little bit worried that we were going to just get complete mirror bans so far as both teams have been matching each other, but there is a bit of a disparity here. It's like Na'Vi want to make sure that they get the Jean Grey out. A one-sided Luna Snow is going to be into play for Virtus.pro, and there's maybe a chance to like go for a one-sided Starlord here because Na'Vi have been protecting the Starlord quite consistently as their final choice of protected.
Mantis, I think Virtus Pro have to really look at, since Na'Vi do still have Phoenix open to them. And okay, wow, we're really going for Phi's hero pool despite Virtus Pro having the Black Cat. Like, I actually like this because a lot of the sort of pivot aways from the Black Cat mirror has been using the Daredevil instead to be able to mark the Black Cat, since you have that constant passive information. As Na'Vi will go for the save on the Dino, which means that Virtus Pro now have to think about, is it a Mantis ban here? Is it a Loki ban here? It's a White Fox ban, even though they already targeted out the Lunar Snow, so they're obviously going to want to run some elements of dive with that Black Cat. But what this does mean is that Na'Vi get Loki, Mantis, Phoenix if they really want to go for a triple strategist line, but that does then mean giving up the Black Cat that they themselves saved. So I think Virtus Pro were almost sort of like looking at Na'Vi's ban line, basically knowing if we let a triple strategist composition through, you're not likely to actually play it because of the duelists that you have open instead.
I mean, one-sided Jean Grey as well means that if you want to try and sort of mirror that composition, you're going to struggle because Jean Grey is pretty much best in slot, it feels like, as that main choice. But here, like, whilst both teams have qualified for playoffs, it's bragging rights. 2 world champions head-to-head going into this best of 3. Na'Vi won the last time we saw them in pre-season, but this could be a whole different beast of the Bears of Virtus Pro.
Wait, did Na'Vi bait? Are we saving Black Cat but not playing it so we get Loki Mantis through? Terra's on the Phoenix at the moment. Now, granted, this is spawn. The Jeff is just here for speed bubbles so that you can get out of spawn and set your angles up faster. And if you are actually playing that Phoenix, having that angle control is very important as, yeah, they go for it. Black Cat saved. Na'Vi don't play it.
They're going for triple strategist instead with level 1 Crook over on the Loki to go for some of these copies. And Virtus Pro playing the tried and tested 2-2-2 dive with Fire over on this Black Cat to protect it. So Na'Vi, yeah, might have played themselves into a winner here, but it could all be to do with the point itself. Right now, both teams are trading these blows. Nobody's actually gone down yet so far, but the dive actually going to come in potentially from Trust Me, who just wants to usher away some of this pressure that Virtus Pro are trying to build across this map. A bit more spread out. You sort of see it as a bit of a jump scare for Terra, actually, as you see the Captain America wolf his way into the fight, but the eventual focus of Na'Vi with his triple strategist composition finds that concentrated effort. They've sent back some of these players to spawn and have taken point first.
So here's where it gets worse for Virtus Pro, because they rolled out on the counter dive backline of the Luna and the White Fox, but Na'Vi aren't diving. They're just spamming damage with Terra having 24/7 damage boost, which means that there's no opportunity for Virtus Pro to actually get any sort of CC off onto Na'Vi's players, and they're able to pick up the first point cap. Virtus Pro now looking for an in, likely off of Phi on that Black Cat, with Finzi creating a little bit more room to be able to work with, but Na'Vi on a triple strategist lane can just absorb the dive and see Virtus Pro off.
Trust me, he's very keen on actually warding off this area, making sure that this portal control isn't going to be anything that they have to deal with. It means that this front to back is a little bit more stocky. Unfortunately, though, the flying character of Jerky is being shot down to ground, and Banhammer is still going to like go through and onto the target, but the freeze is there, and it's good. Virtus Pro almost dodging around the issue, skirting around shyly of Na'Vi that had just bolstered this spot. They're down a player, but it's not going to matter too much, as Galactic Legend might be able to send back a few more. The focus and the commotion is finally enough for Na'Vi to be sent a little bit astray, and whilst the Dinosaur is doing well to make sure that this point is flipped a little bit later, everybody on Na'Vi goes down.
Okay, how well can Virtus Pro hold this space? Because Na'Vi will have ultimate soon to be able to brute force this brawl, and Virtus Pro have a dive composition which wants to get as much damage off onto Na'Vi's players to stall out their rotations, stall out the ultimate build-up, and allow them to actually start recouping some of this point percentage they're missing. Trust me, going to be farming a little bit of damage, also trying to scout out where exactly Phi will be, chasing him away from the backline, and getting close enough to point that Virtus Pro might have to give up presence around chokes just to stop the back cap.
Yeah, Fire's getting so much information, and this is a clear area the Virtus Pro want to try and go for with just the orb to get that info. But Na'Vi have found themselves the picks again, as Terra has found himself that final hit with the added aid of the Raid of Ultron. For level 1 Crook, he's found himself another elimination, hasn't got a mischief, but you'd have to imagine that you're not too worried about using it here. The problem, however, is that whilst these picks starting to go your way, it was still allowed for Virtus Pro to get a bit more progression on, but they haven't caught up to Na'Vi.
I mean, Na'Vi are just forcing Brawl, which means that Virtus Pro sort of lose this tempo. Fi is really strong before the fight starts when he has all of his fortune and can come in with all of those utilities pressuring out the strategist, but he's just not getting the opportunity of being cleared by Trust Me. Na'Vi now holding the space, double strategist ults will just go forward with the Rampage to force Virtus Pro to have to match, which means that Nevix falls, and you're reliant on Fi's calling card to be the thing that wins you the fight.
And yet some more of this fight has to go the way of Freedom Charge, which is more of a Freedom Run Away, as Finzi wants to try to get out of dodge if he can, but the picks are actually still going the way of Virtus Pro. Anything that Na'Vi has is going to be used, including the Banhammer, Ensong, Inferno. It's whether Terra can actually find the picks in the end or whether he's just using it to sort of finish out these fights. But trust me on this, Deadpool Vanguard has been something else entirely. Virtus Pro can't deal with him head on, and he seems to be just getting so much free reign. A complete nuisance and a wick left for Virtus Pro, a pixel left to try to contest this. It's going to glimmer out and fade away as Na'Vi find themselves a great hold on first point.
I mean, Na'Vi just baited Virtus Pro. Black Cat save, Virtus Pro thought that Na'Vi would rely on a Black Cat composition, and Na'Vi just don't. They roll out on something else entirely. And this is what we say when we look at how Na'Vi play. They're such a smart team in utilizing the ban draft, not just to take opportunities away from their opponents, but on domination, where that first fight, it's so important. Gambling on reading the composition that your opponent is on and totally miscalling it is shooting yourself in the foot to the utmost degree. Virtus Pro are just not on a composition that can break through Na'Vi sustainability nor match up to the damage output from Terra and Trust Me stacked up with the Mantis.
But they're not changing anything, which makes me think that they want to stick towards it. And at least this map, like some of the terrain on Krakoa can lean into this dive, right? There might be a chance here, but Na'Vi are clearly not going to change too much. Virtus Pro still committed to the dive, just with the change of having the Venom.
Yeah, Venom and Jeff, as opposed to Luna and White Fox, which I think is actually a stronger opportunity, as it means that you're not as reliant on Na'Vi making the first move and you using CC to peel up.
So Sparker has taken a lot of that focus, so the peel would have been pretty handy there. He's trying to get himself into the fray as much as possible, but just look at how much Trust Me is in his face. Settle down, Sunshine, you're not going anywhere. And it does mean that because of the way this fluid approach of Virtus Pro are playing, that Na'Vi could almost cement themselves onto the objective first. But the slimy way of Sparker being able to play in that fight, he slips away and pulls out the Galactic Legend, is able to find the picks. There's still members of Natus Vincere actually being able to fight around this objective, so it hasn't quite flipped over yet, but Sparker seems to be the one that's collecting these dog tags, confirming these picks, and Na'Vi, one at a time, starting to go down, stalled it out in the end, and it means that Virtus Pro really don't get that much progression.
Yeah, instantly Virtus Pro just look much more comfortable on this dive composition, putting Dridra on the Jeff so that you can just play out of the reach of Na'Vi while still healing your team and also supplying symbiotic shenanigans. For Nevix to be able to hold his position even with Finzi falling early is absolutely huge. Plus, winning the first fight now means that you can cut away some of the opportunities that Terra has to be able to free fire on Virtus Pro's approach. Jerky as well could come under fire when he tries to go for Rage of Ultron, as Sparker's been able to close up the distance, but maybe a little bit too close as Terra takes him down.
Maybe he got a little bit ahead of himself, though, and you could already see the Na'Vi want to try to turn this big pick into a flip. And honestly, seems pretty uncontested up until the very end for Virtus Pro, as the Rage of Ultron was more just to usher and clear out Fi, who is down to low HP. He's not going to be able to help his teammate in this fight. It's Jeff that's going to be used fairly close to the edge. You've got some environmentals, but there's no chance that he's getting away with anything more than Na'Vi flip the point.
Yeah, Na'Vi now holding all of the space, which means that Terra will be an absolute problem. Virtus Pro are going to be fully reliant on their vanguards, clearing some path of safety for the team, but that does mean that they lose reliable shielding to hide away from Terra's damage output, so these rotations have to be very clean, but that means very lengthy. A lot of point percentage going Na'Vi's way, and also allowing level 1 Crook and Fate to close up to ults.
There's the leap in. Banhammer going to be dedicated from Trust Me, who's honestly just causing chaos for Virtus Pro that are in enough chaos as it is. It's a fluid composition, and it means that they're not able to group up and really stack up in the same way. Calling card, though, means that it's an easy invitation for Black Cat to invite herself into the fate of Na'Vi, but there's enough peel, enough focus. You've forced out the big ultimate from Mantis, and even the end song. Now there's the leap in, good for the Freedom Charge with a bit of help from the other Vanguard, as the Feast of the Abyss is going to try and chop down and fight a little bit more. It forces Na'Vi to use the copy and then get another Soul Resurgence out, so it's forcing some big things, and Na'Vi might have actually fallen themselves into a bit of a trap as the counterattack from Virtus Pro has come in nicely. Another Galactic Legend, not actually leading to the eliminations up until the very depth of it. Sparker finds that pick, but Na'Vi are now just trying to consolidate themselves, throw in a big dinosaur on point to keep this stalled out in the end, and pushing towards 80% despite the fact that Virtus Pro are looking to win this fight.
Yeah, great play from Sparker holding that Galactic Legend, but Saipei goes low enough, coming under damage of both Rogero, and trust me, that Fate of Both Worlds is actually forced, and that will massively mess with Virtus Pro's ultimate economy plans when it comes to trying to survive up against Na'Vi's Banhammer and Rage of Ultron, so they absolutely have to take Trust Me down, and they will be able to pick off the Vanguard Deadpool, but Na'Vi were able to get the flip off in that fight, Ryan, which means that one fight territory for this team to be able to take the first map.
It's really like Na'Vi were losing that fight at 75% and they pushed all the way to 99 because they just put Rogero on the objective and him and Trust Me just hung out whilst the rest of his team started to fall. Means that Virtus Pro really, even if they've had some good fights to take the point, there's very little progression to go off of it.
I mean, Na'Vi are just waiting. They'll go when Jerky gets Rage of Ultron. There's no Galactic Legend available for Virtus Pro to be able to shut it down, so Virtus Pro just have to focus all of their players on taking Jerky out early, which that has been acquired. Na'Vi now going to want to make sure that they get trades.
Uh-oh, that's not the best trade in the end, though, because both Sparker and Fi go down in very quick succession. Portal play might have to be considered, because whilst you've got Finzi doing well to keep this fight going on the objective, him and Venom are not going to last as long as that dinosaur would have done. Galactic Legend seems to be the cementing piece for Na'Vi to actually be able to take Krakoa again, and there's no chance for Virtus Pro to touch. Na'Vi, in similar fashion to Stage 2 of last year, take this map 2-0, and Virtus Pro baited in the draft.
You have to ask yourself, at what point does it become viable for you to find a slot in Bandraft to take out Trust Me's Vanguard Deadpool? Because that was a problem that Virtus Pro just were unable to find an answer for. As Na'Vi won the map, and we have to say it, the Bandraft, easily.
It seems that way. We'll see exactly where Virtus Pro want to take us after this.
We are undefeatable!
Hello. Just had to show you guys our faces for a second, but lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy for those who cross you. Command the battlefield in style of Iron Man's Iron Samurai and Mantis's Mandy Celestine, the greeter's costumes, and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. Available June 4th, which is past already, so it's available now, but only for the Mantis one, available until July 3rd, so make sure you pick it up. Heed the call to glory. It's time to show them what you are made of. And well, we saw Navi show VP what they are made of on domination. Specifically, it felt like a lot of it was focused around that Bandrift. You guys talked about it a lot during the match, but the main focuses I want to kind of talk about is a lot of teams would try to take down VP, either focus the back line or focus the duelist line. They definitely focus that duelist line here, Moxie.
Yeah, going for Fi, like, even though he had the Black Cat open, Navi's whole strategy was shutting the Black Cat down, which is why they continued to go even harder, going for the Daredevil ban, which would have been the pivot for Fi if the Black Cat was not working. So Virtus Pro, almost by their own hand, got forced onto the Black Cat composition, and it meant that they were fully reliant on that one. And trust me, on the Vanguard Deadpool, we're just always able to shut it down. So Virtus Pro did not really get an opportunity until they swapped comp on the second map.
I mean, I kind of want to talk about that. You know, Trust Me, of course, being our MVP from that map, specifically Ryan. Where does this Vanguard Deadpool fit in this current meta?
I mean, it's always fit for, like, Trust Me. I mean, there's been clips of him saying that, like, Vanguard, certainly at this level, need to prove that they're flexible. And it's ironic because I think Trust Me's been on this Vanguard 90% of the time. But it is because, like, it makes it work so well. It's good against Dino, but it's also, like, how he's playing, like, in the server, micro, sort of in the server a macro level, and then also really lead in the draft and what the team's general identity is. It really just felt like Virtus.pro had to move heaven and earth to try and actually flip the point into their favor, and even then Na'Vi stalled the point out for so long that there was no real progression to be made. And then every time that Natus Vincere took the point, it was way too easy because VP were playing this almost like dive composition, so they don't really have to sustain to just stand on a point and fight the likes of a Devil Dinosaur and then a triple strategist Jean Grey. They have to kind of keep moving and give up that space for free.
I mean, what can we identify of, the things that Virtus.pro need to really work on here, Moxie, from these stats?
I mean, I think for Virtus.pro, one of the issues was that they just misread the composition. From Na'Vi in the first fight of Cradle, like rolling out on the White Fox Luna is a brilliant team up and a perfect backline if you want to be self-sufficient against dive. And that was the whole idea, right? Backline remains self-sufficient so you don't pull resources away from the rest of your team core who will be looking to get aggressive towards Na'Vi's team. But that just did not work out because Na'Vi did not dive. So the White Fox, the Luna, didn't really have anything to do, which was why when we went to second round, Dridra moved on to the Jeff and tried to play for just helping the dive, helping the Venom have that extra layer of survivability. But the thing was, as Ryan pointed out, when Virtus.pro won fights, it was coming off of the back of like 3 strategist ultimates in one go. They had to use Fate of Both Worlds, It's Jeff, and Freedom Charge in some of those fights because It's Jeff just does not do enough healing to be able to stand up to the output of things like Ensong, and Na'Vi with a triple strategist composition do have all of these defenses that are just able to punch through Virtus.pro zone.
Well, looking forward to this second map specifically, I'm really curious on, what Virtus.pro are going to pull out in terms of potential, right? We've seen them a lot of times on that Museum of Contemplation in the past. We've seen it throughout every region, right? I just hope we don't go to it this time, Brian. I mean, what are you thinking for this one specifically? Well, okay, Central Park.
Central Park. I think that again, right? Because that's the one map that Virtus.pro took us to when they lost earlier on in this stage against Pulsar, surprisingly. So it's whether or not Na'Vi are going to be prepared on it.
We'll see if this preparation will be enough for Virtus.pro to turn things around, not get upset yet again, or is it an upset at this point? Because Na'Vi are currently the top of the group and top of the world with that first map. We'll see if they can continue it and get a 2-0 victory against the world champions.
Okay, interesting stat I've just found. Because I have a little thing of like, basically what this is like, Central Park shows up. Okay, quickly, frantically type Central Park, like, okay, what's the map stuff? Wait. But like, so this is a grand old map for Virtus.pro. They haven't lost on it so far this year. Most of the time, it has been a full hold defense and then just capping the point, like against the likes of Rads, Peps, and such. Na'Vi haven't won on this map at all this year. And they played it in preseason playoffs against Heretics and lost. And then they also lost against Shikigami in groups. So obviously Shikigami were playing the flying comp with the Human Torch. I doubt we'd see that again.
I am slightly concerned though because this is a convergence map, which means that if Virtus.pro take it, Na'Vi get dealer's choice and more than likely take us to Museum of Contemplation, which has been one of their best maps on Convoy. As Virtus.pro go again for the save onto Fire's Black Cat, and no surprise, right? If you want to be able to lean on that particular pick, you go to Central Park because even on the attack, and they do go for attack first, you're going to be able to send the Black Cat all the way around the back of point and try and split some of Na'Vi's team's attention so that your dive actually has a little bit more value, some more bite to its bark as opposed to just meow.
I have a bit of a concern. We've seen that, like, okay, yeah, the focus on like going for the Black Cat first. Na'Vi sort of baited it, said, we're going to protect it, we're not going to play it. But it's probably like, we're going to one-side it still anyway. So they almost dedicate more resources to getting it on their side. They're going to ban out the Loki, which I imagine would have to be like potentially mirrored because the Mantis has been protected. And you're looking at Na'Vi thinking, they still got pretty good characters on board.
Na'Vi still have Phoenix. They get Mantis Phoenix through because Virtus.pro had to go for the sort of like illusion of choice. Do you ban out the Loki or do you ban out the Phoenix? Which means that the Mantis will be getting so much value. I mean, Na'Vi as well, triple strategist line, they've still got options open. Virtus.pro go for a save onto Luna, but it won't be one-sided. Na'Vi as well removing the White Fox, as they saw that Virtus.pro did run out initially with the Luna White Fox, and when teams initially run a composition on domination, that tends to be the one that they actually want to finish the map with, right? That is going to be that comfort composition, or at least it looks like it from the outside, which means that Na'Vi want to remove some of those comfort points and make it that they have options open. If they want to go for a dive outlook, they can, because they still have the Daredevil open to them, despite the Black Cat being banned out. If they want to go for more front-to-back damage heavy, they've got Mantis Phoenix to be able to play into.
Okay, so the biggest question I think for me is, like, does this feel a lot more of a stable composition? I guess it's going to depend on what teams try to run out on, and I am seeing a Penny Parker again from Trust Me.
It's real! It's confirmation. Okay, so many people theorized that this was pure bait, this was hiding strategies, that Penny was not actually good, but we've seen in both America and here as well in EMEA that teams believe that Penny Parker is very much viable at just being able to shut Devil Dinosaur down. 3-second hard CC cooldown is absolutely wild. And this is also a really good defense up against the dive too, right? Because unless the Black Cat's able to flank around the back and break the nests, all Na'Vi's backline have to do is play on the webs, and Fi won't have any ground to stand.
I can't wait for just the Marvel Rivals subreddit to be like, the world champions potentially could have lost 2-0 against Penny Parker, because everybody would go, what? What do you mean? But it has been working. You've been right. Virtus Pro are the first to attack this time. And like I mentioned, they've mostly been on the defense and making this a very quick turnaround into their favor. But right now, they're having to try and push through this Penny.
I mean, they Strange Portal to be able to try to break the generator. And Trust Me just moves it.
200 IQ. You can't get this in any other region, apparently. So Na'Vi are like a little bit more vexed, I suppose, on having to shuffle around. I imagine that the comms are a little bit more chaotic. But Virtus Pro is trying to sort of isolate some of these targets, at least the lines of sight, to get some progression on the point, but it's not amounted to all that much. The Vanguard start to fall one at a time. Nevix is trying to escape and reset if he can, and they get diddly squat for this first approach. Na'Vi holding on, I don't think anybody was eliminated.
Okay, this is disgusting. This is Penny CC being used to pick a player from Virtus Pro. Jerky focuses them down, gives Terra damage boost, Terra focuses them down, and they just evaporate. And that was the Strange Portal play that Virtus Pro had. That was the easy way to be able to try to break the Penny mines before you can intrude into Central Park. So instead they rely on Fi's Black Cat Portal, setting them up to take the high ground and close the distance to break generator that way.
Going up, just any routes that Virtus Pro can take other than through the front door they are going to take, but Invisible Boundary is going to try and force up this engagement. The walls be broken to make sure that there is an escape route if they need to get it, and just allow these strategists to actually cleave through this healing to build up these ultimates at a very fast pace. But nobody has gone down. Never mind, Terra's just gone down, but it has been traded in kind. Sparker now wants to try to make the difference with his own Galactic Legend, but those players narrowly just escape his vision, so he has to find a target elsewhere. The problem is, it's Rajaro on a dinosaur, and he doesn't seem to go down that often. Na'Vi managed to regroup, and they're just picking him out of the sky.
Yeah, there's more problems too. Virtus Pro use Galactic Legend. Na'Vi squishies just hide. Level 1 Crook had Fate of both worlds. He could have used the Luna ult to be able to let Na'Vi just walk onto point, but they hold it because they know that they can just walk back into the space. Fi's off of the Black Cat. Might I remind you, Virtus Pro saved that themselves, but they're just trying to look for Moon Knight damage to be able to break the heals of the triple strat line and pair up with Nevix's Strangling Prison, as Fate has spotted out Virtus Pro's approach and goes with a very aggressive Spectral Surge into melee form to rout the Groot and make it that Virtus Pro just don't have the Vanguard to set them up.
How often do you see fights happening in there, to be honest? The Spiral Staircase is now where these two world champions are going to try and collide. And more players from Virtus Pro are sent back. Their map choice, their dominant winning map so far of Ignite 2026, they're almost being full held on. There's only less than a minute to go, and Na'Vi are sat pretty with plenty to work with.
This could be a full hold. This absolutely could be a full hold. Trust me, at least off of Penny onto Venom, got picked, had to come back fast into the fight. So Virtus Pro don't have to worry about the ground being too hot to stand on, as they do have Strangling Prison, Hand of Conchi combo, and that damage alone should be able to break through Crook's uptime.
Camille is going to be used now, and there's the pick over onto Fi that's found very little with all of these like deployables that now they can set down. You don't even have a Genie Ray for Virtus Pro to actually break them in the same vein, but Virtus Pro forced to use an Invisible Boundary pretty much in the mid-ground between their spawn and the point itself. You've got 10 seconds.
Oh,
yeah,
it got
Finzi.
stopped.
He got stalled. He's got to go for Angela on the point. How has VP let this happen? They're going to be able to touch narrowly at least, but who else is going to be able to actually join Finzi in this case? Fi has at least been able to find a pick, but I can't imagine that this is going to be too much of a stall in the end. And Ensong Inferno is going to block anybody going through. Nobody else for Virtus Pro is allowed to touch, but at the very least, VP got 49% on the point, right?
I can hear the keyboards. I can hear and see the Penny Parker pick rate rising already in my ranked games. People saying, wait, it's viable, I swear. Na'Vi used it to full hold Virtus Pro on Central Park because, yeah, they absolutely did. Trust me, has to be Series MVP.
Yeah, it's pretty much... Wait, maybe that like one-sided Penny Parker ban that we saw from Na'Vi yesterday wasn't natural in the end.
I was telling you!
It was a glimpse into VP's future, I suppose. But now they have to have a stalwart defense, which is not beneath them. They can do this. They have consistently done it against strong teams. But just how are you going to break this fray? And I know that there's going to be so many people, Fox included, vindicated, feeling like, yeah, Na'Vi is the top dog. Virtus Pro are left scuppering in this series.
Well, Finzi's on Penny Parker. Virtus Pro are like, do you know what? We'll do it too. The difference is that they don't have Phoenix, so Sparker Hypercarry Duelist goes to the Elsa. They also don't have the Mantis, so we'll have to see if Virtus Pro can actually translate the amount of crown control that they had into eliminations as Na'Vi. There's no way. There is no way that Jerky... Okay, they're using the Strange Teleport to get Jerky an angle to be able to break Finzi's generator, as opposed to sending the whole team in. So now if Finzi moves it, the Punisher turret will still be able to actually see it. This is very, very smart.
This is very, like, OG as well, with just, like, the turret setup in the portal. We have seen some cases where the portal... yeah, they're just like, throw the dinosaur in the way of the generator. Don't let him set up. Like, Devil Dinosaur is just too good at being in the way, clearly.
That is insane. He just decides to abseil into the back line. Hey, look, Strange TP was about to close. Just try something to create distraction and try to let Na'Vi get a pick off onto Virtus Pro's backline, because any trade that the attack makes would just allow them to approach that point so much faster than Virtus Pro's strategist would be back in time for.
Hey, I'm not against the whimsy. We've seen glimpses of it, but we've mentioned it multiple times. The meta's going to change, and trust me, has fallen off the map this time. It's 0 days since disaster in EMEA, apparently, and Finzi has actually found a pick onto level 1 Crux, so it means that this fight, you know, I have to imagine for Na'Vi has to give up for a time as more players are being fluxed through, and these three hanging out hoping they're not going to be spotted, but this might just stall more time for Virtus Pro in this defense.
Ooh, Terra's going low. Potentially goes down as Virtus Pro sends Sparker up onto the high ground. Na'Vi have no attention onto the Elsa, which means that Sparker will get away with so much damage. Na'Vi, though, they're just sort of buying their time, it feels like, right? Sending players in, building up ultimates. They'll have 6 good to go for when they decide to actually walk to point, to just try and overwhelm Virtus Pro in one fell swoop before a Strange Teleport can come through.
I mean, that's all they really need is just one foul swoop with just 50% progression made. And neither team is holding back. This isn't a whimsy game because the meta's going to change by the time these teams maybe face off in playoffs, so there's no need to hold on to anything in particular. This is just the read that they've got. Jerky finds a very nice pick over onto Sparker, and a calling card is going to come in from Fi. Unfortunately, a hand of Khonshu is going to find these picks to make it a bit even, and now Spider Sweeper has to go in to try and contest, and I can't believe I'm saying that in an actual esports game with the 2 world champions, but Penny Parker might have to be the difference. There's so little time to actually be able to touch that they have to be very particular on which player of Virtus Pro is actually on the point at this point, because there's only 4% differences being made. It seems that Na'Vi are going to try and regroup here just on the precipice. They're happy with the 33% to try and go for this, and like, no, we still have time. We have to try to regroup and not let Virtus Pro farm up these ults.
Yeah, walk with Emma. I'll rely on White Fox for sustain as Terra goes back to Phoenix, Jerky onto Star-Lord to try to find a separate approach. Sparker with the Glartrox, though, could be very problematic, but what you're truly worried about is Saipe, who will be able to get a good copy off into Fate of both worlds to avoid both Rajara and Fate's ult.
Now it's down to that final minute to see if Virtus Pro could hold off one of the most spectacular full holds that we might be able to see, but losing Fire might have just jinxed it entirely. Na'Vi trying to hold back now. Camillo is going to be matched with the Rampage on the other side from Nevix, who wants to try and clamber in, but everybody's been pushed and ushered back. It's again bullying from Na'Vi as they're trying to coerce their way onto the point and stop anybody from Virtus Pro being able to touch. Fire's going to try and rotate back in on the Strange to go for the portal, so anybody going down might have that window to work with, but there's nobody in red over on this elimination feed. It has to be a copy to go for this Fate of Both Worlds to keep people alive, and now it's just ducks in a row for Virtus Pro to see if they can actually touch. Ensong is going to slam on down for anybody coming through, and it sends back Freedro packing, but overtime is looming. There might be a chance for Virtus Pro to hold on, but they have very little resources to work with, and Na'Vi still have their foot touching over on this objective. Can they touch? They're going to go for the portal themselves, so those reinforcements are going to try and come back in, and it's still again Virtus Pro being coerced and pushed away and just narrowly holding on with a glimmer if they can. It's a great ultimate. Eye of Agamotto is going to connect and lead to some picks, and Fate has fallen off the map whilst all of this is going on at the same time, and Virtus Pro about to do the unthinkable. In this case, it might just be that for Na'Vi as they're starting to drop off one at a time, one after the other. Can anybody from Na'Vi actually be able to touch this? No! Virtus Pro are full held, and Penny Parker was all the difference for both sides. We're going to map 3, baby.
Virtus Pro, it's insane. Saipe goes down, must have been silenced by the Sonic seduction coming on through from Na'Vi before he can get the copy off onto Fate of Both Worlds, but they have enough stall, they get the Strange Portal through, he gets the copy, he holds the ground. Crook potentially turns things for Na'Vi with Fate of Both Worlds, but Eye of Agamotto comes up, sets up the pick onto Terra, and Virtus Pro just walk away with all of the trades in their favor, and against all odds, full hold into Fuller, we go map 3!
What a series of unfortunate events for Na'Vi in Central Park. It seems to be the bane of their existence, but Virtus Pro, they have something that they pulled from within their Moxie to never give up.
Yeah, I mean, it's always so tough when teams get full held and you're going into your own defense to not just fall prey to your own mentality and give up. Not like in the sense of you don't play, but your subconscious just holds you back. So huge play to Virtus Pro, and you really do have to feel like the synergy that these players, that this core roster has had with how long they've been able to play with each other, with the fact that when they did not qualify for mid-season, they didn't sort of look for other players to replace, they simply looked to and address their own problems. That mentality came in clutch for them to be able to complete a stronger defense.
We could have easily been here and been at the end of the series interviewing someone from Na'Vi and be like, wow, Penny's really good. But instead, we got to see this series of craziness happen here. And we were trying to go back and forth here, Ryan, on who the MVP would be. But tell me why it was Finzi.
So you could put Finzi on the Angela, because if it wasn't for Finzi, when he was interrupted trying to portal onto the point on their attacking side, if he didn't swap to Angela and get onto it to contest it, he wouldn't have got the 49% that they needed progression. It would have been playing for a draw and it would have lost because we got to 45% on the side of Na'Vi. But also showed that he can play the Penny Parker himself. Like with the setup, it's egregious to deal with, as we clearly saw with how these teams want to play. It was just most other players would flounder, be tilted if they got stunned out of being able to go for a portal. He instantly knew what he needed to do, and that was the only sliver, one chance that Virtus Pro would have had to have won this map, and it worked.
It worked great. And looking at these stats here, specifically Moxie, you would think, oh, yeah, it's a map that Na'Vi probably won, right? No, it's not the case. And it was Virtus Pro who turned it around, even with the stat lines that they showed off.
Yeah, Virtus Pro were just so good at disjointing Na'Vi's dives. Sparker on the Elsa being able to hammer in the damage, holding off Na'Vi's front line from main so that they couldn't get the split approach, hounding down Virtus Pro's backline. And like Saipe, we talked about it, went down during the Sonic Suction coming on through from Na'Vi, with God of Mischief still in hand, is able to come back in. Virtus Pro get a second portal off into just being able to put bodies back onto the point, and he gets to use the God of Mischief there for Virtus Pro to be able to hold on. And it's huge play as well to the whole of Virtus Pro's team that they're able to outlive Crook's later Luna ult, because that should have been the thing that tied it up for Na'Vi. They should have been able to walk away with that one in the bag, but Fi with the Strange Swap actually gets Eye of Agamotto off, which stuns onto Terra, and Na'Vi just are not able to pick up the eliminations onto Virtus Pro. But I think we're in for a very weird and wonderful, whimsical, some could say, ban draft when we head to Convoy, because I think we're all expecting Museum of Contemplation, but I think we're also all of the opinion that for the first time, maybe the first save for both of these teams, it's still a Vanguard. But do we think, is it the Penny Parker?
I don't know. I mean, Ryan, help us like figure this out. Are they going to go for the one-sided Penny? We've seen it before and it actually worked out well for Na'Vi. I mean, do we see it happen here again?
There's no way that the people I've played this game with, clambering from bronze and silver, where Penny Parker's had like a 60+% win rate since the beginning of it. Yeah, I mean, like, there's no way that those players get to turn around and be like, we told you so, because that seems to be like the one like inverse of this. It could be. We have seen Na'Vi do it before. We have seen him play Museum of Contemplation, and like, it's a great map for Na'Vi. We're really expecting them to go there because that's where they consistently like to go. But Virtus Pro have been tormented on it, right? The only win that they've got this year was up against Alter Esports. They've lost to Pulsar and they lost to Na'Vi in playoffs the last time that these two teams met. So surely Na'Vi go for the obvious option, but there's always a chance to like get some reps on another map in a big game like this. It is for seeding, there is that asterisk to it, but also you want to make sure that you get some good experience against VP, because Crook said yesterday, these teams haven't scrimmed for a good bunch because they're in the same group.
Yeah, likely on opposite sides of the bracket, depending on how things turn out there. But Museum of Contemplation, of course, we are going to for this one. And we saw how effective Na'Vi were with the Penny Parker there specifically. I mean, when we got the interview with Level 1 Crook afterwards, they're like, yeah, Penny Parker really good, while he's mogging the camera the entire time. But we'll see if they can be the ones to mog the competition this go around. It's Na'Vi versus VP. Winner takes the first seed in Group A.
see how much the game can change or all stay the same in some of these cases. Na'Vi versus Virtus Pro. I mean, a good portion of these series like have been like maybe a map traded either way, but it's been a while since we've seen a full best of 3 be played out from these two teams.
I tell you what, I am somewhat disappointed that Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi was not earlier, because can you imagine if they played the Penny Parker and all the teams realized, wait, this is actually really good. We could have had a whole stage, a whole group stage of Penny Parker uptime, as it won't be first save Penny, it will be first save Black Cat yet again for Virtus Pro as Museum of Contemplation. We've already established very strong dive heavy map with a lot of flank opportunities, but I do wonder if Na'Vi yet again use this last ban to take out the Daredevil if the Black Cat does not work out.
Luna still being protected. I mean, that helped a lot for Virtus Pro. That was one of the priorities that they wanted to try to like get and hold on to. They don't really care about the Devil Dinosaur, but I don't know if Na'Vi would be that interested actually in like banning it out towards the end. Would this be Penny? Would this be Penny? It has been Penny. Is it going to be Penny? It's going to be White Fox. I'm almost a little bit disappointed, to be fair. Who was the other
This could
Vanguard
be a Penny
player
save, though.
Who was the other Vanguard player in EMEA last year that played a lot of Penny, unironically? I'm trying to remember who it was.
Yeah, it was what, Ecstatic or Dusty, right? Invitational?
I think so. I mean, it was like consistently throughout the year, just thrown in on stuff like Midtown, but it has been left open here. But it is Na'Vi attacking first, so they don't want to rely on the Penny Parker, at least for this attacking side, unless things are going to get really weird. But the fact that there's no one-sided Phoenix is actually an aid for Virtus Pro, because I think Terra's been doing monstrous work on it. He's not going to get that chance this time.
Yeah, but what there is Mantis, Loki available on the side of Na'Vi, and despite Virtus Pro going for a save on the Luna, taking Terra's Phoenix off the table means that the Luna Snow gets left available for Na'Vi to play. So I think, like, this is going to be a strange one, because Na'Vi have Loki Mantis open, which means that you would maybe think that they're going to put Crook on Loki, but obviously if you have him on Loki, he's not on Luna. So it feels like Na'Vi are probably going to just like play with their options and sort of scout Virtus Pro's defense before deciding to fully commit to what they want.
The one good thing I would say is that Penny has been getting some absurdly good skins for the longest time, and now we actually get to see them in play.
True, we do. Virtus Pro as well, going for the Devil Dinosaur, but Na'Vi not actually running it. I think like they know that the Dino is much more of a target for the Penny to be able to take down. Trust me, at least can bubble off some of the nets. Rajara with the Diamond Form can avoid the CC entirely as Jerky on the Star-Lord looks to try to flank, but Terra being taken down is likely going to stall Na'Vi's approach.
Feels as well like you've got the like Deadpool Vanguard and the Emma Frost for Na'Vi, which is very good into Devil Dinosaur, but also into Penny because there's very little barriers to actually block this out. So Virtus Pro have sort of shoved away all of these like pesky paths that Na'Vi are trying to go down, but there is still some progression being made, at least past this 90-degree angle, before Virtus Pro get a hold of the bus again.
Nevix is doing such a great job on the Dino, peeling Na'Vi's players. Every time they try to flank with this Vanguard Deadpool Star-Lord, one just gets bled into bite and chomp and thrown away. As Fi actually masquerades as an attacker. Jerky's in Virtus Pro's backline, but Fi's in Na'Vi's right now.
Oh, he's actually been ushered away as Terra tried to predict where this Black Cat was going to come from, but Fi has been just as slippery as ever. Has the option to switch over to the Daredevil if it is a little bit more shoved down in his way, but Rajaro finding a pick onto Nevix makes the lack of barriers very costly for this front line as Virtus Pro trying to set up, haven't built up those ultimates just yet, might actually have a little bit more than what they bargained for as Terra is trying to carve through them with the Elsa, who has had a superb amount of play rate today so far. She's still very much in contention with what these duelists want to be doing, to the point the Spark has got it on the other side and an Apex Predator.
Yeah, Ban Hammer from Trust Me used defensively against Vi so that the Black Cat can't hound the backline down when Na'Vi are pushing their front line forward. They don't want to have to give up resources to have to peel back for their strategists, which means that Virtus Pro will try to get a strange TP off, but no one's actually on point long enough for the stall to come through, and Finzi just has to swap back.
You really need to vet your...
Just trying to keep things trucking along for Na'Vi. And at least they're able to get things going. But for Virtus Pro, how much are they realistically looking to change here?
Well, Jerky goes on to the Daredevil, which will be really good at marking Fi's movements. Terra has the Apex Predator as well, so if Virtus.pro get baited into brawling, both of these Elsa ultimates being up could be the difference maker for the team to be able to walk out on top.
To see if they can fight a little bit more in the end, but now it's just a case of the Elsas just picking pot shots at each other. We've seen so many of these games consistently get stuck here in the end over on Museum of Contemplation, but an Apex Predator still looming and panicking a little bit more for Virtus.pro. They're just trying to find these avenues again with the Black Cat.
I mean, they found Crook early in that fight, which is why Na'Vi have to wait for the Luna, but that means that the Luna's left alone and Spawn could potentially be camped or forced into using Fate of Both Worlds for survivability. Fate with Kumeho Unleashed tries to let Na'Vi live, but boxed up into a small space against Virtus.pro. They'll start to chug away with a lot of extra sustainability with Saipei's ult into Fight's calling card.
Seeing if they can actually go and fight this in the end now. Seeing if it's more of a clambering, I suppose, in how this approach is trying to come in from the Black Cats, but the elimination feed filling up with Virtus.pro means that there's at least a chance to hold on to it. Cut through is nice in the end, but for Na'Vi, they're just losing out these numbers, and the attacking side is going to be stalled here, much like a lot of teams that Na'Vi is stalled here on their own defenses.
Time to go for the front to back. Na'Vi are like, we know we're going to get boxed into our own spawn. We know that Virtus.pro will give us zero space to be able to develop angles for our Elsa. So it's time to break out Triple Strategist, Loki, Mantis, Punisher.
See what kind of dive they can go for. Can they get the pick before the peel is going to come in? Not quite, but the invisibility has at least been bought up. See if they can get a little bit more money off of Loki, whose clones still have it in their back pocket, so that's not ideal. But Terra finding two suddenly means that Virtus.pro haven't really got this chance to build up whatever resources they have. Everybody's just been sent all the way back to spawn.
I mean, this is front to back. Na'Vi don't care about the dive. Dive does not interest them. What they want to do is walk their Punisher forward with the Mantis damage boost and rip through Virtus.pro's front line, which is exactly what they're able to do. Virtus.pro now scrambling to try to get a recontest. Nevix should be able to dive on to the objective, but Finzi's already fallen, and Virtus.pro now down one of the Vanguards to soak up the damage from the Punisher, likely going to be just trying to stall for time as much as they can.
At least there's a health pack to pick up from 5, but this is Virtus.pro again on the back foot, but we saw just how well they can play in Central Park when this happened to them beforehand. However, this might be a little bit step beyond their expectations. The touch is still there actually for Virtus.pro to be holding on, but only briefly. Final Judgment forced out just to make sure he gets across the board, and yeah, looking to be sending himself straight to spawn to change up.
To what to? Okay, Elsa. Yeah, Phoenix banned out. Elsa would be the pivot, as Sparker decides to actually go for Punisher of his own. So Virtus.pro is still going to be trying to play some elements of dive. Fi very much on his own, trying to go up against Na'Vi's backline, while Sparker plays on the front and tries to just chunk damages into Na'Vi's front line. But without the Mantis damage boost, he could get shredded by Terra.
Well, Fi just making sure the things aren't going. Everybody from Na'Vi is like, wait, why have we stopped? He does actually get CC'd out. He does get sedated, but luckily he has the cleanse in order to do this. So really, Fi is costing himself a lot of money to try and go for these picks, and it's not really accounting for much. In fact, there's so much peel, he gets sent all the way back as Virtus.pro trying to fight on the objective with their own Fate of Both Worlds. Now Final Judgment and Banhammer. Whatever Virtus.pro had, they're going to just try and throw into this fight. You're going up against a Kumiho and a Banhammer on the other side from Trust Me, and it turns out that the two Vanguards here from Na'Vi with their ultimates have actually been the difference makers. Calling card now for Fi that was a little bit late to the party because of his elimination prior to this is the one attempt to try to claw this back, but it's looking like Na'Vi might be able to finish out here as Virtus.pro have yet to really claim the stall and hold on to this defense.
Great movement from Dridro to be able to preserve his life, and that's crucial because Saipei has to be able to get the copy off onto Luna to overwhelm the damage output of the Mantis damage boost as well as that Soul Resurgence. Nevix can push the team forward with Rampage, force Jerky into having to ult in response, but Finzi's already down.
There's nothing going well for VP on this defense. Saipei is going to go for the copy over and get the Fate of Both Worlds to see if that can really let this Rampage be more of a stampede for Virtus.pro as the Bears are trying to roar back in this one as Na'Vi have made their home ground a Museum of Contemplation. Something for Virtus.pro to ponder potentially in the VOD reviews afterwards, but for now they're still in the moment. They're still fighting for these chances. If it wasn't for the Apex Predator and then also the Rampage on the other side, pulling everything everybody into the awesome power that Na'Vi being able to actually put out on his attack. The VP yet to really be able to actually stall and get onto the point itself. They're managing to get these like pixels of presence there to stop this from churning through, but it seems like it's going to be everything that they have. How have Virtus.pro been able to consistently do this? It looks done and dusted. We should be talking in the switch of the sides, Moxie, but Virtus.pro is still finding ways to stall this out, and what was a minute and a half has dropped down to 30 seconds.
Final judgment from Sparker. If he gets this online and Saipe has regeneration domain to counter punish it, this could actually be Virtus.pro. But what a pick from Trust Me!
Trust Me goes in. It's not even the banhammer. It's just the threat in the face of Punisher. That is not the judgment that you want to be laying down on the line. And now Calling Cards has to be the thing to try and stall it out in the end. Sparker, at least, he's just going to come right out of spawn and still have the ultimate. It wasn't interrupted. And you've almost got a rampage for Nevix, but he's gone extinct. He's been taken down by the Master Hunter that is Terra over on this Elsa. It's now just getting over the line in overtime. But Moxie, what is it? 1 in 7 teams have been able to finish this map in EMEA, and Navi's managed to make it 2.
Yep. The second team to be able to fully finish this map. I mean, huge play from Fate there at the end as well. Invades towards Virtus.pro's spawn. Scouts out that someone swapped to Strange. They're looking to set up the portal into Sparker, jumping through with Final Judgment with how close Virtus.pro spawns are. If they can sort of work away at Navi's players, then they could potentially actually change that full push into a hold on third. But truly for me, MVP of this map so far, trust me, like the picks coming on through from the Vanguard Deadpool at the crucial moments when Na'Vi require them have been just chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss indeed, and like his magnum opus meal might be coming up. Because he might be absolutely chewing through Bear Flank with the help of Penny Parker and her clinical way of playing, you'd have to say. It's also like Rajaro, like even when there's no priority with Dino in the draft, as we're sort of seeing, it's just to protect. He has made this newest Vanguard work so well, and everybody can play around him perfectly. New and old.
I do want to see how Na'Vi will defend against Virtus.pro's expected dive, because like that was the main sort of swap, right? The tempo change on second, moving to a more front to back heavy style composition, and just not caring about the dive. Now that you're on the defense, you'll get the opportunity to scout it out, and I like the fact that Virtus.pro don't go for dive, they go for front to back themselves.
Now, Jean Grey to break some of these deployables, certainly when you're looking at not only the Loki, but certainly like Penny Parker in this rate, so much pressure goes into actually making sure that these generators can't be set up and just allowed to snowball for the defensive side to just grow and eat away at Virtus.pro's chances on the attack. But Na'Vi sitting comfortably right now as we're watching Terra just sort of take these shots, almost halfway of having an Apex Predator. But how much of this focus is going to go on him?
Ooh, that's a great Spectral Surge setup from Fate, who's playing a very pesky off angle. If anyone from Virtus.pro detaches from the main fight and challenges him, he'll just TP away. The fact that Virtus.pro as well have to have both the Pun and the Moon Knight to match the Elsa's damage because of the Mantis damage boost, but they've done a good job at getting onto main. The problem is that they just don't have ults to be able to brute force forward just yet. Yes, they've got Hand of Khonshu, but Nevix no ult, and Na'Vi delaying the pickoff onto the Groot will set Virtus.pro back yet more time.
It seems like Virtus.pro want to sort of copy what Na'Vi were doing on this attacking side, right? Like go for stuff like the EMEA, go for Groot. You don't have those many barriers, so you can charge up these ultimates very quickly. But it's just still like Na'Vi are using the terrain to such an advantage. Up until Terra goes down. Vi gets a nice pick with the Yang.
What a pick from Vi. Absolutely huge. Now that Na'Vi don't have a duelist, Virtus.pro can just walk forward.
I'm trying to barrel through, but a Spider Sweeper might be actually going, we're coming to you, don't worry about it. This bus is not going anywhere. So this objective has been stalled out. Something that Na'Vi have been perfect at doing all today so far in this series. You got the copy over at least to go for another fate of Soul Resurgence even, actually, sorry. As level 1 Crook has copied over to Jerky. The triple strategists, 2 of which are about to have their ultimates online for Na'Vi. So this stall seems to be going on and on. And the copies for Virtus.pro, they go for their own fate of both worlds with a copy and then use it in tandem. Hand of Khonshu, Final Judgment, whatever Virtus.pro have, they used it as quick as they could because they knew Na'Vi was not going to go down, and 3 ultimates in hand was going to say a lot with the strategists.
But here's the strange TP. Virtus.pro used everything. And Na'Vi still have 3 ultimates to play with. This is not done, Ryan. This could still be full hold.
No, and then because everybody went down at the same time for Navi, it means that everybody came back at the same time. But trust me, going down is a pretty big step. But Soul Resurgence is now going to be used from Navi, the original, the OG. Kamiho is going to follow straight back up from Fate as he finds the revenge over onto Sparker. And Fi switch over to Moon Knight has done a lot, but it's only going to do so little when you run into Jerky. Kamiho is going to sort of finish out and be the clinical piece to actually send Virtus Pro not only not onto the first part of the checkpoint in the second part of the map, but all the way back to spawn.
Too many ults. Virtus Pro used too many ults when Na'Vi still had the distance to get a strange TP stall. Saipei trying to build up God of Mischief. Fi actually off of the Moon Knight onto the Black Cat, just wanting to get an off angle onto Na'Vi's back line, try and chunk down one of them. As Finzi will provide the room to walk, like you've got some reduction to be able to break force this fight.
Also, you don't have to worry about the penny on the other side. As Trust Me came through the portal with Strange over on Venom, but there goes Rajaro. Just there's no chance to use that Rampage. CC'd into the nth degree, and maybe if I can show why this priority over on Black Cat could be the difference maker. He's trying to find the targets, but just look at how well Na'Vi are playing off of each other. The peel is just too much. Portal out, can't be dealing with that. You forced out the regen domain way away from the fight, but Trust Me has found himself leapt into the fray. He's been CC'd again to the nth degree. There goes another Vanguard slamming his desk and hoping for the best, but the other one is being able to get that Rampage out. Psychic Seduction is going to stop this storm through from Rajaro and the Devil Dinosaur and turn it more into a trot at most. Final Judgment mostly focusing on the newest Vanguard. Hasn't quite picked him up yet, but in the end does so. Seems that Virtus Pro at least going to move on to the second part of this map on Museum of Contemplation. Eventually, you'd assume, because now Na'Vi is still stalling this out again, and suddenly they're finding all of the picks. It seemed that we were moving on to part 2, but this might be just a standalone series as Virtus Pro are losing out on the numbers. Never mind, it's just a bit of a faux pas as now the Rampage is going to turn things back into their standard. There's still so much time that they have to build up on, and Fi now has to be the one coming in for the portal. Might not even be that necessary considering the point was touched, but they still have to finish the map, Moxie. That was just the first checkpoint.
That was just the first checkpoint, which means so little time on second, even less time on third, unless Virtus Pro does full snowball this fight. Like, they're pushing forward, trying to take as much space as possible so that Na'Vi can't get past and stall out the point for more. Fi's even actually swapped onto the Mantis since it was open for Virtus Pro, which means that Sparker will have the damage to be able to match up with Terra. Driddler's Fate of both worlds, built up with how long the overtime fight went, should be able to overwhelm Soul Resurgence, but you're very worried about Na'Vi having Kumeho in the pocket as well.
Want to make up as much time as you can. Soul Resurgence is going to be used on the defensive side, feeling enough pressure, wanting to go first in this one, but the Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used as a way to keep everybody going, and you have a copy that could either go for that, or if you want to try to like leap across, go over to Fi that switched over to the Mantis and get a Soul Resurgence to push things on. You might not even need to use either because you found these picks of Banhammer. Trust me, he's been the difference maker. Can he find an elimination to curve off some of the blue that we're seeing in the elimination feed on the right hand side? Doesn't look like it. Has to be a fast reset and not a chance for a portal at all.
Ooh, they'll try to touch though. Crook's close enough to ult. Virtus Pro are expecting it. Saipei even actually goes for a very early copy onto Driddler to make sure he doesn't get cut, but they're using it to pocket Final Judgment.
Yeah, just use it as a little bit extra, and so the Kamiho was pretty much sent back with the tail between the legs. Like, Fate has lost all control of that one, and suddenly Virtus Pro looking on the rocks with an overtime push on first now, have a little bit of time allocated in second, but still, finishing out this map is hard, so it's a hell of an ask for Virtus Pro to match what Na'Vi just did.
They're trying so hard to get this pick off onto Terra. They know he has ult. Regeneration domain even actually invested from Saipei for Sparker to be able to try to peek the angle, but Terra actually makes off like a bandit in the night, closing up the distance, gets spotted thankfully by Finzi. That could have been devastating for this position of the Apex Predator, but it still finds so many players from Virtus Pro, and all of their momentum comes to a grinding halt.
I mean, it was spotted and it was attempted to be peeled for. Finzi managed to call it, and they should have probably had in mind that Terra would have that ultimate, so it was just a case of him standing out, catching on to multiple. The rest of the team's going to eat up.
This is not good for Virtus Pro's time bank as well. Na'Vi sitting on Loki, all about to hit Banhammer, which will force Fi to have to invest the Soul Resurgence. Virtus Pro, the ultimates that they use here, Na'Vi more than happy to trade because it will just come at the cost of time.
You have to sort of expect that there's just going to be a pick and a neutral, but in the end, it's that Banhammer being used first, and in an instant, Jerky finds that elimination. Now, Soul Resurgence is used, a player down, so this could be costly. You have to force out some of these ultimates, and it feels that that's the main thing. Crook won't have it, and it seems like it's going to be a fight loss for Na'Vi, for Virtus Pro, but now they're dedicating the Rampage as well. I guess the spawn's that close to them that they might be able to actually punish this distance that Na'Vi have to try to close up, and they do. Rashara sent back to spawn. He's going to be a while out of this fight, and the rest of Na'Vi are sense packing, really. They're disengaging hard.
Yeah. They use Rampage once they know Crook's ult is done because they have to have something to force Na'Vi back and allow the rest of the team space to breathe. Like, Dritter was just being picked off the clock by Terra on the off angle. So Virtus Pro now get the opportunity, more space created, Final Judgment, Fate of both worlds pocket to be able to blitz through Soul Resurgence on Na'Vi side. But the problem for Virtus Pro is there's still one more fight that you have to be able to win through.
Oh, Final Judgment is coming through, and it's got the damage boost as well from the inspiration of fire. And could it be enough inspiration to actually make this a map of the ages? Not really when it came to the elimination, and the Apex Predator has pulled everybody off of the map. Terror has found absolutely everybody. The Bears might be sent hibernating underground because Terror is just above them all. It seems that Navi's going to stop out this map in the end unless there's some crazy touches from Virtus Pro, but that's it. Navi win out this series and #1 out of Group A.
A Glatrox for the ages, truly, and a pickup for the ages. Na'Vi so happy that they grabbed Terra. What a play. And I mean, it's Museum of Contemplation, so when overtime hits, people have to be in the raft or overtime bar just burns out. Everyone gets grabbed by the Glatrox, no one is in position to stall, no strange portal comes through, and Na'Vi are able to end this series with the win.
That was basically picturesque. I mean, trailer perfect. Essentially, it's the exact same spot from when Elsa debuted, if you notice and go back to see that reveal video. But even then, I mean, it wasn't just Terra popping off. It was the entire team clutching up towards the end. And it felt like if there was just a little bit more time, we might have seen a different story for VP, forcing it all the way to that third checkpoint. It seemed like they got the composition working, but unfortunately, towards the end, it just was not enough to overcome Texas Terra himself. But even then, I mean, this Na'Vi team, we got to talk about this, Ryan, specifically, like looking at their journey so far from last year into this year. This is such a great pickup for them, but it also felt like the synergy is much stronger than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it felt that there was maybe some like elements that were just not quite matching up for Na'Vi when they brought in Terra. It's also just a change around, right, of just like not having Naga on the squad. He's gone over to Heretic, so it's like they
Crisis
wanted to keep
as well.
things the same. Yeah, you're not relying on like Crisis. You tried a little bit with Tanuki as well as like a substitute in, but it's like no matter what the composition seems to be, like Na'Vi have that flexibility to be flexible, go for like really robust like Vanguard lines. The strategists are always comfortable despite being the main focus of these ban systems, and then you could just rely on Terra. Just whatever character you give him, he is going to be your poster child. He's going to be your carry, and you can put all of those resources into him on ping and he can still deliver.
So my question to you, Moxie, does this mean that Na'Vi are truly the new kings of EMEA?
Yes. I think, like, unquestionably.
There we go.
They got the best ban drafts. They were able to play both dive compositions, but then also understand perfectly that Virtus Pro were playing a dive trying to stall out their approach, and they just understood, like, just go front to back. Ignore it. They're trying to burn time off. That means that you won't be able to complete the full match. Just play the Punisher comp, and you'll be able to have more than enough time to walk and more than enough time to finish.
Well, Mr. Vanguard Deadpool himself trusts me as our MVP. I say MVP of the series here, Ryan.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately why I'd want to give it to him as well. Like, whilst you have those moments from Terra, like right at the end, to really just be the icing on the cake, this was a piece of I think, from Na'Vi with just how foundationally they put this together. It's just a time of like, okay, we see some of the new stuff. We've seen some of the stuff a little bit over the past couple of games from Na'Vi, i.e. the Penny, but also just the build around like this Vanguard Deadpool. And certainly like comparing it to the end of like Grand Finals last year, it felt like, trust me, was sort of pointed out as being the weakest link, like flexibility wise, like whether it was just put too much on him. And like, it's the mechanical side of it, the flexibility, and he's still able to be this like mad scientist with Na'Vi's compositions. Like, he has fully unleashed himself in his prime form, I think.
We also gotta talk about the backline too.
Yeah, for Na'Vi as well, I think they're in a really good spot because everything that before and previous patches would have deserved a ban, right? Like Terra's Elsa, Trust Me's Vanguard, Deadpool. You can't justify banning them in this day and age, in this current meta. So Na'Vi almost got a free pass to be able to play one of their strongest compositions.
That's the tough part too. I mean, when it comes to the ban draft here specifically in this meta, as you're mentioning, like it feels like so much is viable. And yeah, here's the pop-off play that we saw at the end that cemented the victory for Terra, of course. You know, got the Glartrox and then cleared out the rest of the momentum that they needed for that victory. It's tough for Virtus Pro, you know, going into this stage 1 and from preseason, you turned things around, right? You beat Rad very handily in a 2-0 fashion. You're like, okay, you know, they're the ones who sent us out, but Na'Vi were the teams who sent them down to the lower bracket in the first place. And it felt like, I don't know if it's necessarily luck on their side, you could say, more clutch factor in that map too, but could have easily been a 2-0 for Na'Vi. And I'm sure when we talk to Terra here, Moxie, he'll think the same thing.
I mean, yeah. I just wanted to say really quick, like the Terra clip at the end, it was the same as like preseason, like grand finals against Heretic. Like that ended on a Terra clutch play. Like he is the like closing moment every single time, and that's just a perfect duelist to be having in these instances.
Oh man. Well, we will have an interview here in a moment with Terra, so we can ask them, you know, their opinions on it as well, on, you know, how the map went and how the matchup has been going so far and their move from, you know, North America into EMEA. So welcome in, Terra. Congratulations on the victory. Now the certified, you know, top team in EMEA. How does it feel to be those top dogs now?
I think the team even before me, I mean, they're obviously all top dog. They got first and second in both LAN events, and then coming here, going into preseason, everyone had their doubts and stuff like that, but like obviously rebuilding a team with a new player takes time, and all that stuff takes new structure, and as you can see, hard work, structure pays off and all that.
I think for all of the neutrals, it was exciting to see it go to a full map race. So I want to talk a little bit about Central Park, right? Like 45% on the board, like full health from like Virtus Pro. What went wrong? Like, what was it like being able to like stall them out for that long? It felt in the bag, right? What happened?
It was literally just a toilet bowl from both sides. Both sides were just playing both terribly. We just played worse. Like, I don't know, like 2 people fell off the map, bunch of penny deaths for no reason, and we played like a lot of people, so it was just a toilet bowl from like both teams. It was not good.
I think for me, how much of what Virtus Pro used was actually expected, because one thing that we were sort of expecting was that obviously your team's been hiding strategies, Virtus Pro's been hiding strategies, you're not scrimming each other, so there's maybe not as much known quantities. Was there anything that really like caught you by surprise with what Virtus Pro did or did not do?
No, I think everyone right now in like the scene, the game, knows what's going on and what everyone's gonna play. Obviously, one team has super cheesy comp, everyone knows that's gonna adapt really quick. It's not a hard comp to play, so we expect that. We know that they love their heavy dive comp, and they can dude, I mean, we had everything expected. It's just how we react to it.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I see you're in a different setup than when we interviewed you during the preseason. Are you playing on ping throughout all this as well, Terra?
Yeah, I'm currently moving, and I'm in the East Coast right now, so.
Okay, well, there we go. Even on ping, able to come out on top. I mean, my final thing for you, Terra, the floor is yours. Any thoughts, any words, any things for your fans or doubters out there? Let us know.
I mean, this is only the beginning. This really does not matter in the grand scheme. No one won anything. We got our first seed. Money hasn't been given out. Land hasn't been given out, anything like that. But I think everyone knows for the top seed. Yeah. And after I mean, we all know. I mean, we all should have known that it should have been a 2-0, but toilet bowl happens and stuff like that happens. But after dominant performances from preseason and stage 1 groups, I think we're probably the best in EMEA right now.
Okay. Best in EMEA, potentially best in the world in the future. We'll see, Tara. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your victory and #1 seed in Group A.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Moxie, I mean, laid it out on the table. Didn't say best in the world, though. I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, I kind of feel a little sad we didn't get to ask his opinion on teams like Swamp and TLC in terms of
trying
how
to say
Na'Vi rank.
There's enough
because
drama already. We don't need to add to it, really, do we?
Oh, man. Well, Ryan, any final thoughts that you have as we're going to be swapping gears with casters and hosts here as well from the day that we've had so far? I mean, it's been pretty amazing.
I want to see if some teams just go like, okay, people know about Penny now. Let's go. Like these teams just send it. Just full send it with a Penny. Let's see what this meta has to offer.
Well, we do have our next match, the next group of casters and hosts here, Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day joining in as well. Thank you, Moxie and Ryan, for closing out the first half of the show. It's going to be Team Heretics seeing if they can go undefeated in Group B, facing off against Fire Strays after this. Don't go anywhere.
널 지킬 나란 걸 고집해볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자꾸 미쳐봐 한도 믿어 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자꾸 미쳐봐 한도 믿어 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내배까지 세계 운명
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting.
Well, Na'Vi are undefeated in Group A, but there's only one team in EMEA that hasn't dropped a single map. So up next, we have Heretics versus Shikigami, or sorry, not Shikigami, Fire Strays. And Leg Day and I are joined with Vaudeville to have the best seats in the house. So Leg Day, we're one match away from the perfect group stage for Heretics.
Yeah, Team Heretics are feeling very strong as we head into our match number 3 here. And honestly, Team Heretics, we expected them to be this good. We saw this team getting put together in the preseason. We saw them coming out with their lovely Deadpool binder. Like, you know what? They got style and they got substance, because there are so many angles this team can take, and it's going to be a real pressure cooker that Fire Strays have to try and deal with. So for Team Heretics, who are the main threats? Well, there are just so many that you've got to try and think about here. You got to start off with Tanuki, of course, this melee mastermind. And honestly, great combo for Tanuki. Is Beetle one of the best Captain America players that we have in the region?
Yeah, and these two teams have not faced each other, and Heretics have just always been ahead of the meta. They could run the triple strats, they can run the double duelist, they have strong assassin specialists, they even play the niche stuff like Captain America, or whether it is like the strat pool from Alex. This has been a really well-rounded roster. And Black Cat, we know how strong that is in the meta right now, and you have Tanuki, the #1 statistic Black Cat in EMEA, but Vaudable on the other side, a team that is strayed away from the Black Cat is Fire Strays.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten some intel to expect some wackiness, I guess is the way to say it, from Fire Strays for this matchup in terms of bans and protect, so we'll see what that means. But, you know, focusing on the Black Cat and the Daredevil would make sense for Fire Strays, especially with the team that they're facing off against there as well. They like to focus, you know, on the Luna and Loki. A couple of times we've seen, you know, teams prioritize that as well, but Luna's been pretty much prioritized in bans for like that second ban time and time again. I'm more interested to see, you know, how either Sloppo or Damon will be able to pop off for this team specifically. Damon's really just been locking in their role throughout the group stage so far. And I mean, looking at this matchup here specifically, Fire Strays just wanted to lock in the highest seed that they can.
Yeah, Demon has been the one that has either tried to figure out the Black Cat and abandoned it since the Shikigami match, and most recently has been on the Ultron. It is the full investment into Sloppo Star-Lord. And even statistically, like, Sloppo is up there, but maybe the stats look a bit inflated when you have a Mantis or an Ultron and it's like all eyes on you. But really in a Dino matchup, if it's a Dino mirror, it's a one-sided Dino, damage is important. Boy, be chunky. So having two duelists is very important. I wonder, Leg Day, if Fire Strays continue to lean on the triple strat, is that going to be enough to only have Slop on the Star-Lord to deal with the Dino?
Yeah, it does feel like in the wider context of all of Rivals Esports at the moment, Triple Shadow just is having trouble like breaking through that Devil Dino. And as you said, like, a damage booster Star-Lord can be very good at attacking a Devil Dino, but you've got to like really focus your attention in towards that Dino. And it means that your sole duelist isn't really pressuring the enemy backline, and they can be a lot more free. Of course, having a look at our map pool here, beating T'Challa, going to be our first domination. I think this is a pretty good pick for Fire Strays as far as like the picks go, because it can be a little bit more brawl heavy. And I think that if your Team Heretics, should prefer to be divey.
Yeah, I prefer to get into this domination. The first encounter these two teams have ever had, including the preseason. Will Heretics have the perfect group stage? It starts now.
That's the question, right? Will they have perfection available to them, or is Fire Strays going to throw a wrench in their plans here like that? I mean, they didn't want to give me too many leaks about, you know, their strategy, so I'm more here to be along for the ride with you on exactly what we can expect from them in this ban and protect phase itself. I mean, seeing specifically, you know, what they've gone for in the past as well. Like, Fire Strays, when they played against Shikigami on this map, we saw them prioritize the Devil Dino, then they prioritized the Luna Snow. Might go for something similar. There's been so many teams, though, going for more of a focus on, like, that duelist lineup with the Phoenix ban or Phoenix Protect even, so could see some of that as well. But it's going to be Gambit save for Heretics, so what are we doing here? Well, I mean, that's what you get when Tanuki has the aura to cop that first ban on Black Cat, right? Another thing that's interesting is that, I don't know how accurate it was, but the submitted lineup for Fire Strays had Damon on Vanguard and Sestroid in. And whenever Sestroid comes into play, Ultron quite often as that tertiary strategist, but also very good hit scan player. Could be a secret weapon on something like, say, the Phoenix, which has become incredibly popular as we continually see bans going the ways of other hit scan. I mean, speaking of that, they're probably going to try and lock in that Starlord themselves, right? Have the team up with the Rocket Raccoon, or even focus around like a solo Phoenix duelist here as well. Potential that they can go for Fire Strays. We've been seeing a lot of teams do that. As you mentioned, there's been some focus specifically on the triple strategist for Fire Strays as well. So a couple different options. Team Heretics, I think, reading into the lines and knowing, hey, if we ban Starlord, they're going to say Phoenix, one or the other. So once they did Phoenix, in my mind, kind of works out better for them.
I wonder if we're going to see Team Heretics save the Raccoon here.
Could be.
They probably just save for Loki. Do double Raging Royal Flash.
Oh,
That's
man.
very
Yeah, there needs
difficult
to be a
to
Loki
deal
bit.
with. Like maybe there's an order where you ban the opposing Loki as well, so they can't copy away. Okay, Mantis going to be off the field, just making sure that Phoenix is going to be a little bit less powerful as a solo duelist.
Yeah, they don't want to have the Phoenix, the Rocket, the Mantis, the full deck of cards, no pun intended there, for Fire Strays. But I mean, Team Heretics specifically, they're happy to play with the Gambit, right? Especially with that more divey style composition that they like to go for. And well, the Rage Royal Flush now enables you to just rush in as quickly as you can and just deal mayhem against the other team. Locking in the Daredevil, I respect that, especially because the Black Cat ban.
One thing that I didn't factor in about the potential Loki protect was that Ken's both their Gambit and their Loki player.
That's,
So
that's true. So we probably will maybe see them try to play it sometimes, but a lot of teams have been opting for just that solo Gambit, as you mentioned. So
yeah, I
I'm
imagine
really
that Alex
curious.
has a Gambit, but like it's not going to be that important. Devil Dinosaur being taken off the board is like super important as well, because obviously Devil Dinosaur soaks so much damage, but even with the mitigated like ult charge you receive from healing him, it's still so much ult charge.
Yeah, you don't want to have a rampaging Devil Dinosaur plus a Raging Royal Flush. That kind of combination could be deadly, especially in this meta. So I see what Fire Strays are trying to do here with the bans and protects, but we'll see if it actually works out on Burning T'Challa. Again, they went to the third point against Shikigami when they faced off against them. And that was, one of the really close maps that they had against that roster, but unfortunately they fell there for Fire Strays. But Team Heretics on the other end, they 2-0'd their opponents when they played on this very same map. So a lot of questions remain for Fire Strays, and well, there's that triple support or triple strategist lineup that we were talking about, using the Ultron for the damage boost instead.
Okay, interesting swap up of roles here as well. Usually Destroyed comes into play the Ultron. This time Slopodopolis going to be taking in that role, which makes sense. Destroyed was always a classic hit scan enjoyer when it came to these straight plug and play, point and shoot kind of heroes like your Phoenix, like your Hela. On the other side, Team Heretics going to be leaving some of their identity behind to put Tanuki on the Elsa, which is a bit of a newer look.
See if it works out well enough for them. There's been a lot of good looks for Vanguard Deadpool so far, especially in the first two matchups. So not too surprised seeing Beetle on as well. Naga, of course, on the coveted Mantis play that we've seen from them. So we see, the triple strategist versus triple strategist. Vibrant Vitality, though, also works out for Heretics. That snuck through that ban line without banning out that Loki.
A lot of crit scaling on the side of Team Heretics as well, which is really going to help to try and punish Demon, who is going to be taking up that role of the Devil Dinosaur. Seems like Black Soul is going to be on the bench for this one, as Demon's already taken on down. Two stands went the way of Team Heretics, but a nice little Battle Recall Beacon recalls Demon into the fight. However, Team Heretics have got their first cap here already, and now Enzo's having to stand on business to keep this one contested as Fire rebound and reblast themselves back towards the point. A ban hammer was sent out here from Beetle, and it appears that it was onto the Rocket Raccoon, not the most primary fire-focused hero, so maybe not the ideal value, and the assassination can't quite go through.
A couple of better options. Rage of Ultron would have been better to use it for that instead.
All right, out comes the Rage of Ultron, and Enzo never stood a chance against that one. Raging Royal Flush, though, from Team Heretics to try and turn it around. Destroyed hangs above them, trying to hunt down the Gambit. Oh, the map disappears, though, and avoids the instant decimation of the card-flinging mutants. Great dodge somehow off the back of maybe a little bit of luck there from Alex. This means Naga has even more to come in. Going forward with the Soul Resurgence, Fire have managed to flip the point in their favor, going back with the freedom. What is Bro ulting? Tanuki, hello. He's ulting the voices, ulting the demons. Is Enzo doing the same on the other side? It would appear that Destroyed was likely caught inside of that strangling prism that was sent out.
Already have a Raging Royal Flush again online for Alex, the second in this exact team fight, as the Kubiho 4 is unleashed by Zanos, and Fire Strays is trying to get as much percentage as they can.
Yet another Raging Royal Flash. Oh, the adventures never stop here, except for Znos. This has been cut rather short as Alex takes down Binary. And it's going to be a recap here for Team Heretics, but Fire, the yin and yang here, the ebb and flow, managed to get 44% on the fight.
You know, this is why you banned the Gambit Loki, is all I'm saying on this one. I respect the wackiness, I guess you could say, of the ban draft for Fire Strays, allowing it to go through, but the one-sided Dino is not doing exactly what they wanted to with this triple strategist. Again, reminder, there is a passive effect for Double Dino where it's 38% reduced actual ult charge generation from heals or damage, so you're not able to charge up as much as you like.
Alex not wanting to use the anti-heal cards from down there. Instead, Enzo's already taken out Demon. And look at Enzo's wall here as well. The Ironwood just making it so that Enzo can stand on business on this on this ramp and take no real damage or threat.
Speaking of threats, I mean, Strangling Prison from Enzo didn't really do as much in that last team fight, but just to enable them in the next one. Beetle, I was going to say, could have had a better option for the Banhammer before, but I think locking down Closar made it so that he couldn't actually build up the Cosmic Iron Amplifier fast enough to get it into the team fight as quickly as they would have wanted to. So it's more one-side strategist, but actually seeing some stuns come out on the Team Heretics, and they're already going in with a Rampage.
All right, once again, Banhammer thrown on out here by Beetle, taking a bunch of damage, though, and requires a lot of triage. Damage just overextended so hard. Where is Bro going? Beetle gets the headshot where it's needed. Last second touch comes through from the Captain America, but we went too early, and there's still a couple of percentage points in this one before the point flips over. I don't know if Fire Stray's backline just refused to join their Vanguards, or if the Vanguards muted comms and ran it down with W.
We're just playing tower defense at this point. This is a whole different game mode or something. Maybe that's going to be the new one for Ultron, who knows? But stat-wise, I mean, it's not the best look for Fire Strays, right? You're playing against Loki Gambit. You have, you know, this is basically the meta from last season, from the actual preseason we saw itself. Loki Gambit, you have the Elsa available. You have the Vanguard Deadpool. There's the Mantis and the Groot. I mean, what more can Team Heretics ask for? Yes, it's not a comp that they're used to be playing, but they're never given it, so it works out.
I wonder if there's a world where Alex isn't healing as much here in an attempt to play the Gambit more aggressively and feed more of that healing ult charge over to Ken, knowing that Loki can build up those ults a little bit faster, especially with the increased healing output of Loki in comparison to his damage in the most recent patch.
Yeah, I think that is a good note for that Ken play that we've seen from them so far, and also just making it so that Fire Strays just have not had an answer, even with the triple strategists themselves, to catch up ult charge wise. They have the Rage of Ultron, they have the Strangling Prison coming in as well, and ouch.
That is disgusting. Well, 3 players down, no resurrections available. Damon's going to be chased down. Binary's going to try and find a way out. Yeah, that's going to be a first. That's going to be a first point cap right there.
Great team fight win for Team Heretics. Goes to show why they've been undefeated so far in their group. I mean, they're like, give us a challenge at this rate, right? But I think the big thing is, you know, Fire Strays not getting too disheartened. This is the first map. This is domination, and the ban draft didn't go as well as it could have liked, but you got a lot of good ultimates in your favor. The Rage of Ultron to keep you sustained, but also Cosmic Iron Amplifier tying that with the Ensong Inferno just for that extra damage boost. Try and get a good pick on the backline. That would be a good look, but also when we see Glartrox come in, that's going to be tough.
Oh, redemption ult there from Tanuki. Managing to actually grab some people into this one. 2 players were pulled on out, and it feels like Team Heretics, they're playing fast, always going first.
That seems to be the prerogative for this team too. Usually when you have a Gambit Ditto, you want to go as quickly as you can and try and take out the other team faster before they can even use their ultimate. But Xenos has their copy. We'll have to see if they can even get it off on the Alex Gambit to use that combination that we've seen before, but I think they're trying to prioritize Closar, maybe using their Cosmic Iron Amplifier a little bit better with Destroyed here.
Binary found on the outside. Symbolic Resilience, maybe not hitting time, not sure what happened right there, but once again, the Raging Royal Flush held in Alex's hand. Even down 1, it's still going to be a movement forward here from Fire Stray, setting in both the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and the Ensong Inferno. Team Heretics, though, scattered to the 4 wins. What a steal that came through from Snoss. Finally managed to find one. Oh no, you just got bonked with a no talking stick. No, not like this. How to deal with raccoons in your back garden.
Aggressive Alex showing that Gambit's regular kit is still alive and well, and all the you know, casuals out there that have been saying, yeah, Gambit's not too busted. Well, here's your case in point, and maybe you need to have a thesis after this matchup and see exactly why they are so good. But also Enzo on this group, right? I mean, creating so much space and just decimating the back line. Nobody could have escaped them at triple even. I mean, who could stop this man?
Can't stop Villa Bronzo. Homie's just dunking on 4 right now, standing in the spawn. I mean, can you TP here? I doubt it.
I don't think so.
Hard stuns to try and deal with this one is the question. Might have to just try and move through it with raw damage. You know what? Raw damage will cut the cake here. 99% over to 100, and Fire Strays are summarily kicked off of Bianin T'Challa.
They bet against the house, and unfortunately we saw Team Heretics have a full hand, and they were ready to let it read and weep at the end of the day here. So that's only the first map for Burn T'Challa. The band draft didn't work out as well as it could have for Fire Strays, but that's only map 1 of our best of 3. We'll see what they could do after this break.
We are undefeatable!
What a map one. This has been a series, and if you like Mantis, well, don't I have the skin for you. Mandy Celestine is out, and of course the new Iron Man as well, but who was really out there, guys, was Naga on the Mantis. Speaking of which, we're letting heretics get everything they want, like Day. What is going on?
I mean, they've got so much powerful stuff in that band draft. They got the full Vibrant Vitality, Loki, Gambit. I mean, admittedly, a lot of their DPS pool got constrained, but one of the main strengths we talk about with this roster is that Tanuki can kind of play everything, bringing out the Elsa. And the thing about this is that, like, this late in the group stage, it feels like Team America doesn't have to show anything in terms of their strats, because this is all just this is last season's meta. But like, oh, we could just play all of that. It's still good. It's still good. Like, there's better stuff out there, but it's still good and it still works. Unbelievable that you still have to deal with double Royal Flush.
Yeah, like you had like Avengers level team ups spottable of like the Loki Gambit, the Groot Mantis, and well, Fire Strays were definitely trying to experiment, but you let Alex get the ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, playing that aggressive style of the Gambit, chasing down their backline even, and not even having to build up all their ult charge just based on heal botting, I think was a big difference here compared to some of the Gambit play that we've seen, you know, in Americas there specifically. And, you know, looking at the stats, I mean, Enzo as well on that Groot, 9 final hits popping off. I mean, the full hole that we saw towards the end of Spawn was insane.
Absolutely. And like day, we got thrown for a loop ourselves with even just the players that Fire Strays decided to opt in here. We have Sestroid coming in on the Phoenix, where he's usually been that niche triple strat sub in, and he actually had really good stats in this map.
Yes, Destroyed put out so much damage, actually. Like a very impressive amount of
more
damage.
Than Tanuki.
Yeah, more than Tanuki. Even though Destroyed did not have a Devil Dinosaur to farm off of, which is pretty impressive stuff, honestly. So good job by Destroyed, but Destroyed coming in definitely is a signal from Fire Strays that they really want to try and swap up how they're playing the game. Black So being taken out is certainly surprising, but they're moving Demon over to that Vanguard role. Admittedly, not the most glorious Vanguard performance we've seen so far, but that was the same for most of the players on this team when you're going up against Team Heretics, who, as we opened up with, are looking for that perfect group stage run. This is a very, very strong roster overall. So I think that maybe there's some room here to keep experimenting with this lineup, because even if we see the Phoenix get banned away from Sestroid, you can still have Sloppo be the pivot over onto the Star-Lord, and Sestroid's comfortable just stay on Ultron or Mantis.
And we'll see what map Fire Strays are going to be comfortable on, because it's all fun in games, guys. We are playing video games after all. But there's a lot on the line still. Yeah, like Heretics, perfect. Wow, A+, cool. Fire Strays, a win here is to clinch them into playoffs. If Fire Strays don't win, there could be a whole tiebreaker mess between, what, Chosen Ones and Reason, Vaudable. Group B is kind of a mess.
Yeah, I think this is also, too, like, they kind of know how things will likely go tomorrow, just based on results that we've seen so far. So this is their time to experiment, right? You're against the top team who's been undefeated, and you kind of know how the series is going to go. So it's like, okay, we've tried things with Black Cell. Now we're going to try things out with, you know, a different amalgamation of our duelists playing Vanguard or different roles. And I feel like, you know, it also makes it difficult for other teams to get data on them for future matchups once we get to that playoffs as well. So, I mean, looking at what the potential map is here, I'm curious what we see from them. I mean, most dominant performance we have seen was Hall of Dajalia, specifically for Fire Strays against the Chosen Ones. They got a 1-0 victory, a full hold against them there. So wouldn't be too surprised if we go to that. There's a couple different, you know, Museum of Contemplations we've seen from so many different teams, but Hall of Dajalia, I mean, looking at this one, like, it's a really good match for this team here.
I mean, I'm all for going to Hall of Dajalia again when they got a good record.
And also the choice of duelists. Hala Jalia is very popular for the Star Lords, which I guess Fire Strays are allergic to. I don't think I remember the last time I've seen like a first or second banned Star Lord. The threat is there, and we're gonna find out exactly what that matchup is. Series point for Heretics, potentially one map away from the perfect group stage. Let's find out what happens.
Looking at it here at leg day specifically, last time that we saw Fire Strays on this map, they did ban or save the Devil Dino themselves and ban the Gambit. So hopefully they learned from their mistakes in the first map to not let the Gambit through and not prioritize the first ban on the Black Cat. Nope, they're going for it again. So likely see a similar story this go around, but hopefully they do ban the Loki this time.
Yeah, hopefully the Loki does not make it through. We don't have to deal with double Raging Royal Flush from Team Heretics, which is honestly, like, when I saw Ken join this roster, I was very excited, like, oh, that's gonna make like Loki a high tier ban against Team Heretics, because Ken is a phenomenal Loki player, as well as being a pretty good Gambit. And we did actually see Alex pick up the Gambit, which I was having some concern about in the early ban phase last time as well. But it's good to see that Alex has been learning that so that they can pick it up with Ken. I was thinking that maybe it would be a priority practice for them, since the likelihood of Gambit Loki coming up is so low. But Raging Royal Legend, of course, going to be taken off the table. And you know what, Team Heretics? You want to see him do it again?
Yeah, I mean, the Phoenix bans make sense mirrored between these two teams, right? This is a really open area map for the sightlines of Phoenix specifically, so really solid on that. And of course, the Mantis save is going to come through this time. They're not even worried about the Loki coming through because they know the ban will probably happen. That's exactly what happens for Fire Strays. So having the damage boost, Naga, I mean, yes, they're going to have to put the strategist in the bag, but they're fine with that. And we actually have Mantis on the side of Fire Strays this time, which might mean a Loki ban for Heretics.
Yep, might be Loki off the table, because we saw Znost making moves to try and copy away the Gambit ultimate as well. Steal away that Raging Royal Flush. You know what? We may not have the Gambit, but we can grab the ultimate.
Ooh. I think that's the first time. That's a Vanguard Deadpool ban, by the way. It's not going to be the duelist Deadpool, I believe, on that. It's just how the graphic goes here.
Is it because they have Damon in? Damon was playing the Devil Dinosaur, right?
So we did see before Damon did play some of the Vanguard Deadpool, at least for like a second, like 2 minutes of that last map. So they were like potentially flexing on over to it. So they might be worried about that shutting down the back line specifically. And if Alex is going to be playing that aggressive Gambit style, they could be worried about that too. But also they don't have the Star-Lord. The Elsa could still potentially get shut down by the Vanguard Deadpool. We'll have to see as we go into Hall of the Jalia here, leg day. I mean, I think this makes it a little bit more interesting based on what we saw at the end, but I'm more curious on, is that what I think it is on Team Heretics?
Oh my. I mean,
this is just preseason comps all over again for Heretics. What is happening?
I mean, Sloppo might seethe in rage here. Sloppo, one of our best Human Torch players. Like, why did I get to do that? But this is going to be certainly interesting for binary survivability. The Vanguard Deadpool really is fitting into a niche right now where he's a good counterweight to Devil Dinosaur because of the dual Desert Eagles obviously being able to hit crit shots on a mostly headshot hitbox Devil Dinosaur.
Oh man, the playing for the vibes are all unleashed with their bundle that you can get in the shop, by the way, for Team Heretics there. But Fire Strays, eyes on Sloppo to see what they can do on this Punisher. I feel like the damage was kind of missing from them in that last map, so this could be the answer for them, especially having the damage boost from Klosar.
Okay, Tanuki might have a couple of problems with survivability after using that initial dash when going up against a damage boosted Punisher. You can see already the Team Heretics have been pushed back into this corner. They're running out of disengagement slots, so now we're going to have to start spending resources to go forward. And indeed, that's going to be Naga. What was that? Nasty grab onto Naga.
Oh man, the binary chomp that we saw there. I mean, yeah, you can ground flyers with your beam as well, but it's still crazy. You don't expect just to see a T-Rex almost jumping into the air and grasping you away from your teammates. We didn't see the pick come out necessarily, but Team Heretics still holding it down though as best they can. Beetle doing a good job on the one-sided Vanguard Deadpool. We've seen more prevalence than ever of that Vanguard.
Okay, so watch from the ebb and flow of how Team Heretics move their flyers here. Oh, Beta went the wrong way. Out comes the Rage of Ultron, and Slopo can't get away. Naga just ran directly in, hot dropping on top of Frank Castle. Destroyed might have trouble dodging as well, but it seems that healing is going to be strong. Slopo returns, courtesy of the Battle Recall Beacon. And the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier as well means that Team Heretics are going to have trouble re-engaging. Beetle's going to be a distractionary force here, using the portal, but it might block off Enzo's path for a recontesting ultimate, and they're too late to recontest, VOD.
Okay. Fire Strays, they have turned things around, at least more so than we saw in the last map specifically. They had the Vibrant Vitality team up. They have all the ultimates in their favor. And Team Heretics are playing Flyers against them. So maybe they'll be able to turn things around once they get to a more standardized composition for them. But Beetle, of course, is going to go in with the Venom and do what they can just to disrupt the backline. Try to bait out the greens, bait out some of the resources for Fire Strays, but they're content to just hold it down for now.
Okay. Will this be an ultimate here for Enzo? They've already buffed up by the Gambit. Slopo's going to try and shut it down in their own right here. And Closer means extra movement speed as well to dodge away from his flame tornadoes of a supernova that Naga's laying down. Forcing the disengagement is nothing to shake a stick at. Closer just having trouble surviving in the narrow corridor. 3 players grabbed on in by the strangling prison. Admittedly, I don't think Team Heretics needed that.
I mean, they'll be happy to use it, you know, shut down Fire Strays. We did see that Soul Resurgers come through, but still a lot of ultimates available to them. And I think Zanas doesn't need to get that copy onto Alex, and Alex is probably keeping as cognizant as they can about it, right? They want to make sure that they stay.
Alex's positioning here is going to be very important to try and make sure that Znos cannot grab. Oh, what a combo from Beetle. Nice countdown. Is the shutdown going to be there? Yep, can't heal the Battle Recall Beacon. Stop over next to go down. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier thrown through by Znos, who simply couldn't find an angle to copy out Alex. Demon is going to get a little bit of additional progress on the card, because it's scary to try and go up against both the Groot and the Devil Dinosaur.
Battlefield ready again.
All right, Slopo. What do we have here with the damage boost? What's the best angle? Tanuki, of course, who's trying to force that shift out as early as possible. The second the Team Heretics have to use that shift with the Ultron to disengage, then they have to try and expend resources to stay in for the next fight afterwards, because you can't do a double disengage with your Ultron. So it's going to be all about the positional play. Slopo getting a bunch of pressure heading his way. Nice freeze. And the wall as well does temporarily save Beetle from that kidnapping. Good peeling walls coming through from Enzo in the midst of all of this, and has earned himself another strangling prison to work with as well. You can also use the damage boost onto them. Some peeling walls, but it's not enough. Closer falls on down. Slopo next to follow, and Fire Strays once more are sent back to the drawing board.
Tough spot for Fire Strays too. I mean, they've had some of the ultimates in their favor. They should have been able to turn things around, but just the high and dry play of Team Heretics. Banning out that Phoenix actually was a 200 IQ move from them, because they don't have to worry about getting sniped out of the skies. And I feel like it might be a decent option for Fire Strays if they maybe played something else right, use some of that hit scan ability for them as well, just try and take them out. But I do like this Angela play instead, seeing if they can just deal with them while they're in the air.
Yeah, not a bad idea, especially when you're not dealing with you have a follow-up on Tanuki was strong there. Now I'm going to be forced to run away, but Binary's going to be fast in his own right as well. Just chasing down over towards that health pack. Naga will be able to get some reinforcements off some counter-rotating Team Heretics members. They have to give up so much space in order to guarantee the survivability of their Human Torch.
That survivability for Naga, at least so far, is doing pretty good, right? Able to build up another Supernova. They have the Rage of Ultron available. They can use the Royal Flush as much as they need. They have all the cards in their hand to come out with a full sweep of the other competition here, and Fire Strays have to use what they can.
Raging Royal Flush. Oh, the damage coming out of this Ultron is simply sublime. Slopo needs help surviving here, but there's plenty of healing for a Fate of Both Worlds. Enzo sneaking. What's the Bronzo cooking? He wants to drag him on in, and Naga's ready on the other side. A flash-boiled Lunar Snow becomes Lunar Puddle, where the snow once stood. And unfortunately for Fire Strays, with a minute remaining, their momentum has been stopped.
The triple from Naga. This is just giving me flashbacks to what we saw from Shikigami, specifically on Central Park back in preseason, and they're showing it's still somewhat viable depending on the team that you're facing off against and the composition that they're known to run. And they know that Fire Strays are out of their element, right? Demon playing on that Vanguard instead of Black Zoe, and maybe not to the same level as we'd expect from them. So Fire Strays having to scramble to try and get around this corner and at least lock things down if they can.
Naga feels the fear as Binary does approach. Although the disengagement here for Tanuki, well timed, able to get into this room where there's going to be some more pocket coming through on the other side. High ground claimed, however, by Fire Strays. Naga's in a very difficult position to try and work with. The speed boost off the back of that plasma body is strong. Nice Heaven's Retribution. It's almost instantly decimated, though, as Beetle's taken down in the back by Closer. You saw that Team Heretics had to focus inwards to deal with the Angela, and that meant that they didn't have much help for their Venom. Coming closer now to the goal.
A lot of momentum made by Fire Strays. The last second portal, though, could change the game, and they did get rid of the Groot Wall in time to at least get the touch through.
All right, debarking here is Beetle. Brings up the shield to try and defend the payload. Not much gain there by Binary off the back of the Assassin's charge. Just waiting for an opening here. And it might be Tanuki with the Rage of Ultron. The go sign has been given. And Demon now has to stick to the cart for dear life. Hello, let's have a look at the point, though, guys. Team Heretics eventually turn around. Enzo grabs in multiple players. And it seems that that was the death knell here for Fire Strays push. Everyone else was cast aside, pushed back. And Team Heretics hold on second.
This is why you ban the Gambit, straight up. I mean, the amount of, comeback ability that there is with this hero, able to just turn things around with a single ultimate, cannot be understated here. So the way that they're able to snowball from that in any team fight, get a portal through, Rage Royal Flush, and then they're in the end game already and they've won and defeated Thanos. And unfortunately for Fire Strays, it's not end game for them. It's still Infinity War. They have to recover from the snap that's happened against their backline time and time again.
I'm happy to see Tanuki managing the little do-si-do with Naga pretty well here. I was wondering if Team Heretics were going to be in a position where they could have Tanuki on that tertiary strategist role and Naga be a primary duelist, given that most of preseason it was always Naga picking up the Mantis. Admittedly, in his past, Tanuki was one of the premier Uber Jeffs back when he had the Lunar Snow team up. Was probably one of the, alongside Fate, one of the pioneers when it came to making that tertiary damaging strategist playstyle work. So he's got the brain for it.
It is interesting that like both teams are flexing to roles that they're not necessarily as more recently used to, right? As you were talking about with that Tanuki on the Ultron here, and then on the other side for Fire Strays, specifically with Demon. But even that, I mean, Fire Strays, they made some decent progress, right? They didn't get full held at the first point. They have been known to full hold other teams before, so starting on attack does give them at least some motivation going forward. Almost.
Where was Lopo walking is the question. Was he just leaving the high ground?
I guess so.
Someone farted up there, a little bit spooky, stinky maybe. All right, Enzo though, full of dark energy, able to do a bunch of damage to these Vanguards. Naga's been taken down, maybe another mid-air grab by Binary. He's got some nasty moves on the Devil Dinosaur, and so he's going to be claiming that one back from Demon after they were playing it over on being in T'Challa for Team Heretics. Now the question is, how long do they want to stay in this fight? Losing control of high ground to Demon. Enzo's disengage should be strong. And it seems that they've had time to bring Naga back, this time on the Moon Knight. This grouped up composition is going to be particularly vulnerable to the spread of a moon.
Especially when you're facing off against the Devil Dinosaur. Like, that's the known quantity in ranked from what you've seen, and actually through pro play recently. Having the damage boost onto them, build up that ult charge as quickly as possible, dispossess them from the objective as well. And I'm loving the spaces being created here by Enzo. Beetle kind of going towards the back line, peppering them as well. And also the Aug going in deep. Okay. Rage of Ultron is going to be combined a little bit early, in my opinion, with the Hand of Khonshu. Would have loved to have seen that one waited for, but in the end, results are results. Naga attempts to disengage, does not want to fight with this one. What a ult from Enzo, dropping in from the skies. Once again, the Eye of Agamotto is opened, and it sees only victory upon the path, as Demon's going to try and open a portal back. Oh, we talked about flexibility in the last series between VP and Na'Vi, and well, it goes to show that Heretics are the most flexible team in EMEA, and they're actually going to be stopping them, or going from behind to see if they can take down the backline of Alex before they can build their ultimate up fully. That's massive from Fire Strays, but again, he builds it so quickly, I don't know how much it matters. Okay, is the plan here to try and limit the effort? Oh, why did they ult? Good question. Okay, well, we're going to try and run down Beetle. Not the easiest dive target, but Venom, and he's more than happy to meet them. We call that one a parry. Parry this, you filthy casual. Eats your entire team. Beetle going to be able to survive a roll forward here from Fire, who's also used the Rampage, and now Sloppo is going to be in deep trouble. The dive is developing, and so too is the target focus. Well, Alex, again, has that Raging Royal Flush, can just use it on a whim, but doesn't even need to because they're just going to clear out Fire Strays. And I think it's smart, to hold on to it, make sure that you can save it for the next team fight. You have so much time available to you to close out this perfect run of Group B, and they want to go undefeated. They don't want to give Fire Strays any momentum. And unfortunately, yes, they have, the final judgment, but they need to make sure it's damage boosted by that Ludisto to take out Team Heretics. That's their only counter at this point in time.
All right, Demon. Formerly a Wolverine player, now picking up for Doctor Strange. What does he have in the eye of Agamotto? How many futures has he seen? And is there one in which Fire can take this away? Destroyed, already forced to use the Lunar Snow Ultimate. Didn't even clock that it was on the Luna here, as it is going to be a movement forward. Big pocket towards Sloppo, but the disengage from Team Heretics has already happened. It's pretty clean so far. Someone... He's just floating up slowly, menacingly, but Naga hides away behind. Demon's there on the chase. Surely can get the finish here onto Naga, who actually gets healed up. How did he manage to slip through their fingers? The black magic is strong, and Tanuki might be the one responsible with the Rage of Ultron, but gets a little bit too sassy, and Sloppo has to put him down.
Solid looks for Fire Strays. I guess that's the first time you've seen a Punisher fly here as well. Tried to emulate Naga that we saw before, was a little bit envious of the Human Torch and wanted to at least showcase their own wings there as well. But I like to back up the retreat that we saw from them, staying alive, but also keeping that sustainable damage against the other team. And now it's just a Vanguard duel here, trying to get towards the objective, a bit more of a nuisance play. And it was a great sleep.
Oh, but now there's no disengage for Binary. Great shutdown and control. Also, the remainder of Fire. They were just watching that die from afar. Like, he's just letting him wear himself out. He's having a good time, and Enzo's having a better one. There's a combo with the Moon Knight. The cart has started moving, and now it's going to be a mad dash to recontest for Fire.
I'm sure if Shib is watching this, he is just having a great time looking at the group play from Enzo, but also the reign of terror from the Moon Knight group combination that we've seen time and time again. Team Heretics one step away from securing their undefeated streak.
Now comes the Rage of Ultron. An opening here from Znos, the meter in it for Team Heretics, but we can make this one happen. Look at all that overhealth was given over. Extra damage from the Feast of the Abyss. Beetle finds the back half. Enzo's the only one to be stunned by Demon, but a quick cleanse from Alex. He's quick on the sticks when it comes to throwing out the cards, and even quicker when it comes to the Raging Royal Flush. What can you do but stand and deliver for Fire? They burn away under Team Heretics' pressure, who take their group stage perfectly.
The only team to not drop a single map throughout, I think, any region at this point. So congratulations to your match winner in Team Heretics, making a statement that, hey, we could play off-roads. We could play, what was meta in the preseason. And now back into stage one, they lock in their #1 spot in Group B. And Lemon, welcome back. And that was kind of a crazy showcase, to say the least.
Wow. I mean, you could try to ban out Naga's Vein. You can try to ban out the Phoenix and the Star-Lord. And, well, he proves that he can beat you on his main, and he will have his torch keep you in the lane. I mean, that Naga's by clear MVP. I'm glad that this last weekend of matches before playoffs has been absolute cinema, Vaudable.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 maps go all the way to 3, and now this one being a 2-0 victory. And I respect Fire Strays going for the unorthodox, trying something and seeing if it works. But there's a reason Gambit has been banned first every single other time in EMEA. We're not like Americas, where sometimes we let it through against teams who don't know how to play Gambit. Everyone in EMEA has a Gambit player at this rate, and you cannot allow them to have it.
And we got to see so many heroes today leg day, and I it's a conversation. Let's start the discussion. Moon Knight, is this gonna be the answer to the triple strat? Is it something other than a spawn break at this point? Did Naga prove that to you, or did you just have fun watching it?
I mean, I feel like Moon Knight's in this fantastic niche where, hello cat, there's like great against the triple strat where you are going to group up tightly. Yeah, like it is much better against like a non-Ultron triple strat. Like it's very good against Mantis and Loki in particular, because Loki kind of acts as secondary unks with the doppelgangers. So that was a great identification from Naga. Like if they're gonna play the Devil Dinosaur, if they're gonna play the Loki, and they're just gonna sit in that corner and try and heal through, I can absolutely decimate their backline and continually force positions, resources, and disengagements by getting this like super speedy ult in the hands of Khonshu.
And Vaudeville, I wish this was a best of 5 to just see more of the creativity that was on display. The Torch outside of Central Park. You love to see Torch out in the sun, the vacation skin and everything.
Yeah.
Of course, he gets shotgunned in that moment. But, you know, in the Mantis on map 1, we're very used to Naga on that. And then the Moon Knight as well. But we have to look forward to Heretics in playoffs now as the only team that has not dropped a single map yet. And yeah, they get a nice group where they don't have Virtus Pro and Na'Vi in it. Is this the meta that Heretics could threaten the championship?
I mean, that's the thing, though, right? We're going from Season 8 to Season 8.5. It could be completely different. And I think that benefits a team like Team Heretics. They were the team who kind of set the stage for preseason on what you could do with Dive. So seeing exactly the potential that is out there for Team Heretics and the flexibility of them just makes it a little bit more worrisome for when they finally get to face off against VP. I'm hyped for that if it does happen, or if we somehow dodge it again. But I mean, one thing to note here too, I got some intel from the team in Fire Strays. Black Sail unfortunately had been sick this past week, so likely we're screwing with them, preparing, you know, some different compositions, and just had to go out with a sub this way. So, you know, I respect them having some fun with it at the end of the day, and, you know, unfortunately not the performance that they wanted, but they did the best that they could.
And like they looking at the Fire Strays future, I mean, we only have, what, one more day of matches. We have one more match after this. Obviously, it's going to be a big one between Reason and Crownfall. But Fire Strays now, their fate is in others' hands. Because Chosen Ones, Reason, there's a big battle for those 2 last spots.
Yeah, it never feels good when you just got to roll the dice and root for teams when it comes to deciding your fate. Fire Strays, like, with the quality of players on this roster, I imagine they didn't expect to be in a situation where they weren't in control of their own destiny. And Team Heretics, as the last matchup here, is a bit of a tough one, to be honest, as Team Heretics are incredibly strong. And honestly, like, Black Sail being ill this week as well, like, misfortune upon misfortune. There may have been some monkey's paw things involved here. Like, oh yeah, get me into Ignite. Yeah, you could all get into Ignite, but you will have the worst run possible.
Well, we're about to have the best interview ever, because we have none other than Naga, Mantis Supreme, Moon Knight Torchbearer joining us for this post-match interview. What's up, bud? Talk to me about these choices. The Torch, the Moon Knight. What's going on over there? What you cooking?
Well, we wanted to experiment a little bit because it didn't matter that much if we were gonna win or lose, right? Because we already secured the first in the group. So that's basically it. Also, they're playing with triple DPS, as you guys said, right? Black Sail isn't there. So we also knew they were gonna do some experimental things against us, so we might as well do it back, right? And have some fun, yeah.
So you guys now having had first secured in your group and having had it for a while, how do you feel about the other group at the moment? I'm sure you watched Na'Vi versus VP. Who's your biggest threat going into playoffs?
Probably Na'Vi. I think they're the strongest right now. But as far as I'm aware, we're gonna face VP first. So they're gonna be the most important to beat. But I do think Na'Vi looks stronger for sure. I mean, obviously we just saw them beat them, right? But yeah, I think that's about it.
I mean, talking about VP specifically, you guys weren't able to play off against them during the playoffs for preseason, specifically because they got taken out so early. Now that you guys will likely face off against them in the playoffs, what has the preparation been like for that?
I mean, the preparation is gonna start like actually now, right? But it has been like it always is, you know, you keep learning every single week. I think it's so dynamic what people are doing from week to week, so it's really hard to know what people are gonna throw at you, and they're hiding things from you. Then you don't play certain teams for a while. It's really really hard to predict how strong actual teams are. And then maybe maybe we are really good against VP, but VP is really good against Na'Vi, and then it's like this triangle thing, right? Obviously not like that, but you get the point. One team can be strong against one and then weak against another. So we're just gonna keep practicing. It's gonna be no patch. We're gonna see if we can figure out something that the other people don't know. We have done that in the past, right? When we pulled out the triple support, kind of like Brawl Comp. People said we invented like a new GOATS. And then like after a while, people figured out how to counter it. And then we had to like go towards something new, and we keep evolving, right? So yeah.
No, I mean, that is absolutely amazing. You are the only team in EMEA that haven't dropped a single game yet. So you guys definitely have the targets on your back when it comes to playoffs, and we can't wait to see Heretics in peak form for that. Thank you so much for the interview, Naga, and best of luck with all your practice.
Thank you so much. My pleasure. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
So kind.
I love that. Nice guy. Nice guy. Torchbearer. I'm gonna nickname him that because, you know, Mantis OTP just doesn't have the same ring to it compared to, and he no longer is that. We are in a whole new meta, guys. And I really like that even in preseason, the meta completely shifted from playoffs to the group stage potable.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, as he was saying, Naga himself, that you have to be able to adapt on the fly. You don't know what strats people are saving for these moments, and once we get to that the actual stage 1 playoffs, it'll be completely new patch, completely new ball game, and first time we'll be able to see some of the strategies out there, Lemon.
Well, we got some more strategies. You guys thought that that was absolute cinema. Well, don't I have a treat for you? We have Reason Gaming versus Crownfall, our last match of the day, so don't go anywhere, folks.
우리에게 달렸어 세계 운명 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 다널 지킬 나란 걸 고집혀볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 관점을 잡아 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 이 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 관점을 잡아 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 이 세계 운명 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 운명
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls.
Well, one of these teams is searching for their first win, and Reason wants to lock in on playoffs. Our last match of the day features none other than Crownfall versus Reason. I'm really excited for this one, and just leg day, looking at Crownfall, the red streak, it's large, but their most recent win in the preseason was against Reason, so maybe this is a good matchup for them.
Sometimes there are just teams that you have like a really good matchup against and no one knows why, you know. Sometimes you're just one team's kryptonite, and Crownfall might be a bit of kryptonite for Reason, who have done a little bit of retooling since the preseason. But I think that Crownfall, despite their red streak, we have been seeing them get hotter and hotter, especially with Fahad's aim warming up on the Phoenix. They're really leaning into the newer meta of like putting a lot of like strength behind a singular duelist and giving a lot of room over to them.
Yeah, I definitely think that this team, Crownfall, has been really honing in on what is their identity, especially in the duelist department, because there is such a thing as being too flexible and really not being showing a mastery of one thing. I think Fahad being a standout on the Phoenix is a huge boon. As you said, he's actually number 3 in damage per 10, sitting at 24,000 per 10 on average. Compared to EMEA, that's really been a strength for Fahad. But for the rest, I mean, the Vanguard line doesn't have as much flexibility as other choices. It's like you really need to have a Venom or a Captain America, sometimes even a Van pool in your hero pool. And Vaudable, the Emma and Groot identity is good, but it is counterable.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, some interesting looks from Crownfall so far, right? They have a bit of a different roster than we saw during the preseason, and we were talking about it, like, we've seen some great looks for them, especially against that Fire Strays. They kept it really close in that series before, but looking at this Reason Gaming squad, I mean, it wasn't as close against them in Fire Strays. They actually kept it really close against Shikigami most recently, you know, taking that first map, losing the last 2, of course, but even then, like, domination, they seem to have it kind of locked down with the strategies that they want to go for specifically, and I've been really liking the improvements from Nocta, but also the focus around, you know, trying to just damage boost Simba as best you can, but also Rosa being on this roster, love the pickup there too.
Yeah, Rosa going against his former team, so spicy. And I like that you bring up Nocta, because he's had to flex to whether it's strategist or duelist, and he's had flashes of brilliance like day, but Nocta, I think, is still trying to become that carry. And sometimes it's one of those overly flexible players, and this has been a really tough meta. But also you look at Pasiwo, who is providing those important meta Vanguard choices like the Venom and the Captain America.
Yeah, Pasiwo really is a fantastic dive player, and it's interesting to see what we're going to see Pasiwo play today, because if our graphic is accurate, it's going to be the first time we've ever seen Cal play for this roster. And, like, obviously we've seen Reason make use of their bench with Knuten coming in multiple times over the course of our season. Cal, I believe, was a addition from preseason going into season 1 and did pick their avatar to be Angela, who's in our promo graphic here as well. So I don't know if it's the ideal Angela meta, but I mean, it could still be strong.
Yeah, could be. I mean, this is kind of a grudge match here as well, Lemon. I mean, we got to see last time Crownfall was the reason that Reason Gaming didn't make it into the playoffs. And, well, hopefully that doesn't happen here.
Yeah, and the pick bans is what's going to really define this. And on the Reason Gaming side, yes, everyone loves their Dino. That's all great. But Reason really try to leverage the best strategist matchup for themselves, ideally protecting the Loki, trying to get the Cloaky backline, Rocket Loki if they can, or create a one-sided Rocket matchup. Rocket is now a huge consideration in the bans, which is an insane thing to say after what we saw in the preseason. Like, Rocket buffs go crazy. Or the double damage boost with the Ultron Mantis. That first map is picked, and we're gonna decide what compositions will run into Celestial Husk with your casters like Day and Vaudable.
Yeah, I'm really curious what we see from these teams, right, in terms of composition. I mean, Reason Gaming, they've been trying, at least they were the team who in scrims originally like innovated with the Rocket Raccoon kind of a prioritization for them. And we've seen, you know, some good looks with like the Loki Rocket from that as well. We haven't seen as much of that recently because a lot of teams have been banning either the Rocket or something else that's available that makes it so that team up doesn't work as well as we've seen in the past, and also focusing on the Mantis, right, for the Vibrant Vitality. I'm just more curious on like what the read of the situation is going to be here for Crownfall specifically.
Yeah, like for Crownfall, like sometimes when you're going up against a Vanguard player you don't know, things can be be a touch more weird. Yeah. We are going to see, obviously, the almost mandatory first ban on Gambit. And we learned last game why Gambit's still a mandatory first ban for so many teams. Devil Dinosaur going to be protected here for Reason Gaming. I wonder if we're going to see Cal come out on that one. I don't think it's been a huge Pasiwo stalwart. We have seen Pasiwo play it now and then, but mostly it's been Rosa taking up that, and then Pasiwo being on the more mobile, like, backline pressure main tank.
Ooh, there's the first, well, second ban. I'd say it's the first, technically, for Crownfall for the Rocket Raccoon. Raccoon focusing on that. I mean, we saw how effective it's been for recent game, kind of a part of their identity specifically, as we were talking about what Crown Falls might be. So Devil Dinosaur, this seems to be more of like the standard affair that we're used to seeing for bans and protects. I mean, we've had Black Cat prioritizations for like Virtus Pro and some of our other series, but no one's getting Rocket Raccoon because one-sided, especially with the Battle Ready Beacon, but also Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, the extra damage and also HP that you have available is massive. And I mean, both of these bans also make sense.
Okay, respect for Simba here from Crownfall, taking that out of their hands. I wouldn't mind seeing Crownfall actually go for the one-sided Phoenix here, given how good Fahad has been on it recently. But Mantis is still on the table. If they want to put Majed on that. Like, Majed has had the Black Cat, but no. The Phoenix Protector is going to come on through. I'm just going to ask, like, do Risen Gaming want to get rid of that Mantis so that we can't see, like, a hyper buffed up Fahad, given how much of a dangerous customer he is. And then Risen Gaming, they have their own Protected to try and play with him. Might go for their own Mantis so that they can focus in on one of their duelists. But the world's their oyster, really.
It is, yeah. And the interesting thing too about, you know, that Fire Strays and Crownfall matchup is that the Crownfall team didn't get this one-sided Phoenix or even Phoenix at all the entire time. So now they've realized how much priority that is for them and the play style that they like to go for. So it makes sense that they've locked that in. The Loki getting banned out here as well. They're not focusing on the Mantis instead, which is interesting on that end. I felt like they might have wanted to go for that so they can get rid of the damage boost, but on Celestial Husk here specifically, there is some decent bunkering that you can do with that Loki. So maybe they just do not want to have to worry about that, especially if they have like the Loki Invis team up, or even Loki and Cloak and Dagger. White Fox also a good ban as well.
Yep, like White Fox as a ban, that is going to make a lot more room probably for Lohe on someone like a Captain America or a Venom, given that no Vanguards have really copped any bans from Reason Gaming. They don't see any need to try and constrain that pool. In fact, it's been very much focused in on the strategists here with the obviously the one ban on the Phoenix coming through to try and constrain Simba. I wonder if maybe this means that Simba's the one who pivots over to the Mantis and we see Knuten play that solo duelist, maybe on something like a Star-Lord. Star-Lord's still open for both sides.
Yeah, Knuten does look like really good on the Star-Lord from what we've seen, so wouldn't be too surprised if we do see that, and that's exactly what they're actually opting for this go-around. So instead of having Simba in, they have Knuten in just to change it up and actually kind of bait out that ban that we saw for the Phoenix specifically. Knuten really likes to play that Star-Lord from what we've seen, so like this composition from them. Double damage boost onto Knuten, see if they can carry them forward to victory. Also having Relaxing on that Luna just for the freezes, but also the Snowflake as well. All of the resources being put into Knuten and see if they can carry them to victory here. Whereas Crownfall, I mean, I'm looking at Fahad specifically on that Phoenix. They got the one-sided Majed as well on the Black Cat. We've seen, you know, middling results recently on Domination, but this is one of the good maps for her.
Honestly, somewhat surprised that Reason are copying that Phoenix ban with Simba not in. Given that for Knuten and Nocta, I don't think it's a huge part of their overall like threat package as a duelist.
We'll have to see though. You know, maybe they'll learn from their mistakes. They maybe strategized before. It's like, hey, we're going to do this regardless because we just want to have the one-side Phoenix, not have to worry about it. See if we can get the rocket through as well. But Protoss on that White Fox will give them a little bit extra survivability as well as, you know, Logic, I'm just looking for them to try and target that back line. The Loki Greens, or not even actually playing the Loki this time, excuse me.
Not much opportunity for pickpocketing thus far from Majed, who is feeling a little bit broke on the sidelines. Protoss falling low. Nice charm over towards Passawo, but Crownfall are losing out heavily when it comes to damage on the point. Majed's already fallen on down low. You can see desperately is looking for triage and somehow out-damaging Crownfall Reason. They're managing to do it with only a singular duelist. There must be a lot coming through from Knuten here. He's already 69% of the way towards the ultimate. Indeed, it is nice damage going the way of a Boohoo, but finally Fahad has found his angle. Knuten and Relaxing both going to fall on down, and Lohe is very much focused in on keeping this one contested. A rare Black Cat and Captain America team up is going to be available as well. They need that pixel perfect reflection in towards the back. Rocher could be a primary target, instead going over towards the Ultron. A pickpocket into the midst of Reason, but Reason just turned on the cat before she can slink away and escape with her feline wiles. A Boohoo returns. Pentagram of Ferala opened up to keep this one contested. Reason disengage off the back of the reinforcements that Crownfall can bring to the table.
Rashad really one of the only few strategists remaining here for Reason after Boohoo is able to get that too, and there's the combo that I've been waiting for.
All right, Out comes the damage boost. Galactic Legend Knuten cuts through low. He first falls low, quite literally, into the range of a Boohoo, and the daggers of Dinark just pierce the hide of the Star-Lord.
This is another like combination that we saw from preseason, and we're just getting flashbacks for these last two series of the day. The Doctor Strange and Invisible Woman team up, also having some extra sustain. You can heal yourself a little bit too with that dark magic and make it a bit more difficult for people to press the issue with your big Seraphim shield. So I'm liking this positioning from a Boohoo and the way that Crownfall are just having that kind of man-on-man coverage. You can see it. Even Knuten getting taken out by Anakochi. That is not the look that you want to see.
Force Physics Final Blow, a bit of a rarity. Now Majid coming around the outside. This was a great pincer maneuver, by the way, from Crownfall. Totally got Reason in a corner, and they needed to be aggressive with this. Is Depasso just ultimate? We're going to try and turn it around right here and now, but we didn't really have the healing to make this one work. You can't get by on the limited heals available.
Yeah, the Banhammer so effective in that moment. Fahad, though, gets the last laugh with a KO onto Pasuo, forcing them to swap over to the Venom. And I think that's a better option for them, too, just so that they can tickle the back line as best as possible and get them distracted from Fahad when they're trying to keep them in the fight here.
Oh, beautiful angle here from Majid. We're going to need plenty of healing to survive on the outside. Another big ultimate coming on through, but nothing to be gained off the back of it. Abuhu still wants to do all the healing that Rashid was bringing out. Now it's down to Cal with this rampage to try and turn it all around, but waiting for that overhealth to be taken away from Crownfall. First, Fahad wants to strike preemptively here and puts himself directly on top of Rashid, who cannot be saved by relaxing. And so now Cal needs to try and stop the brawl, and it Strax with the rampage falling low. Fahad being assaulted by Pasuo. Where's the healing? It's nowhere near. The dark tendrils, dark depredations pierce into the heart of Crownfall, who now at 93% are still in a commanding position with Cal being taken away. A bounce towards the ground, the marbles smack into relaxing, and Reason are left out of sorts right here. They've got two players towards the back. Does Knuten dare use their ultimate? There's not really much in the way of support for them. Once for the 1v1 onto Fahad, a quick teleport away. A Dosio here and there. Where will the touch come from? From the side of Reason. Once again, Knuten, a victim of the Force Physics, as opens the portal.
Yeah, Nocta using the Rage of Ultron as well, just to try and clear the field and finally get some percentage for their team if they can actually walk it down. And that's the tough part for Crownfall here, is like, okay, we got to recontest, but we're still going to keep it as pressured as possible. Beat out as many ultimates, and even if we go down, we have so much percentage ahead of Reason Gaming.
Push it down low. Nocta, the accuracy being rewarded here. Final hit after final hit off the back of the Encephalo Rays will give Reason a stay of execution here.
A decent look for Reason towards the end. I like Cal swapping on over to the Doctor Strange, but of course they had to use the portal in that moment. And I think having the shield just to keep their backline a little bit more sustained from the flexibility and flankability of Crownfall made it easier for them to finally get some percentage on this first sub map. But I'm curious if they're going to stick with it or if they're going to swap off to something else. You know, Pasuo using the Feast of the Abyss, at least in the backline, to see what they can do with it.
Oh, the damage boost I don't think was quite there. How do you get away from this as possible? Just getting knocked around, continuously sucked in by the E of the Doctor Strange. Mazed seems to find an opening, but Rashid manages to close that door in their face. Knuten might have to fly low here inside of the extra health given over by Rashid. Nice focusing towards Rashid, and the strike from orbit. Someone got a 9-kill streak or something over there. They called in the airstrike. Abuhu now manages to roll on forward. Not so worried about the damage boost. Knuten's going to be in a very dangerous position, and Protoss is there with the finish. A bounce off the heel on the Doctor Strange is all that you need. Pasuo doing their best to keep this one contested, but Crownfall are still in a commanding position with all of the frags they've grabbed thus far. Cal is down again. Overtime starts to tick on over, and Reason don't really have a path back into this. It's got to be Pasuo with the swing into the frenzied arrival. What? But the body block from Abu! Bro's just there, chungusly standing. You can't get past me.
Oh, the Force Physics was there at the end too, just in case they did manage to get towards the objective just a little bit further, but the inches were not enough for the Venom to touch the point there. So we do see Reason Gaming going down, not in the way that we kind of expected from this first sub map here, but now looking ahead. I mean, this is the first map we've ever seen Cal play on this Reason Gaming roster. They're playing with Knuten again as a sub for this team too, so trying things out towards the end of the group stages specifically, and I believe that they are potentially locked in for those playoffs as well, just based off of, you know, the map head-to-head that we've seen between the teams remaining in their group. But even then, I mean, you want to show up against this team that sent you out of the preseason playoff potential last time, right? Crownfall had nothing to lose, and they have nothing to lose here again. Everything to gain, and that's exactly what they've been doing so far.
All right, for Reason, I do wonder about the somewhat lack of healing numbers that we saw, given that they were playing a Venom and a Devil Dinosaur, who give you a lot of options when it comes to getting those healing numbers up.
I mean, I got to talk about Protoss a little bit towards the end there, though. Like, I mean, MVP for a bit. The flanking, keep the team alive as well with the teleport, but also the Fox Marbles just honing in on the competition as we get the Freedom Charge come out early.
Oh my goodness, just aggression and initiative all over the block here from Crownfall. They just keep catching Reason by surprise. I don't know if it's like a comms issue here when it comes to the information, but it feels like Reason always, oh, there's a dinosaur here suddenly. Like, you can hear him coming, you know?
It's like they're in one of those movies and they're just walking nonchalantly, don't realize that there's a dinosaur right behind them, and they look around, and unfortunately it's off camera from then on out. But Groundfall specifically, they have been large and in charge, and that's exactly what Abuhu's Devil Dino has been doing.
All right, Passover already forced to use their bubble shield here, which is unideal. Protoss, though, having to use the TP. That's a big cooldown to have forced out. Someone else, please shoot this Phoenix! Oh, no! Oh, Fahad detonates multiple players. Passover just like, surely someone else is going to shoot this, right?
This makes sense why in the previous series between Fire Strays and Crownfall, not a single time did Phoenix be allowed through, because Fahad is just that guy. I mean, even Majed, though, on this Black Cat with the flanking we've seen from them, I mean, they haven't been, you know, on our camera necessarily, but they've been doing work in the back line and making it so that Reason, even with the triple strategies that they've been playing, just hasn't been enough. And I do like them opting for the double strategies here instead, you know, double Luna Snell potential ultimates available to them, and that could be the difference maker.
Oh, Ayana Koji has to protect that 0 casualties at all costs.
I respect it.
So, sometimes game got to recognize game. Good force there from Knudsen. What can Crownfall do off the back of this one? Relaxing has an option to move on forward. Abuku tries to stop them in their tracks, but the rampage from Cal might be enough. Desperately needs some healing. Grabs Abuku into the midst of their team, and you can see the Banhammer's put down on Ayana Koji now. No means of saving themselves this time. No triage from the invisible boundary, but still the focus doesn't seem to be there. Ayana Koji still staying up. The patty cake must be crazy from Crownfall right now, but instead it seems that Reason finally get their target focused together, and Passover picks up a bunch of final hits.
And that's what we've been waiting for from Passover as well. I mean, once they get online, all their upgrades unlocked, then they are able to just decimate the ranks of Crownfall and eventually get that Banhammer towards one of the strategists is a good look, or even Fahad just to shut them down. But here is a great Glartrox. Let's see if they can make anything of it, but don't only get one.
Yep, Abuhu just catches a bunch of headshots off the back of that one. Nocta getting a little bit freaky on the outside. Has to be careful about the 1v1 here with Marjed. Oh, the Phantom Pursuit just drives them directly into Fahad's sightline. Great shepherding there from Crownfall, and now Reason going to have to do this one down their primary damage dealer. Knudsen might be forced to use their own ultimate. Can you shoot the Phoenix ultimate is the question. This time I don't think it does manage to make landfall. A quick TP away. Fahad fought into the caves, but the chase down is solid as Knudsen descends from the heavens with a blaster barrage in hand and a damage boost as well. Majed punished. Ayana Koji going to join them as finally the collapse from Reason is looking good.
There's Knudsen with the triple, the stagger as well into Abuhu. They're just having a fun time dancing back and forth, and the quad comes out for him as well, sent tumbling off the side of the map, and that's the most percentage we've seen from Reason Gaming. Some signs of life from them as well. We'll see if the resurrection from the Amber for Cal here, specifically on the Devil Dino, will be able to keep them in the fight. But Lohi also, again, using that Freedom Charge perfectly.
Freedom Charge drags the rest of Crownfall forward. Knudsen getting his steps in, you know. Check that Fitbit. Rolling forward, Majed in towards the back. Unbelievable stuff off the back of a calling card. And this is why we've seen so many bans towards the Black Cat. She is a dangerous customer, and she pickpockets the point away from Reason.
Majed saw the quad from Knudsen and said, hey, I can one-up you here as well. It's my card to put up, and unfortunately they didn't get the stun onto the Doctor Strange of Nocta for the portal as it comes through.
Who swapped around to Magneto to get the Iron Curtain onto that? That was absolutely crazy stuff. Inside of the Invisible Boundary, you can see the purple came through. The Terror Cape from the Cloak and Dagger might make a Boohoo a victim. But Protoss stomping in with the Kumiho Unleashed is so much damage and so much healing. Nocta falls like oh, Kel, what a debut. That'll do just fine, lad. Now Lohace here trying to beat their way through the stale tide of a prehistoric predator. And indeed, democracy is just about strong enough. Ayana gets yet another final hit off the back of a Force Physics. And Crownfall, oh, they've started to bloom, but it might be too late in the day.
Crownfall, a great first map victory for them here as well against Reason Gaming, but this is just deja vu from what we saw in the preseason. Crownfall specifically have, had their work cut out for them throughout the group stage. They've had great looks against other teams. As I mentioned, Fire Strays, they pushed them to the issue, but weren't able to get a map that time. And they've gotten, a map against Shikigami. They've gotten the map against the Chosen Ones, and now they get one here again, but we'll see if it's enough.
Crownfall are one map away from their first win in Stage 1. And Vada, but we keep getting all these different looks from these teams on the final weekend of the group stage. And this time it's in the form of substitutions from the Reason Gaming side after we had just teased that Rosa was going to go up against his former team.
We were talking about like Rosa versus a former roster, and then like, you know, a bit of a grudge match because it was Crownfall who took down Reason Gaming. But hey, maybe they just want to even the playing field a little bit there, play with their subs, get them some more Ignite experience, which I think is very important, especially if they do make it to those playoffs. That's massive for them there as well. And you know, we got to see some decent looks from Cal specifically. I like, you know, the swap over to the Captain America towards the end there, right, that we saw from them. They played mainly the Devil Dinosaur and got some good looks on it, got the grab of the White Fox off the map. That was pretty notable too. And then Canuten, of course, trying to get into their own as the Star-Lord. But again, it just felt like a bit disjointed with their strategy in terms of like the bans and protects, maybe focusing too much on the back line and didn't focus as much as they needed to on that front, the duelist lineup specifically of this Crownfall team.
Yeah, hey, it's pretty nice. As you're a sub, you get your first match in Ignite for Cal, and he drops the most damage on the team. Kind of gets to drop the mic after this one, or maybe after this series. But leg day, the Duelist Supreme. Speaking of people who did damage, Fahad MVP on this Phoenix, 30K. Are we serious?
I mean, there's a reason we talked up Fahad in our pre-game, right? Like, this guy's been like heating up all the way through our group stage. It's a little late in the day, but finally Crownfall have managed to get their win off the back of it. And honestly, Fahad, I think we can continue like investing in the Protect for the Phoenix because his accuracy is really good right now and is making it much harder for this heavy front line of the Devil Dinosaur to advance in and do much damage to Crownfall. Like, it felt like Cal was constantly being put in this box where you can't go too far forward.
Yeah, and no shade, promise, but really Simba not being here makes this Phoenix matchup very one-sided. The Lion apparently sleeps tonight, Vodaful, and that was that big Phoenix matchup we were looking forward to seeing. But you know, Reason Gaming, this is the whole week to do all that kind of experimentation, and Cal and Canuten did an amazing job. And Reason Gaming, well, they didn't pull out the win, but they can pull out a map pick coming up.
Yeah, I mean, like, first sub map didn't look as clean as it could have. Of course, you're playing with subs, right? But the second one, it looked a lot stronger. I think if they, you know, had that kind of a performance in the first, then we could have easily gone to 3 points throughout Celestial Husk. But, you know, depending on which map they go to, they have a couple of different comfort zones that they have that they've played against other teams and showcase different looks. And, you know, that's a big thing too, right? For these teams, it's like, okay, we want to show them just enough to keep them guessing on what our comps will be for playoffs if the meta doesn't shift that much. So I think a lot of teams are kind of worried about the future and not focusing as much as they could on the present here.
Absolutely. And just, it's nice that we kind of go into a pick bands and everyone's so focused about the strategist, but sometimes it is about catering to that duelist matchup leg day, like having that one-sided Phoenix, and you have to come up with another plan. Some teams lean on the Elsa, some just stick to the Star-Lord. It's fun to kind of see the duelist meta change a little bit.
Yeah, and it's fun to see the duelist meta change alongside like the flexibility of some of these duelists as well. Like in our last match, we saw, oh, okay, Tanuki's going to go over to a triple strategist now, and you need to have that flexibility in your roster to get those rewards. And we've seen like some wild flexes in our duelists as well. Human Torch, Moon Knight, these are all coming up. Even for Crownfall in particular, we have seen the occasional pickup of the Winter Soldier for Majed, which has actually come out a couple of times on Museum of... Oh, okay, a Museum of Contemplation is the map pick.
And
okay,
there it is.
So, Deja Vu, by the way, this was the map where Reason got knocked out of playoffs in preseason by Crownfall.
Well, good thing that's not going to happen here, but we are going to have a Museum of Contemplation. Crownfall are ahead in the series. Let's see if they can pull out their first win of Stage 1. Let's get into it.
I mean, last time their first win was against Reason. Now history seems to be repeating itself. We go back to the same map, and maybe it'll be a similar reality for them. But the Gambit ban, Devil Dinosaur save, of course, it seems Cal's still going to be playing that Devil Dinosaur for this team. Rocket Raccoon first ban for Crownfall. Again, we saw that happen last time, and it makes sense, right? That's been the strategy for Reason Gaming in previous weeks. They were ones that innovated with that and the Loki before. But again, I mean, looking at the prioritizations in terms of what they can go for next, you know, they're going to mirror the Devil Dinosaur, which makes sense based on, you know, how it's worked so well. I don't think either of these teams are going to pull out the penny like we saw from Na'Vi. But even then, the Black Cat ban is massive against Majed because they were just unleashed, and you can't allow that to happen on this map.
Yeah, and I think the Majed also was forcing them to turn around a lot, which made it a lot harder for the Vanguards to make their forward maneuvers. Okay. Mirrored Phoenix ban here. Fear of Fahad? It could be. And honestly, getting Fahad to flex a little bit more might be interesting. This is a map where Fahad does play the Adam Warlock. Like there's a world where Adam Warlock is a very easy pickup here as well, off the back of the Resurrection and the easy reset of the live stream off of easy crits on Devil Dinosaur.
They have the Loki Adam rocket that they could play if they wanted to.
That's a lot of Resurrection.
Yeah, there's a couple different options that they can go for there, targeting just the duelist lineup this time instead of the strategist lineup that we saw previously. Locking in the Luna Snow, of course, so that it can at least get those freezes. I'm wondering if we'll get a White Fox ban from Crownfall, just so they don't have to worry about the team up there, specifically, especially if they want to go more of a divey style. They still have Daredevil available to them. Daredevil still does really good on this map as well. I mean, that was the main menace when Museum of Contemplation came out with the dive, and also just being able to know where people are coming from. But the Mantis ban is massive. Don't have that damage boost at all, and that was a big, I think, crux for Reason Gaming, and they actually swapped off of it in that second sub map.
Yeah, like swapping away from the Mantis is like, it does allow you to like develop other angles if you need to, because Mantis often is going to like maybe try and take an off angle with your solo duelist, but can't quite present as much pressure as having a second duelist who's taking a second off angle. So you can have this kind of 3-angle crunch that we saw Crownfall actually manage to use effectively multiple times on our previous map, especially when we had Majed moving over onto the Black Cat and constantly being able to like shepherd people into areas with the Star-Lord as well. Hello. You know what? It's an attacker spawn. I don't care. It's not real. You can't trick me.
Yes! The Canute Iron Man! I've been waiting for this to come out. We saw Amazing before.
It's not real, surely. I mean, he's got the Nano Beam team with relaxing, but Fahad over on the Adam Warlock, like you talked about the Adam Loki and the extra Resurrection, Crownfall are having a very loose relationship with mortality with this comp.
I think they are going to be rocking it. I mean, we saw it with Amazing before and how effective it was, and we've seen a couple of other teams try to do the Penny Iron Man specifically on Museum of Contemplation. I love the potential that we could see from them. The aggressive Penny as well. They got to go for the flanks and plant the mines behind them as they try to retreat. And Majed, excuse me, going down so quickly. Oh my gosh.
I've got 3 healers. What are they doing? Are they AFK? Hello? If I'm Majed, I'm mad. I'm mad to the bone. Again? No, guys, I'm calling for healing. Where's it at, though? Knudsen is just constantly refreshing his armor overdrive, by the way, off the back of these final hits. Finally gets taken down by Lohe, and now Cal can actually just lock down the re-entry zone here. This is disgusting.
Where was this the last map? I mean, I know Penny's not as good, depending on the sub map, for the last map that we saw on Celestial Husk, but even then, like, you could still shut people down the way that they were before, and I'm loving this pathing that we see, some locking it down of both entryways to try to just disrupt any of the mines that are being placed by Cal, but it seems to be more of a comfort zone for Cal compared to what we saw with them on the Devil Dinosaur.
Oh, using a Loki doppelganger to get those mines, that is quite smart here as well. Is that Nocta on the off angle here with the Luna? Oh, you know, Luna's actually a disgusting off angle duelist. She does so much damage, has a lot of survivability. Oh, the missile barrage breaks through the bubble shield in record time. It's so big, it just eats every single missile. Great heads up play here from Knudsen. There's going to be a huge punish here going over onto Lohe. Got to watch out for those mines. Sun kind of beam through the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but Knudsen just going to move away instead. Invincible Pulse Cannon, nearly prepared. I think we've already seen the greens come out as well, so invincibility is not going to be on the table. A sneaky one. Oh no! Oh, Oh, he's going to swing from the chandelier for that one. Unhappy lights in placement. As there's going to be a couple of quick complaints to IKEA. Majed going to roll on through. Abu does just Kramer past and misses the portal, but that's okay. Can come out on the other side, ducking inside of the invisible boundary. Canadian's going to do a bunch of damage here, and yet there's still going to be more survivability coming through from the side of Crownfall. Ayano Koji was managing to get some of that off the back of the God of Mischief. Fahad still 25% away, though, from the Karmic Revival, and that's going to be the main cooldown we're looking for.
I wonder what was going to happen if we did have those pulse cannons actually work properly, but that's a good pick on the Majed to try and keep them alive.
Oh, we'll hold. It's almost spider time. It's going to be suppressed, though. Silence coming through from the seduction. Protoss drags out yet another Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and now it's spider time, baby! Cower in fear from Penniff Parker, because it is their moment. Out come the mines. I think it's a little bit too far back in terms of the spider nest to really be destroyed, but Fahad manages to take down Passawo, and Crownfall stop freezing in their tracks with a minute left.
Fahad also having that Karmic Revival available to them too, and they have the copy if they need it coming up momentarily. So this is going to be a full hold strategy for Crownfall, and you can see why they work so well against them, but also knocked on the off angle, already using the cocoon.
Being forced to use the Cocoon Revival. That is very sad news. Oh, so much damage taken. Abuhu just gets run on down by all of the headshots from the Lunar Snow. Of course, the Revival's going to be there, courtesy of Protoss with the Battle Recall Beacon. The Karmic Revival is also going to be available in the backhand side. You can move through the window on the left to get plenty of cover as you channel that. By the way, yet another Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Passo is unprepared for all of the damage coming on through. Oh, fuck, there's so much damage. Majed soars overhead. The stuns are real. About 30 seconds remain for reason.
Do they swap the compositions, or are they just locking it down and running it down main? I mean, they do have one portal to come through. If they use the ult through it, that would be a masterclass from Knudsen and friends.
Oh, the pulse charge. Guess nothing. Missed. That's 0 for 2, Knudsen. Pack it in. Put the Iron Man in the bag, Sunyan. Yanakochi rolls on fourth. Extra damage from Crownfall. The Rampage as well. No one's close to a point. Reason we're having a bit of a giggle here.
We're just having fun at this rate for these matchups, but Crownfall again, you know, locking in is the main thing to note here, right? They had the Loki, they have the Rocket Raccoon, and that was, you know, what I talked about. Reason Gaming were kind of known for in that first week, and teams were banning it against them for good reason. I mean, we saw the second ban come out from the Rocket, so it's one-sided. We saw I think it was Passawo who was playing the Devil Dinosaur, able to just get rezzed as soon as they go down and not even having to use the Karmic Revival in that entire team fight. So even if they did go down from the pulse charge, it didn't matter because they still had all of the resources to keep them sustained and get back into the engagement immediately. I did like the lockdown potential from Cal originally, as they got that forward positioning on the Penny, but the usages of the Loki clones just to get rid of the mines and basically play Minesweeper on Museum of Contemplation worked out well for Crownfall. So Reason Gaming, I like the ingenuity, I guess you could say, from them, but it just didn't work out against this comp that Crownfall are running.
You know, Icarus was also a pioneer of ingenuity as a concept vaudeville.
Yeah, I got a little too close
so well for him.
Yeah. Maybe Icarus was still able to hit those ultimates though. I'm so curious how different it would have been if the Loki did go down originally, right, from that pulse cannon. Unfortunately, it didn't work out though, and they're going for the damage boosted with the team up with Relaxing this time on the Ultron.
Okay, so this is far from lost for a reason though. They got some good progress, and this is an incredibly difficult part. Dude, knocked on the off angle. The DPS Luna is so scary. She's a menace.
Phoenix Man doesn't matter. I got another hero that's a pseudo duelist at this rate that could do just as much damage.
All right, Nano Beam coming out from the Ultron. It's a lot of healing, not enough to keep Cal up though, as they're overwhelmed by Protoss with the blaster of the Rocket Raccoon.
Oh, just a tough spot to be in for Reason as well, especially because they aren't going for the portal, actually. They're just trying to straight up run towards the point, and there's not much lane left of the runway for Crownfall to even get this full series win.
Okay, Crownfall close to victory here. Cow plants himself on the point, and Knudsen with the armor overdrive. He's a very scary customer. Has to be rebuffed, utilizing those regeneration domain runes. Nox has been taken down here by Majed, likely on the off angle, as that's where Valuna loves to try and plant herself in this comp. Abu, who needs a little bit of healing, which doesn't come through, but it is traded out for Cow. Here we go. Is it going to be 0 for 3? You bet that it is. Knudsen once again with an absolute airball.
I think it hit the Loki clones as well, so not really going to be able to do too much. And Fahad actually on the Moon Knight clearing the way here as well, as Reason Gaming are falling and dropping like flies. Ranger Ultron, only hope.
And the hope is gone. Knudsen waiting for the portal once again. Passimo is preparing it, but Reason once again face defeat at the hands of Crownfall. Maybe a bit of whimsy in their hearts, a song in their heart, and a jig in their step, as Reason are 2-0'd by Crownfall.
Oh, such a tough, like, stinging loss there for Reason Gaming. Again, they couldn't get their revenge against Crownfall. It's deja vu from what we saw in the preseason, and the exact map at the end that was their coffin. Unfortunately, they'll have to lie in it for at least a little bit. But Crownfall, congratulations to them, right? This makes every other team that's potentially coming up through those pro relegations to look out for them. And Crownfall, I mean, they are a menace to be reckoned with, especially with that duelist lineup.
All right, let's bring Lemon back in so we can have a quick chat about what we just witnessed. that was impressive from Crownfall. We saw some new looks from Reason as well.
Yeah, and this is what this last week is all about, preparing us for playoff cinema, and at least for Reason Gaming, they'll be doing that. And Crownfall, I think, you know, Vaudable have really impressed us, and I think they're going to have a really good swing at stage 2, and I have at least really good belief that they can make it there.
Yeah, I mean, no playoffs for them, unfortunately. But again, like, if they build on this performance, I mean, hey, Wealthy, he's available as a free agent potentially between the stages. We could see that happen, or one of the other teams pick them up. I mean, they were a star on the previous Lions roster before they got picked up for Ignite and was aged out for that specifically. But I mean, looking at the performance here, we got to talk about, you know, Protoss on the Rocket Raccoon. Those battle recall beacons just so effective on keeping them in the fight, and just goes to show how having the Rocket, we talked at the start of the show, 56% win rate going into this week, and the pick and ban rate was just elevating since week 2 onwards. So such a good duelist, or not duelist, excuse me, such a good strategist
Basically
that is out there, but you can do so much damage now with the buffs that we saw too.
He's small, but he packs a punch, and he really is, I think, a duelist enabler, and I think that's just why Rocket is so important in the pick bans right now. Creating that one-sided matchup was so important for Crownfall, and that's why your ability to play Black Cat, or just kind of where your duelists are sitting at, does affect kind of what your ban slots are going to be, because Reason Gaming opted to get rid of the Black Cat, and that means more open season for Crownfall to decide which strategist will actually get to play leg day.
Yeah, like the strategist meta is seemingly constant flux. Thank you for adding that one to the highlight reel, by the way. You know, maybe Knudsen just have it. He's just having a little bit of fun with it. You don't want to reveal all your top portal ults, you know, not before playoffs. There's still work to be done for Reason, but Flowers here to Crownfall. I think that getting to see Majed play the Elsa as well was a bit of a treat. I think that Crownfall are in a great position with these strategists, where they can play the 2-2-2. They've got a good Rocket player. Protoss is a good Jeff and Mantis player as well, and the Yana Koji seems to have a lot of flexibility in their back pocket as well. So I think for Crownfall, the future is bright, despite the future tribulations they'll have to deal with.
And Vaudable, I feel like Loki all of a sudden doesn't get enough respect in the pick bans. Like, that was like the insta ban. It was like insta ban in preseason all the time. And there's so many problems that Loki is still one, and he gets neglected. Why?
Yeah, I think there's just so much priority on everything else that's out there, right? Even with, you know, Loki being so effective, he gets the ult charge so fast. If you have the ult charge being even faster now because of the buffs to Rocket Raccoon, that means 2 ults, 2 Cosmic Guard amplifiers coming before you might even see a single strategist ult, or only one coming out from the other side, even if they are running that triple strategist that we saw. But I don't know. I mean, Reason Gaming, again, playing with 2 subs, could have only expected so much from this roster, but still, you know, a great win for Crownfall to take home for them and be like, hey, we didn't get completely stomped. We got a victory every stage so far, and now for the future, we just got to rally behind that, because there were some close matchups. They took maps off of 2 other teams leading up to this. So if those were just a little bit of a different story for some of the other ones, could have been a different game, and they could have made playoffs as well.
Well, I'm excited to get into this interview. Speaking of Loki players, we have Ayano Koji joining us from the Crown Fall side to talk to us about all the murder you got away with today. Ayano, you're just the secret carry of this team. I don't know what to tell you. This Loki is out of control. How are they not banning your Loki? What's going on?
I think the enemy team don't know that I'm a Loki player, like, more than anything else. My top picks are like Jeff and Loki most of the time. They're like my two best characters that I play. But I'm not gonna like give it all to myself because I'm really proud of my teammates, even though we didn't make it to like stage 1. But I think we're gonna come back stronger in stage 2. Like, we're gonna be better, I promise.
I believe it.
You guys seem to be getting better all the way through stage 1 as well, but we're having trouble closing out games. You managed to do it today. What do you think was the big difference between this game and your previous ones that let you close it out?
I think that the big difference was we played like we normally play, and we didn't like put much effort into like focusing into small things and like that. So we just played like our game, and we weren't nervous at all. So that's how we play the game.
I mean, looking to the future for you guys, pro relegation on the horizon specifically, and I don't feel like you guys are worried at all based on this performance, how you've been improving throughout the stage itself, and you talked about we'll be back in stage 2 specifically. I mean, how do you now prepare from here to then for your team to make sure you can lock in for it?
We're probably gonna scrim more and maybe practice more comps because we're like a front to back team more than like a hybrid or a full dive team. So we're probably gonna try to widen our heal pool more.
Yeah, I really feel like you guys honed in on an identity. I mean, in this stage, huge improvements from the preseason. Excited to see if Mached's going to pick up the Black Cat, and we're so excited to see you return into stage 2. We believe it. That's why it's a statement and not a question. Thank you so much for the interview, Ayano Koji, and good luck in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayana Koji. Loki Master. They just lack the information like that. You got to start banning the Loki. If not against this guy, against everyone, because a double of any problem is double of a problem.
I mean, hard agree. It feels like Ayana Koji definitely was getting so much right out of a Loki there. Like, I don't know if I feel like ranked info is just no good. That Ayana Koji maybe is being forced to flex in ranked, and so like I don't know if it is this Loki maestro, but definitely demands a lot of respect.
Yes, and a lot of respect to these groups because they've been duking it out to try and get into playoffs. Remember, only top 4 get into playoffs, and that starts at the beginning of July. So there's a nice long break between the patches. And Vaudable, Group B is a war, I gotta say. Yeah. Just to remind everyone of the tiebreaker situation. Obviously, it's win-loss first, and then it's head-to-head, and then it's map differential. So Group B still getting figured out.
Yeah, still got to see if, Shikigami can get one more for the road as well. I believe they face off against Chosen Ones tomorrow too, but I'm most interested in that Group A, right? Pulsar, Rad, Lions still trying to lock in their run into the playoffs. Lions still have a chance, so we could see, one of those teams who came originally from MRC into the scene itself and made a name for themselves actually qualify again. And I mean, all sorts of, potential that can happen in our final day of competition. So really looking forward to that. Navi also made a statement saying that, yeah, we had a toilet bowl for map 2. We should do out. Every team says that, but hey, we're still going to come out on top. And that's the big thing, like, is the consistency for these teams.
Yeah, anytime Tara gets interviewed, I am listening in. The volume goes up, okay? Because he's always got something to say. And, well, he may rest because other teams have to step up to the plate. It's the final day of the group stage tomorrow, guys. Alter versus Pulsar, Lions versus Rad, Chosen Ones versus Shikigami. Which one's your match of the day?
A lot of very important ones here, but I think for me, I'm going to be looking towards the Chosen Ones versus Shikigami, because I think I have favorites going into all these matches, but Shikigami are a team that have kind of underperformed my expectations thus far, given how strong they were in preseason, and it's not really their meta. So what I want to see is whether Shikigami have kind of figured out everything about this meta thus far. Admittedly, it's not going to be the same heading over into like our playoffs, as you said. It's in July on a new patch. Cyclops is going to be here. So for Shikigami, I'm just going to be looking to see how their fundamentals are in their last game of the group stage.
And when we talked to Heretics in that interview, Vaudable, they talked about how everyone's going to be, it's the race to figure out the meta before playoffs. And we already saw that huge contrast in the preseason from the group stage to the playoffs there. Which team do you think will be at the top of that race to really figure out the playoffs the fastest?
It's easy. It's got to be Heretics, right? We talked to them. We've seen it from preseason. They were the team to kind of learn about like the brawler dive style as well, having that triple strategist backline too. So from what we even saw today, they were experimenting so much with roles from just their players themselves. So expect the unexpected from Heretics specifically. I worry a little bit about Virtus Pro because that's been their issue before. Then Na'Vi, they've been known to lock in as the stage goes on. So the benefit for these Americas and EMEA teams is that they have to wait till Pacific playoffs finishes and can kind of get some insight to the compositions there specifically. So they at least have some info that they can glean from that.
And like Na'Vi, VP, Heretics, that's the battle of the big three. And then there's the Rad, there's the Shikigamis that are playing upset. How do you think playoffs is going to go?
Oh, I think that Na'Vi might have a little bit of an early struggle as they always like to do the comeback. They're like fake strength going in. They may drop down to the loser bracket and then bring their way back up. That's how Na'Vi tend to do things. So I imagine that maybe we'll see that like late stage rebound from Na'Vi.
Well, we have a final day of group stage ahead of us. It will be tomorrow morning, kicking off with Alter and Pulsar at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern, and all the time zones in the European side of things. You can just follow the channel and we'll be right there with you. And North America starts very soon. Marvel Rivals is going down all around the world, and we hope that you guys will join us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
내가 좋아지려면 꼭 같은 너와